Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our Education 2.0 conference. Don't worry, it will get busier. It's just early at the moment, isn't it? People are coming in now, ready for our first session. So it's great to see you again. I hope you enjoyed the first 2 days, ladies and gentlemen. Our third and final day. And Education 2.0 conference firmly believes that the more people that are aware of mental health issues, the less likely anyone will have to suffer in silence. So this is a really, really important topic. And this is going to be a very, very interesting discussion to kickstart day 3. Why promoting inclusive mental health matters for everyone in higher education is the panel discussion. So please could we give a huge round of applause to our moderator, first of all, Dr. Asli Hassan.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope we are all awake. So I'm happy to be the moderator on this topic. I work in higher ed, and due to the pandemic, I do realize how valuable it is for good mental health. Okay, we all need it, and especially our students. So I'm very pleased to be part of this panel that is why promoting inclusive mental health matters for everyone in higher ed. So everyone in higher ed means from teachers to staff to students. With me, I have a team in this panel that are well knowledgeable. I'm going to call their names. Ms. Sumana Chatterjee. Is Ms. Sumana here? Okay. Ms. Sumana is an academician with 21 years of experience. She's the Director of Communication and International Programs at GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai. She's founder of Rebuttal and More, a communication and lifestyle school. She believes that critical thinking and communication are the key skills to combat limiting beliefs and work on our inner strengths. Welcome, Ms. Sumana. We also have Ms. Hulya Kurt, founder, InKick Consulting Business and Family Coach, founder of InKick, and manager director of Noble Manhattan Coach Training School. So, do we have any more? I think it's just the 3 of us, okay? And currently I am, I'll give you a little bit of my own background. I am a faculty at Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi. And the last 3 years, I've been the director of the Center for Teaching and Learning. So the center at Khalifa, we handle faculty development as well as student enhancement. So students do come under the center. We offer co-curricular programs and definitely, and we work closely with our department, Student Success, that handles the mental health part of the learner. Okay, so we will discuss and continue our panel discussion. How much time do we have? It's going to be. Oh, they'll start it, turn it on. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. That sounds good. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start with you, Sumana. Why do you think is promoting inclusive mental health is important?
Thank you for the question. So I'd like to begin with an incident that happened 20 years ago in my class. I began my career as a teacher, and there was a 16-year-old girl in my class who wrote beautiful poetry, and I was very, very happy with her work. But the issue was she never spoke. She never interacted with anybody. She never, went out to play in the playground during her recess. And that was something that was really troubling me. So I really wanted to get her out of her shell. And I told her, why don't you do something that really you've been thinking about and you're excited about, and I'm going to support you in school. So tell me about it. She said, Miss, you're really sure you're going to help me? I said, yes, I'm going to help you. I'm here to help you. I'm your teacher. She says, okay, fine. I want to go to the graveyard and write poetry. That was one of the most shocking moments of my life. A 16-year-old girl who has this entire beautiful life in front of her, waiting for her to embrace it, is telling me that I want to go to the graveyard and write poetry. So that was something that struck me. And sometimes, people think that, oh, it's maybe a quirky way, 16-year-old thinking differently. Maybe it's one of her quirks or something that she's thought of at some point in time. Or maybe it is like she's trying to create shock value and impress the teacher. But for me, I was really, really shocked. So I went and I spoke to the school counselor and I said, you have to talk to her. Because this is not something that I'm happy about. Though there's nothing wrong in writing poetry in the graveyard, you could be a morbid poet, and that's fine. So conversations happened, I interacted with her, she interacted with her, and what we found out was traumatic. Her mother had committed suicide in the room where both of them were sleeping, and she woke up to that. The trauma, even when I talk about it today, I get so overwhelmed. The trauma was so tremendous that it had totally transformed her mindset and her thinking. That was the day, and today when I'm sitting in front of you, for me, I'm a real mental health advocate. I genuinely feel more than anything else in the world, we need to take care of each other and what we are going through. We can be all dressed up, getting a lot of awards and laurels and everything, but we're not internally happy, then that's something that's not right with us. And that's not something that we need to, shun away. We need to focus on that. That's very, very significant. Anyway, with the girl, she's happy, she's working now, because at that time, we identified that she had an issue. I'm sure you would want to know about her and what happened to her. I don't know if she's fully come out of what she's been through because it was too traumatic, but I know that the school really gave her a lot of support and encouragement, and we had a conversation with the father and the family. And I think that trigger point and that one thing that she said in the class was, and because I could focus that there's something wrong, I could figure out that there's something wrong, I think she's better, she's living and she's doing well in her life. So to go back to the question and the story, and why I began with the story, is because I feel that this is something that is the most crucial and most significant thing in the world today, especially after COVID.
Thank you very much. So would you like to continue the same question?
Absolutely. So for me, and I'll give a different spin because I'm also an adolescence and family and teacher educators coach, and I also did mental first aid. I know how important it is for everyone to be aligned and mentally healthy. And I would like to change that. Mental, if you say mental health, it always has got a bit of a negative spin, I want to change that to well-being. Well-being within yourself. Because we know our young generation at the moment suffers a lot. They do. After the pandemic, they lost hope, they lost purpose, they lost direction. They don't know what they want to do. They have too many options. They get confused. There is too much social media pressure. They don't even know. They can't even find their identity. It's all these crucial fundamental things that we need to unleash within. First, identify and help the young generation to find, establish, and evolve so they can actually continue with their studies. Because if you are not well within your mind. If you don't feel aligned, what's going to happen? They can't concentrate. They can't focus, right? And for that, we need to really have in each school something around how to manage anxiety, how to manage stress, because what we have, again, still the old education system exists. That means we've got pressure of exams. We've got competition going on. So we need to manage these students as well in terms of protecting themselves, to give them the tools to protect themselves from the pressure, from the social media pressure as well, from the exam pressure that they have, the general anxiety of the world, because I'm coaching so many students and so many young professionals and young people and even adolescents, 11-year-old, 12-year-old, that they can't even, they don't see the future. And that's so sad to hear, right? And that's why it's so important. It's imperative. It's not a luxury. I'm really emphasizing this again. This is not a luxury anymore. In our century, well-being needs to be definitely present either as a curriculum or something else in higher education. We need to teach, and it's possible, our young generation how they can cope with the life adversities in the minefield of our reality, that they can cope themselves. And that's what my mission is as well, to give them the tools and techniques, and they can do themselves, breathing, creativity, journaling, talking, whatever, affirmations, prayers, and mantras. There's lots out there that for each one of them, a unique method will be applicable. So when they start the day, when they have a hiccup, they can immediately bounce back again. Because we know now, our young generation can't really cope with life adversities. It's difficult for them. It's unbelievable. You know, they're immediately down. They think everything is bad. And I've got, what's going well? He's like, everything is bad. And you're like, everything is bad. Okay, so let's, you know, that's interesting, you know, how the brain works. So we need to keep our young generation now, which is completely different, in a different state. And for me, it's imperative. We need to have in each school, starting even from primary, because kids also feel anxious, fear, getting out of whatever. They might have ADHD, they might have all this stuff, although I don't like to put, you know, stigmas on them, because ADHD is a different way of having their mind working. It's not a disease. You know, when parents are, my son has got ADHD. Okay, so let's refine that. Let's reframe that, because it's a different way of expressing themselves. Their brain ticks differently, right? So that's why I think it's really, it's not a luxury anymore. This must be a must.
Okay, thank you. I think both of you brought the communication aspect. So teachers, educators, we need to pay attention. We need to look at the signs. We need to listen carefully without labeling, but you were able to reach out to the counselors and flag her. Maybe she needs some help. Yeah. And I think we have to be very sensitive and very open. I think what you brought it up is how to reduce the stigma associated with mental health and make it like everything, that self-confidence, eating, well-being, all of those are part of the mental health. So now, since we're focusing on higher education, again, you mentioned adolescent and young adults, because from high school to university, I think higher education, we tend to have, the challenge is we consider them adults, and they really are not yet full-grown adults. So the students are still young adults. They're still developing their self-identity and knowing who they are. They're now creating their own image of themselves. So that part of mental health is combined with the pressure of doing well. Because, you know, universities, higher education, we put a lot of emphasis on performance and exams and a lot of the things that they have to manage their time. Some of the issues that we face our first-year students, because the university where I work is engineering and hard science, the pressure of just doing well in class can contribute to their mental health, because they have to learn how to manage their time. This is their first time away from home, and you know, K-12, the teachers would tell you, okay, prepare, a week from now there's an exam coming up, or they'll guide you. But at the university, each professor would tell you their exams on the syllabus, and it's up to you how do you manage your studying and preparation for the exam. So all of that contributes to their mental health, really. So sometimes that pressure will make them not eat proper food. That pressure will make them not sleep enough hours. So mental health is really just, you know, getting good sleep, eating healthy food, managing your time, having less stress. All of these things, if you neglect, your mental health can be unbalanced. Okay, you don't have to have a label of a particular illness. You could just become unstable, and maybe the student can now focus in class, or like the young lady you mentioned, she had some issues that she hasn't dealt from home, but it was actually affecting her her work and her life. So what do you say about, so how do we increase awareness, like globally, because many of us are from all over the world. How do we increase awareness in higher ed about the importance of mental health? What do we need to do? Like, not just the senior managers, the president of the university, but the teachers, the staff, all of us, the support group, the community, the parents. What do we need to do to raise awareness?
Okay, so I'm a director in a school where we have 4,000 students approximately. And over the years of training and coaching, the one thing that I've noticed is, you know, any conversation around and about mental health and well-being is not received well by a certain communities specifically. Because the awareness about mental health is not there at all. So if a child is saying, I'm not feeling comfortable, I'm not feeling well, I'm not happy doing what I'm doing, it's like, okay, please go take a walk. That's what we get to hear from children. Our parents don't believe what we say. So I think it starts and stems from the whole concept on the understanding of what is happening to the child at that particular moment. So the issue is that, oh, I think there is a social stigma. There is some kind of a disassociation from reality when it comes to mental health. It's like, listen, if you're feeling like this, I think you should go take a walk. I have been telling you, you must play football, you need to exercise, you need to eat well, you need to be with your friends. But that's not going to solve what the child is going through. The child is stressed out. And there are certain things, of course, I'm not a practitioner or I'm not a medical person who can give you the exact thing that goes on in the brain. But through experiential teaching and learning, what I've learned is acceptance is the first thing. So if a child, especially in high school, because I've been teaching high school for many, many years, if a child is ruffled, something is, and you feel, like I said in my first experience, that I could fathom, though I was not knowledgeable at that time at all. It was the beginning of my career. I had no idea. And mental health awareness has come off late. I mean, there's so much of talk around it now. 20 years ago, there was not so much of talk around it. Though it existed, it has been existing for a long, long time. But there is so much of social stigma that people disassociate themselves from the whole concept of understanding that it exists. Only when you know that there is an issue will you try to solve it, right? So first is acknowledge that it is there. Acknowledge that your child, you know, has an issue. Some people are bipolar. Some people have depression. Some people have PTSD. Forget about knowing about all those aspects. First thing is, okay, there is some issue. I need to address that. Because end of the day, I want to see him happy. End of the day, I want to see her happy. Once you realize that there is an issue and there is something that we can do about it because the world is continuously evolving, right? Then you can figure out what is the issue or what kind of issue and what is it stemming from. So I think majority of the times people undertake repressive measures or they kind of brush it under the carpet saying that, oh, it doesn't really matter. I think you're overreacting to certain things, you know? And I think it happens to all of us at some point in time. We all have those times when we are very happy and excited and everything is going good with us. But then there are times when things are not functioning the way we want it to function. And then therefore the body and the mind reacts to it in a certain way. So I feel, to answer your question, that first is acceptance, and then in finding out what is that one particular aspect, you know, of course, by getting professional help. I think that's extremely important. Like you get professional help for any kind of physical problem, you should get, you know, or any, for these kind of situations when a child is anxious or worried, nervous, not eating well, becoming very thin unnecessarily, suffering from bulimia or, you know, these kind of conditions. And when you are seeing it, there is no point in putting or kind of garbing it, hiding it. It's imperative that you sit down with the child and be very, very, you know, you have to be very understanding at this juncture. Because they are at the cusp of their, you know, they are at that cusp when they're neither adults, like Dr. Asli said, or and they're not children. So they are very, very sensitive. So you have to have that conversation, find out what it is, and immediately seek professional help. I think that is very, very significant. And definitely, when you seek professional help, there will be psychiatrists and there will be people who will be guiding the child through the process. And don't stigmatize it. There are children who've come and told me, Miss, you know what, I want to share something with you because I really like you or I connect with you, but don't tell anybody. So I'm like, what is this that you want to tell me? I'm seeking therapy. So how are you getting therapy in UAE? It's very difficult. You have to have parental permission and everything. But in high school, in college, when they go to college and they're adults, and when they're 18, you know, they can do it on their own as well, abroad and elsewhere. But the thing is that there is always a stigma that people are going to get to know that I am seeking therapy, I'm taking therapy. So this is something that we need to really, really stop. It's natural, it's normal. I think all of us at some point in time in our life, we genuinely feel we need someone to talk to. We need some help. And there are certain conditions where, for example, if you're bipolar, for example, if you have a certain, you know, specific physical condition or a mental condition, when you have no control over yourself. And that is the time when you need that external person coming in and figuring it out for you and telling you what is the best suitable method. And there are ways and means for it. But the first and the foremost thing is acknowledge. And there should not be any stigma around it. Because you are working with the future. These people, these children are our future. And if we are creating a generation where they are scared to talk about what they feel and how they feel, how long can they go? And how far can they go?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Would you like to?
Well, you covered it all. So for me, it's just to see and look at higher education, of course, where we talk about young people, our young adults. And it's about acknowledging, absolutely, but we need to talk about all the day. We need to talk it always, always, always. To acknowledge, we need to know that something is wrong. And for that, we need to raise awareness at the level of, again, home, parents, and at school. And for that, we need to have constant conversations around it. So like we have, you know, class of what? Class of, I don't know, innovation at higher education. We shall have classes about well-being. And I'm not even going to say mental health, it's well-being. What you need to do, starting with the foundation, you just alluded to that. First, taking care of yourself, your sleep, your food, your breakdown time, your teaching them breathing exercises, teaching them about journaling, teaching them how they can get out of this vicious circle, teaching them even how to organize themselves. We have an assumption, as in higher education, I'm not talking about the grassroots at the moment, that they're young adults, they can manage themselves. No, they're lost. They're lost. And that's why in higher education, another curriculum might be around how to prepare for an exam, how to organize themselves, time management, what's important, what's not so important. I call it the chuck it or bucket list, right? What you can check out, no need, and do that kind of listing. There are lots of methodologies that you can use to support our young, new workforce. They are going to be our workforce, right? And for them, it's important that they work as well in a wonderful company where they're also respected. And we need to foster inclusion. They shall not feel left behind. Inclusion is important, not even diversity. Diversity is something else. But inclusion is really that I'm in the soup, I'm cooking with you, yeah? I'm not outside, I'm different. You are cooking the soup. So we need to also have different classes. So, because as professions will change, that's what we talked about yesterday, as well, the curriculums need to change in higher education. They need to address all these different topics as well, so that we have young people who are coping with life. Because at the moment, they're struggling, and they are masking it, and we see that, and then they get out of balance, and that's not good. We should have always little sessions, bite-sized sessions, about well-being, how they can do that. Little, I don't know, whatever is taught, you know, little videos maybe that they need to think in the morning. Or in the morning you start with the yoga, meditation. There must be some classes about meditation where they start for the day and create their mantra. It can be only 15 minutes, right? I'm really talking about practical stuff here. And that's how we can actually support our young generation, how they can see mental health is not stigmatized. It's normal. We start with meditation, we start with a walk. That's how you start your day. This is how you're going to end the day. What are you grateful for? Gratefulness, grateful for the day. The young generation, how I observed from all the conversation I have, sees only the dark side of the world. Climate change, oh my God, we're going to die. Oh my God, the pandemic. Oh my God, this is going to be like this. Why am I living anyways? You know, whatever I do, it will have no impact. So we need to change that thinking, that thought process, with these little bite size, so it's practical. And it's in our, again, DNA. It's like, hey, this is what we do it. This is how we do it. Like we cook, like we eat. You don't even think about it anymore. Yeah? This is where we need to be, that this is normal, because life is life. We had adversities as well in First World War, Second World War, everyone survived. Now there is a different era, and technology sometimes doesn't help either. So we need to even teach our young professionals how they can protect themselves. From what? From social media. This is insane at the moment, the pressure that I can see, and the selfies which are taken, and really, and I'm a women's empowerment person as well, and I feel like you're authentic. You're authentic, and each higher education shall be a wonderful institution where the student can live their authenticity, whatever they are. Now we're in a different era as well. Them, they, non-binary, you know, indications, not he, she anymore. We are talking about different, well-being places. For example, in a university, assign something like a room where people can just hang out, where there is maybe music, some kind of sound, because let's face it, we are sensory human beings. We need to be stimulated by not only seeing, but also smelling, also hearing, also feeling, touching, you know? And that's so important. So we need to give in higher education as well places where they feel safe. Maybe one room, for example, just for them, a collective room where they can just listen to music, like, you know, when you go into a spa, there is always these wonderful hangout places, right? There's all these birds, you know, cheeking around, something like that. I'm really talking about practical stuff that each institution can do to support and create that well-being. That's our DNA.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Both of you brought great points. And I like the idea that I think what we are touching is trust. How do you build trust with the students, and creating a safe environment where they are welcome to explore their own emotions and their well-being and learn about themselves, yeah? So there are some, and we're gonna ask the audience some of your input. We like to have some of your input and questions, but some of the things that I will get back to it in a few seconds is universities have handled about promoting mental health. When I looked up, it was, they offered telecounseling hubs, okay? Because remember, we are dealing with digital natives. Our students are no longer just going to you don't need an actual counselor being in a room where the student has to go and say, you know, I have some mental health issues. You should have something that is on an app or through the technology, and I think we touched a little bit about social media, but how do we utilize it? So some universities in the US have started telecounseling hubs they provide to increase participation. They also, some universities do a campaign to reduce the stigma associated to mental health. And I think earlier we talked about the stigma. I mean, we rarely see people, someone saying, you know, I have mental health issues, or I have eating disorder. We tend to be ashamed to acknowledge and accept, as you mentioned earlier as well. Another thing that that some universities are utilizing is the peer-to-peer assistance hotline. Remember a few years back, before social media took over our lives, as an educator, I remember in my early beginning career, we talked about peer pressure. And it was like, try to help your students overcome peer pressure. Now, it's no longer a peer pressure, it's a social media pressure. The peer would be someone who they don't even know that person. It's not even an actual peer. It's someone they feel they're similar either in age or in gender or interest. And that person is like thousands of miles away, but that can be a peer pressure, yeah? So universities now are using peer-to-peer assistant hotline. So it's a great way to utilize peers who get some training. I mean, they won't be professional mental health advisors. They can be. But at least they get some training from the mental health professionals, and they can just be a safe place, as you mentioned, the safe place where the student can call and they know it's not an adult, it's someone their age, is a peer, and they can just describe what they're feeling, and this person on the other end can provide like just a listening opportunity. They can listen to them, and maybe they can guide them, oh, by the way, why don't you see a mental health professional, or why don't you meet a counselor? She could help you. I have gone through similar things. So it's a really, it reduces the stigma, and it's using technology, but using also peers, yeah? So now, before we go to the audience, I want the next 3 minutes for us to kind of look at, we touch trust, we touch safe environment, and we know none of us are actually mental health professionals, yeah? Because if we were, we would be in the next room, the Health 2.0. So I want the two of you, from your experience, I want you to touch something about emotional intelligence. Because at the moment at my university, we do co-curricular activities like events, gathering, as you said, safe places. And what we started is, instead of just mentioning mental health, because then no one shows up, we do things like learn how to learn. Because we know the first year students tend to struggle more. Maybe they have more challenges in Calculus 1. So we provide short workshops, few days, and it's like once a week, and it's come and learn how to learn. So we give them techniques and toolkit, so they learn how to learn. Like, it's like a little bit about the brain and how do we retain information, how do we, you don't need to memorize, and you need to apply, and you need to understand, and you need to ask these type of questions. So we provide these co-curricular workshops, and they're very successful, very, very successful. And by the way, anytime we do learn how to learn workshops, my colleague who does it, she told me some students will reveal that they're having some issues, some mental health issues. They will feel so safe that after they learned about how to learn those techniques, she said they will hang around after the workshop and they will tell her, I have I have attention deficit, or I was labeled, I went to a mental health doctor in my high school, and this is, or I am going through this type of mental health issues. So they feel safe to talk to her, even though the workshop was not about mental health. So, and I think I like that idea, but what do you say about teaching them emotional intelligence? Because we know now EQ is actually very important. So how do we teach young adults to understand their own emotions, and before they get to see the mental health professional, they understand, I am not in control of how I respond to when I get a bad grade, or I'm not in control, I lose control of when I am under pressure for exam. So how do we help them? What do you think of the value of EQ?
I think that is extremely important and significant because it's very intrinsic, and you delve deep into your personality, and you understand things. But I would like to bring in one aspect that I've been thinking about, and I'm sure I think the leaders need to focus on that. In order to build the EQ, it's very important that all the stakeholders who are identified, who are part of the growing up process of a child, is also intrinsically, included in this whole process. So I think, for a child to grow, the home environment and the school environment and the college environment, and for all these different environments play a very vital role. So one of the things that, before we talk about the EQ, which I was thinking when Dr. Asli was speaking, was, how if I'm doing a lot of things in the college and the university or in high school, but the child goes back to that same home where he's not loved, or he's not valued for what he's saying, or his opinion is shunned, then no matter what I do, it's never going to create an impact. So it is very important to ensure that every stakeholder who is involved in the child's growing up process is made aware of what are the things that are very important for the child. So I think a general awareness session, I think schools do it all the time, making them aware about university courses and programs and future. Likewise, there has to be some of these sessions, whether it's an EQ session for the parents and for the children together. I think that's for the universities and the colleges and the higher educational institutions to decide. But I think that awareness is very important. I teach, I do the activities, and which are very interesting, and then the child goes back home and it's the same story all over again. End of the day, we are all partnering together, because we are all, it's like the entire process, I believe, is like a partnership between all the stakeholders, which ultimately leads the child to be what he or she wants to be. I'll just give one more example here. I changed my daughter's school when she was in grade 8. And she had requested me. She said, I want to study in so-and-so curriculum, Mama. And if there's one thing that you want to do for me, I would request you to change my school. She was in a brilliant school, but she wanted to do a different curriculum. So when I moved into the school, me being a coach and a speaking coach and a communications coach, and I'm training students for debating, public speaking, and so many other things, I was very keen that these opportunities are provided to my child in that particular school. So I met the principal and I said, hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Sumana. I'm very happy to have my daughter in your school and everything. But do you have any of these opportunities? He listened to me and he said, I'm going to answer your question in a while later. And then other parents had other requests. They were like, we want him to do sports, we want her to do this and that. So it was like a parent engagement session with the principal. And then the principal, after everything, said, you know what, parents, I know you're all excited to be part of this educational institution. I'm very excited to have all of you here. But you know what, my principal focus is to just ensure that we have happy children in the school and they remain happy forever. That one line has stayed with me. So when you talk about the EQ and the EQ, that aspect is so important. Whatever you're doing, is it leading to a happy situation? Is the child, does the child feel that I belong here? Does the child feel that, you know what, it's my alma mater, it's my school, it's my university, it's my college, I really want to come back here again. In our time, we never had the internet, we never had all the, frills and the trills of life that we have right now. We were not entitled. So I remember when I went back to my school, I wanted my daughter to study in the school, but we moved places, so she didn't study in the same school where I was studying. When I entered the school auditorium, and I was standing somewhere in the corner there, the only emotion that I experienced was I just felt like crying. I was so overwhelmed. I felt that I belonged here. But what is happening with our children and why it is so important, and that's a significant question Dr. Asli has asked, is like, we really need to build that EQ. You know why? Because that's something that's missing. We're doing everything out there, but the basic emotions, the basic feelings, humanity, these things are not there. The entitlement is a lot. And because of the overdrive that parents go into to make the children happy, most of us make the mistake of giving them too many things as well, which also creates a different kind of a situation. That also is a very significant part of the whole understanding of mental health and well-being, as Julia just spoke about. This whole process of well-being starts with every stakeholder. And so the activities which the college or the high school, whatever they're engaging in to build the EQ, it's very important that all the stakeholders are part of it. A teacher is teaching in the class. The teacher is absolutely insensitive to the child's needs. The child is thinking something, the teacher is like, you have to finish this work. This is your deadline. But the child has 20 deadlines in the same week. But there is no, and so for the holistic development of the child, if you're looking at, developing that through activity, through whatever process that you're undertaking, I think it's very significant to put everybody together at some point in time. So through that, you kind of understand or get better at understanding each other, which leads to a better well-being situation.
Okay, thank you so much. You will answer the first question we get from the audience. How about that?
I don't mind at all because
Okay.
we're running out. That's okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Can we get any questions? Okay, could you ask us some questions or?
Thank you so much for a wonderful lot of inputs. I intend to work with blind children, and I've also been working with underprivileged children. Now, the observation that I have, I work in the area of STEM, is that in a slum, the children, when they come to do our activities and all, they have very difficult lives, but when they are there, they're extremely happy. I don't know whether it's there's something else hidden inside which might surface, or it's just or they're truly happy. And the second thing is, what advice would you give for nurturing mental health among students who are visually impaired? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You want to?
As far as I understood, because you were breaking up, what kind of tools to nurture well-being at school with underprivileged, students, is my understanding correct? I just want to check that, yeah?
And more importantly, blind students.
Blind, okay, got it. That's very specific. And honestly, I don't have any experience in that. But blind students, again, they have other senses which are more developed, right? And I just alluded to that as well. So You can do lots of stuff about hearing, right? So the senses of hearing, feeling, because this is what they do. They feel a lot, you know. The other senses are out there. Tasting as well. Nice herbs or something, what's doing good for them, right? So you can use the different senses to really support and nurture mental, or shall I say, well-being with your, students who are out there. And nice audios, music, podcasts, someone saying nice words, slow motion music, anything can work for them. So you need to find the little nudge that helps them, and each student might be different. One student might be more sensitive to the music, the other more to the touch, the other more to the taste. But whatever it is, you can definitely implement these little things, these little changes out there. When they come into the class, maybe have a nice kind of candle which evaporates nice, how shall I say, calm smell in the classroom to make them even more comfortable. Start with the day with the music, or going out in the grass and listen to what? Listen to the birds, So there's a lot that you can do there using the other senses, which are very much developed, and to nurture as well-being. I hope I could answer your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? That was a good point. We have like 30 seconds.
Good morning. So the obvious situations when you have well-being or mental health in terms of bulimia or things like that, they're obvious. What do you suggest for educators to identify that there might be an issue with a student, to know whether it's authentic, or if it's and that needs to take action upon, or if it's something that is a home issue, so to say?
Can I? Yeah. So I'll just teach you something that I have used in my classrooms, and it's always worked. So you give a little note to the child, and you say, "I wish my teacher knew." And you tell the child whatever you want me to know about you, okay? And you do it over a period of time. So you do it at the beginning of the lesson, on the first day when you meet your children. And then over a period of time, so maybe about 3 months, 4 months later, you once again give it to them. And at some point in time, I have seen results. When the child is saying, "I wish my teacher knew that I get beaten up at home all the time because I do very bad at math." So now, to answer your question is, how do you know it is authentic? I think that was your question. How do you know it? So sometimes, if you see a pattern, you have to identify the pattern when you are with children. Sometimes the pattern emerges very easily to you because you are an experienced coach or an experienced teacher. You will see it evolving. You see the same behavior over and over again. Like when I began, I said this child, she wrote beautifully, but she did not speak at all. And I could identify something was not right. And your gut feeling is going to tell you. Instinctively, you will understand. But sometimes you need to take professional help in your school, the counselors, for example. You see there's a trigger point, and you're like, I need to get it addressed by somebody who knows it better than I do. But at any given point of time, the key is, if you feel there is something wrong, whether your gut tells you or whether your brain tells you, address it. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not true. You address it, and when you address it, you will know that it stems from something or the other. Like, for example, when a beggar begs and they ask for money, and you think, "Oh, I'm not going to give them money," because it is not right to help people like that. It's not allowed. But there must be something there in the life of that individual, why he has come to that particular level and asking for money. So likewise with children, and likewise with adults as well. So, I hope this helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies. Another round of applause, please, everybody, for our first panel discussion this morning on the very important topic of mental health. We're going to move on now to our keynote session, ladies and gentlemen. And this session of the day is all about today's managers are tomorrow's leaders. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Geberit Jansen.
Okay, welcome and good morning. So my name is Geberit Jansen and I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm gonna talk a little bit today about how to become a tomorrow leader. And to become a tomorrow leader, you need creativity. And I think we all think we are creative or we are not creative. And I want to start with a sheet. It's not working, I think. Yes, it was there, but yes, this one. If you grab your phone and you can go to menti.com and enter the code 71180550 or use the QR. Yes, there's already one in. I will wait just a little bit. 10 people, 11. I think we have more. 12. Okay, before I start, you can also log in a little bit later because the code will be on the next slide also. Just to get an idea, where are you from? Which country? Please put in the name of your country. Yes. So that's very international. That's nice. That's nice. So then I have the next question, and the next question is, are you creative? So, okay, do not know. Okay, I will check it out. 19 persons are saying, yes, I'm creative. So the majority. Can we go back to the, yes. And the next slide. It's not working. Back. Okay. A big screen. Okay, so what is creativity? And I want to start with a test to find out. The majority was saying, I'm creative. And so let's start with a test to look if you really are creative. Try to read this. So, can somebody who is not able to read this? Everybody can read it? So everybody has really a creative brain. So we make it a little bit more difficult. Try to read this one. I can say if you can read it, your brain is creative. That's for certain. Okay, so everybody can read it. Good. Then the next test. A question. What do you see? And maybe you can put on the Menti. And the next slide of the Menti, yes, what do you see? And you can put it in the phone. So I'm curious now. Can you go back to the slide? Yes, so what do you see? And I want to see the results as well, so maybe you can go back to the Menti again. Yeah, okay. So very creative answers. So 2 people cooking eggs, that's a creative one. The lollipop, I hear it often. A frog, 2 snails. You see there are a lot of possibilities, what you can see. So that's where we're gonna go through to find out what possibilities exist. When I say the word green, what do you think of when I say the word green? Please put in the answers. No, stay in the Menti, please. Nice answers. Great, great, great. There are creative people in this hall. That's good to see. So maybe we can go back to the PowerPoint. Okay. So now another question. You all have papers before you and a pen. So I want to ask you to draw a chicken. And for the chicken, I give you 60 seconds from now. Okay. Now we're going to find out who was really creative. Please stand up, everybody. Stand up. And we're going to find out and look around. Because I think, when we look at the results, who drew the chicken from the side? You can sit down if you draw the chicken from the side. And look around, what happens? So from the side, and who draw the chicken from the front? So the majority is sitting down. And why is that? How is that possible? And I'm curious because, no, please, what did you do? Yeah, okay. A creative one. Okay. Or here the egg. It is there. Okay, that's creative or something like this. But what happened? Why did the majority draw the chicken from the front or from the side? Because when you are a child, you have a lot of creativity. And then you go to school or you have to fit in the system. We heard yesterday as well at the forum. So what happens when you are a child? Imagine. And you are very creative because you have to find a lot of solutions for a lot of problems. And imagine you want to sing a song as a child. And you sing the song and it's horrible to listen. And everybody's saying, whoa, don't do that, please stop. Do you think you will sing a next song the day after? No, you don't. Imagine students in the class, they have to work together in a team. And one of the students thinks, I have a great idea. And the student's talking with the other students about it. And the other students are saying, no, we already know it. Do you think he will come with the next idea? I don't think so. And think by yourself, if you have an idea and you talk with your colleagues about it, and your colleagues are saying, no, we don't think it will be a success. Are you coming with the next idea the next day? I don't think so. So what happens? You go to school as a child and you have to fit in the system. So what do you see? How do you see a chicken mostly? From the front or from the side. So you are copy and paste it. So you don't need to be creative. Somebody did it already before you, and that's what you learned. So creativity is about lose a dominant view. That's important. So we're going to look what we mean. But just another one, other possibility. Sometimes there are people drawing this or this one. This is my favorite. When people are asking me to draw something, a dot is always good. I'm flying in an airplane, I'm looking down and I see a chicken, you know. That's possible. So what is creativity? Yesterday, they told it all as well in the forum, you need expertise, you need motivation and creative skills. If you put them together, then in the middle, there is the creativity. That's important to know. So, if we look at motivation, I think everybody is motivated, and it can be intrinsic or extrinsic. But everybody is motivated, so you don't have an influence on that. But expertise, everybody knows his profession, everybody has some expertise. So that's also easy. Knowledge of the profession and general knowledge, in common, the normal things. But this is interesting. This can be learned. The creative skills, the creative thinking. You can think at some techniques. Creative observation and postpone judgment, flexible associate, diverge, so create possibilities, and develop imagination. And we are going to look to some of these points. First of all, try to lose a dominant view. That's very important. What I showed you with the chicken, that's the dominant view that you have. For example, is the cat going up or is the cat going down? What do you think? It can be both, isn't it? Then, this one. Do you see an old woman or do you see a young woman? Who is seeing both of them? Just a few people. So the other people are thinking, a young woman and an old woman? Yes, the old woman is looking that side. And then you see the mouth, here the mouth and one eye. And the young woman is looking to that direction. And then you see there the nose and the eye. Do you see it? And here also, a duck or a rabbit, yes. What do you see? But try to see them both. Then you lose a dominant view. This one, is the man sitting inside or is the man sitting outside the house? Try to lose the dominant view. This one, how many legs? Another one, what do you think about the color? Is it more dark or lighter at the left side? And if we look, it's the same color, but this one maybe is more difficult. You see A and B. The color of B, is that darker than A or lighter than A? Look what happens. It's the same color. So something is happening in your brain to make something dominant. Try to lose that. The other one that I said before is important. We always have a judgment. When someone comes with an idea, you have a judgment about it. But try to work at another way than you want to. So be open for every new idea or every new concept. And accept the new concept. Explore it and then give a judgment. Don't judge directly at the first step, but take a few steps before you give a judgment. Another technique to make connections. Example, how can you go from grass to chocolate milk? And that's a technique that you can play with, and then you can say, okay, when I think of grass, I think about sheep walking on the grass. And when I think about sheep, I think of wool. And from wool you can make clothes. And from wool you can make warm clothes. And when do you need warm clothes? When it's snowing, or when you want to skate on the ice. And when you want to skate on the ice and when it's cold weather, you want to have a hot chocolate. And on that way, you can make connections, and you can make a connection between grass and chocolate. Another one, which zebra doesn't fit in the row? But before I ask you again, we go to look what is a pattern. What letter is missing? US, A, UNESCO, NAVO, and NATO, and then. So we are thinking in a pattern. We see there are all government, and then suddenly there's another pattern. When I say the other, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you are in the other pattern. So don't think too much in patterns. Try to break the pattern. Another one. Look at these letters, and maybe you can go to the Menti 3, and I ask you which letter does not belong in this row. Okay. So the E, the I, O, the D, or the A. And it looks like you didn't listen to me before. Because the majority is taking the D. Who is putting the O? Okay, I come to you and ask you why.
Since it is the word IDEA, idea. And
Okay, that's a possibility. And you put the O as well?
No, this. It doesn't have any. It's the only figure without any straight lines.
Okay, when I say to you, which letter does not belong in the row, that it could be all the letters. Because I didn't ask why. So if you look at the first letter, the E, it's the only letter with 4 lines. If I say the letter I, it's the only letter with one line. The O is the only round letter. So for every letter you can find a reason why it does not belong in the row. So create possibilities. Create choices that you can make. And don't take that what you learn in the school. I told you before. You learn things in school and you are putting that for the first time. Back to the, yes. So if I ask you which zebra does not belong in this row, then the answer is, it could be any zebra. Yes? Take that away, take that with you. Then another technique is develop imagination. Can you imagine how does it feel without that it happens really? Can you feel it? Can you imagine? Use that with creativity. Can you taste this without eating it? So for a lot of people, the creative process is like this. It starts and then a lot of things are happening and we don't know what, but something is happening and then it ends somewhere. And now it's the art of making it a little bit more structured. Make the creative process structured. And how are you doing that? You start in the initial phase. And then you have a diverging phase. Create possibilities. And then make the choice and start with the converging phase, making choice and activate your idea. That's much better than doing something and thinking I'm very creative. So, how does it work in the first phase? Explore the new idea, analyze it, and formulate it. For example, think about a question. There was a city in Europe, and there was a problem. All the people were taking the escalator, and the government, the local government, they said, it's not healthy, you know, people has to be more healthy, and they have to move a little bit more. So we want them to take the stairs instead of the escalator. So think about that idea. I'm coming back on it. So the question is, how can we change people's behavior so that they use the stairs instead of the escalator? Yes? Then, the diverging phase. Try to get ideas, as many as you can. And how can you do that? I already told you, with delay verdict. Be open in a group. And there's no hierarchy. Everybody is equal. Give attention to all the new ideas from everybody. And elaborate on ideas of others. And you know the techniques that you can use. So brainstorming, that's a common used method. Another one is mind mapping. It's also common used. But now, use an analogy. And what's that? I'm going to ask a question. What has a car and a chicken, what do they have in common? Can somebody give there an answer to? A chicken and a car, what do they have in common? Yes? Sorry?
Both start with the letter C.
Chicken and car, yeah, okay. That's a good one. They both start with the letter C. But the thing is that there was a brand of cars and they wanted to make a commercial. And they were thinking, what can we do? And they were brainstorming and they were asking, how can we do that? And then they were thinking, maybe when we use the analogy and we think about a chicken and a car, and look what happens.
3, 2, 1.
Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round and round. I said upside down, you're turning me, you're giving love instinctively.
So that's how you can use an analogy. Think about something and make a connection with a total other thing. Another technique is use earlier ideas or piggybacking. And how that works, let's see.
See? It's just like a Mercedes. Huh?
So you can see how you can use ideas and you develop it a little bit and you change it a little bit and it works as well. So that's also something, piggybacking, using an earlier idea and develop something. So then you have some options and then you make a choice from that option. And how you can do that, to make the best choice, I always say use the COCD box. And the COCD box, you can see it, works with yellow ideas, red ideas and blue ideas. And a blue idea is an idea that is visible, but it's a little bit common. So you can use it now. And the wow idea is an idea that's visible and very original. And maybe the best ideas are the yellow ideas, but it's a little bit difficult because it's not visible or not yet visible. So the red idea in the COCD box is the best idea. And think about that ideas are never finished. If you have a creative idea, it always can develop, so you can always start again. And then you have to activate the new idea, introduce it into the existing system and make it happen. And now I come back to the question, how can we change people's behavior so that they use the stairs instead of the escalator? Who has an idea? Shall we look what they found out and what the result is? It was this. So it's easy to use an idea with some fun to change the behavior of people. So you can see how easy it is. So I see I still have some minutes, so I go through to another chapter, how you can put in some elements in some ideas. Like storytelling, for example, is also a very important part of it. And why is a story so important? Because a story we remember much better than a lot of facts. If you tell a nice story to somebody And imagine when you were a child, I'm sure that your parents told you stories when you were a child, and you still remember those stories, aren't you? And stories you remember, and I want to split this whole in two sides. So this part, I want to ask to look at the movie and to make a story about it. And try to explain after seeing the movie what you saw. And the other side of the whole, I'm gonna ask, try to explain what you saw, but without a story, only with facts. Is that clear? Let's see. So, that was the movie. And I start at this side. Can you explain what you saw with some facts?
Breaking the barriers, maybe. I thought about inclusion first, and then I thought it's breaking the barriers.
Okay, does it explain everything in the movie? Can you tell something about what you saw?
I saw that first they were following each other. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. I don't know.
It's difficult. I think it's clear that's difficult to talk in facts. But now I go to the story side. Can you tell a story? What did you see?
Okay, so I think that there's a big triangle in this house, and another triangle and a ball came to the house to pick it up to go to school. But when the triangle came out of the school house, he or she thought that he or she wants to get one of them. So they kind of had a fight to get rid of the other ones and something.
Exactly, you see, with a story it's much easier to tell. So it's very good to tell something if you have a message to tell, to use a story instead of using facts alone. So what can we learn from a good story? If you think about a good book or a good movie that you saw, what is important? First of all, the content. And then you have to think about the structure as well and the layout. And if you look at the layout, why is a layout important? Imagine you are going to a bookstore, and in a bookstore they are laying many, many books. And how is it possible that you choose that one book? Is it the smell? I know some people who are smelling the books and think, yes, that's the book that I want. Or is it the slogan? Is it the title? Is it music? Why do you choose that book? Think about it. It's very important to know why you do that. If you use music, for example, music has some effect on us. And if you use storytelling, so the choice of music is also very important. For example, if you use fast music, people act faster, quickly. In a restaurant is a tactic. If the restaurant wants to sell a table 2 times in an evening, they use faster music so the people are moving faster and they can sell the table a second time. For example, if you make the good choice of the music, you will sell more. Here you see an example. This fit? Or this one? So I think we agree that if you want to sell wine and you play some classical music, you will sell more wine. And if you sell jeans, the last music choice is much better, I think. Don't you agree? So then you have to look at the structure. If you look at the structure, what's important with the structure? The tension has to be rising. Think at a book or think at a movie. It's important that there is a tension rising up. And the storyline is very important for that. The normal structure is normal that there is an opening. Then the tension is growing a little bit. There was a development, point of crisis, and then the end of the story. This is a classical structure of storytelling. And if this is correctly done, you will see that the book or movie is better. You can analyze every good book. You will find this structure in a good book or a good movie. It's called dramaturgy. Then the content. Why is the content important? The message of the script. Is it credible? Is it recognizable? Is it understandable? But especially, is it authentic? Is it real or is it created? And let's see an authentic short movie. And I put the structure in it so you can see that the structure works very good. Let's see. This is the opening. Exposition.
soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be.
remember who won the race, but this is what they remember. So this was a good story, and there was a credit card company thinking, maybe we can use the story. And the structure is missing, and let's see what happens if you use the same story. And I think the message is not clear.
Derek Redmond didn't finish in first place in the 1992 400 meter. He didn't finish in second, or third, or fourth. He and his father finished dead last. But he and his father finished. Visa, proud sponsor of the Olympic Games and the only card accepted there.
The same story, but total different impact. But Visa created also a story that's not real, it's not authentic, it's made by creative persons, and that story does work, and then you see the structure again in that movie. Let's see what they made. So you see the structure again, and the movie works. So what is the power of a story? It's very important. We remember a story 15 to 20 times longer and better than a list. So I hope I could give you some inspiration, and I showed you the way how we give lectures in the Netherlands, and I wish you a lot of fun today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another huge round of applause, please, for Geberit Jansen. That was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? Definitely giving us all something to think about there. Let's move on now to our next panel discussion. We're going to bring the chairs to the stage. It's all about technology, this one, and how experts believe that technology has got the potential to alter how people learn significantly. And so the topic is from pencils to iPads and refinement in instructional technology. So this is going to be another really, really interesting panel discussion for us this morning, ladies and gentlemen. And to moderate this panel, please could we put our hands together as we welcome to the stage Onyekaki Ginger, I do hope I pronounced that correctly, a CEO and co-founder EduTech Global. Round of applause, everyone.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. This is Marika. I'm in charge of Executive Managing Director of AMIC International, Inc. I was born and raised in Japan, and I am currently based in Singapore, providing English language acquisition coaching services for non-native English speakers. Today, I'm very excited to be here as a moderator of the panel discussion. The topic is From Pencils to iPads, Refinement in Instructional Technology. So before we get started, I'd like to ask you a simple question. How many of you are using the iPad as a learning tool? Okay, thank you. So what about 5 years ago? How many of you have already started to use iPad? Oh, still we have. So how about 10 years ago? Almost nobody, right? Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I guess we did have iPad as a learning tool, but it was not common at all 10 years ago. So, so the past 10 years, or this several years, the usage of the iPad or this kind of digital tools have significantly changed. The capability or the advantages of the capability that we can gain, and the quality of the benefits we can gain has already changed. The range of benefits gained by switching from traditional methods to the iPad has changed dramatically over the past several years. The iPad is now an extremely important educational tool for my business. And as my previous career, I also used to work as a learning and development specialist in the corporate world for a decade. Again, the educational role played by the iPad has been growing continuously throughout the years since then. Now, when we discuss instructional technology, it's not limited to the iPad. It's not about only iPads, smartphones, or learning apps. It also covers the learning structure. As we have seen in the past few days during this conference, instructional technology has the great potential to change the way education is delivered, the way it is structured, and even the way we learn. Therefore, in today's panel discussion, we'd like to discuss the benefits brought by technology as well as the best practices during this digital transformation period, and also the possibilities for the future. Now, I would like to welcome our amazing panelists. Please welcome them with warm applause. So first, Ginger, the CEO and co-founder of EdTech Global. And Hannah, the director and co-founder of Media Alliance Gaming Studio. And last but not least, Chriso, the co-founder and CEO of DigiPro Education. Thank you so much, and I'd like to move on to his seat as well. Right, so, could you please give us a quick self-introduction so that everyone can see each of your backgrounds and the area of specialization? So, Hannah, would you like to start first?
So I'm Hannah Samira. I'm CEO and co-founder of Media Alliance Gaming Studios. My company develops software that gamifies the learning process for schools and also for government institutions, training programs and stuff like that. And my company wouldn't be possible without technology like the iPad.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Onyekachi Jinjeke, known as Ginger, easier to pronounce. So I lead a business in education technology. You know, we're focused on democratizing education in Africa and emerging markets through technology. We'll be speaking about instruction technology and how we see it and what is my everyday reality when it comes to enhancing education with technology. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Christo Christodoulou. I'm the CEO of Digipro Education and founder of the Funenco Research Institute. Over the past 32 years, we have been in the development of technology-enhanced learning solutions that engage and inspires young learners from age of 5 until age of 12, 13 years of age in learning about the 21st century skills, the skills about computing, about digital literacy, about integrating streams into the learning process, storytelling, learning how to be creative, how to be communicative, and how to be happy. Because if you ask a child what you want to be in life, he will tell you, I want to be happy.
Great, thank you. We have amazing specialists here today. So we'd like to move on to our first question. What do you understand to be instructional technology? As I mentioned, it is not only about the iPad or digital tools or that just device. It also covers much more than that. So what do you think? Who'd you like? Yeah, so Hannah.
So my company, like I said, uses games to make learning fun. So I think that that instructional technology is best used when we make it fun. And that's what my company does. I developed something called the HANA SES simulator. So we basically are able to stay true to historic narratives and teach history, but also allow students to test historical what-ifs. What would have happened if leaders would have chose this or that? And I think that that really games are and bringing fun back into learning is the future of instructional technology.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so for me, the way I see it and the way my company sees it is, just like Mariko said, it's beyond just using iPads, computers to learn. This was what most people thought about during COVID, so you could have people in classes just on Zoom or WhatsApp or any live platform, but it was beyond that. It's the design, the development, the management, the evaluation, the utilization of resources and the processes of learning is an end-to-end. And that's how we look at it in EduTech Global. How do we end-to-end manage the learning process with technology? I'm also going to be looking at it today from different perspective, mode of delivery. Regardless of whether it's face-to-face, regardless of whether it's distance learning, what's the role of technology? How has instruction changed over time? Also, from the perspective of, is it the tutor? Is it the student? What kind of experience can create the most impact? And of course, how did we get here? Through the great culture shift, through the pace at which technology is moving in other industries, and how it affects education. Thanks.
Okay, in our company, of course, I agree with the prestigious colleagues here. It's all about pedagogy first. If you do have a well-trained teacher and a good pedagogy structure and definitely an excellent mode of delivery that is flexible and agile and personalized according to student needs, is the most important framework. And then what technology can dress up all this learning environment, it's a different matter. Technology, of course, helps. My first degree is in computer science. I'm an advocate of technology. I am first a technologist, and then I did my pedagogy and teaching sort of academic background. But if the academia if the good pedagogy and the teacher is not there, then, and if you do not get the children interested, then education is just a waste of time. Even if you have butterflies flying in the room, I mean that the teacher should enable the learning process. A good teacher should facilitate and love the children, and all of the learning engineering aspect should come next, and after, definitely. This is what we believe.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you that. So my second question would be, I'd like to ask you instead even deeper, and I'd like to ask you, what has been the biggest impact made by instructional technology tools in your business or in other areas?
Yeah, I think that reframing failure as a learning process is one of the biggest things I've seen technology do in schools, at least the technology that my company creates. I remember one of my testers once told me, like, Hannah, sometimes when I'm playing some of the, let's say, losing branches, I don't feel like, I don't feel defeated. I feel like I'm going, I enjoy it actually. It's a learning process. So I think that's something really important today in school, to teach risk-taking, and we can teach risk-taking by reframing failure as something that's not bad, but part of the learning process. And teachers should exemplify that themselves. And I think that the modern tools that we have today facilitate that.
Right. Oh, okay. So I'll take that next. I'll share a story. So, I mean, we're just told about storytelling. So, in Africa, we have 1.4 billion people. About 70% are youth. And what drives Africans is education. Now, we don't have up to 2,000 universities across Africa. And in Nigeria, for instance, about 2 million people take the exam to get into higher institution. But only about 25% can get in. So you have people taking that exam year after year. And most of the reason why there's that entry barrier is infrastructure. So I'll be looking at it from distance learning. Like I said, I'll be looking at it regardless of whether it's face-to-face or distance learning. So for this question, I'll be looking at it from distance learning. So the impact we've created, which is at the base of the passion we have for education, is giving access to thousands of Africans to be able to go to school, ensuring that people that didn't have that opportunity can go to Ivy League schools in Nigeria. So we have testimonies from students who said, I have the ability to pause my teacher and come back and listen again and listen again. I have the opportunity to collaborate with different people because I have online library. I have other people somewhere in some remote place or some other place using technology to learn. I'm in different communities. So these are the impacts we've seen, giving access to education, even return on investment for the schools. So the schools are not able to generate money, and we have to talk about money at any point in time. But we've smashed the walls of the classroom with technology, and this has enabled institutions to generate more investment, more money, return on investment. So I see the impact from different people, from the school, from the tutor, from the student. The tutors have been able to begin to use digital tools that ordinarily they wouldn't have been using years before. Thank you.
For us, actually, the biggest impact during our 32-year of existence was to get the teachers to use technology constructively in the classroom, teach with technology, teach for technology, and face the children who are learning at much faster paces as the children, the teachers are teaching, especially when you need to teach children about algorithms, about computational thinking, about expert thinking practices, and use technology. Children are embracing these technologies faster. Within 4 seconds, they know if something is relevant to them or not. So they move on to the next one. And teachers, actually, who were never taught in this way, we were all taught in the traditional industrial age education, not the knowledge societies of today, find it very difficult to use technology creatively in the classroom and add value to teaching and learning, and face those young generations that are now embracing it so nicely, and as other people here today said, Of course, they are the digital natives. Now they are the children of the millennials already, so we need to face them creatively.
Thank you. Yeah, we can see so much potential of the instructional technology. And as for my business, I also use the iPad for the learning tools to for the English language acquisition. And one of the things that I was very impressed these days is AI's possibilities for the learning. So for example, if I speak something to the iPad or smartphones, these days AIs can transcript what I said, so which means we don't have to dictate what the students or my clients say. It will be done automatically. And also, the AIs can have the scale like native speakers. So if the AI cannot transcript correctly, that means that there is a room for improvement in their pronunciation. And also we can also have the minutes of the conference, for example. They don't have to be able to listen everything. They can rely on that kind of technology tools as a learning tools as well. It was one of the inspirational change in my field. So so I would like to move on to the next topic, because Chris brought up a very good point, because there are always pros and cons when we try to implement new technologies or new tools. As you said, some teachers find it difficult to make it.
Most of the teachers, at least during the 90s and early 2000s, they were resisting, actually. They didn't want to do it. Actually, teachers start to embrace tool mixture within their instruction after COVID.
Right, so COVID was the biggest...
It was a facilitator, yes, especially for the online learning.
Right, thank you. Yeah, COVID
in schools.
COVID made the online training even more something like common. So yeah, so I'd like to ask you, all of you, what are the challenges you see when you implement these technology tools?
Well, certainly, like it has been said here, it was very difficult to get teachers sometimes to adopt some of the new technologies. However, COVID really helped my company too, because it was very difficult during development. We had a global team, people all over the world having to collaborate. But when it came time to sell products, it's like, oh yeah, we definitely need that, because it was obvious. But I think another challenge is like knowing how to properly integrate it with curriculum, because I don't think anyone here would say like throw out pencils or some of the traditional methods. There's also a lot of studies have shown that, for example, students who take notes with pencils retain the information a lot better. The information recall is better, they do better on tests. So there's definitely something to be said for traditional methods. But we have to find the right blend, and there's definitely a lot of benefits, like has been said here, from new technology such as iPads. So a challenge is getting instructors to adopt the new technology, but also not throwing out the old methods and knowing how to integrate it properly in the classroom.
Right. So for us, you know, when we started 10 years ago, our first focus was how do we democratize domestic universities for Africans? And then lately it's been how do we give them access to global education now that we've stabilized gaining access to the domestic universities. So at that time, adoption was very low. In fact, it took us like 3-4 years to crack the regulatory hurdle in Nigeria specifically. In fact, we launched the first online distance learning with the first university that got the license. So it took 3-4 years to get that, even from the regulators, get the school, work with the school to meet all the requirements. And then we went live after 4. So you can imagine running a business for 4 years, just working to crack regulation. So that was the major issue we had. COVID happened, and things have changed. Now we have universities adopting a certain percentage of face-to-face class, lessons to be actually online. So a hybrid mode of delivery is coming into place. Another problem is, in developing countries, cost of accessing online, technology. You can have offline, but the cost of access, we can stay in Dubai and 24 hours we're online, but in developing countries, that's a huge problem. Having access to internet 24/7, also being able to afford it. That's also another challenge. So you may deploy, and then the students can't use it. So you get to try to develop your platform to be such that it either it has low usage, or you actually let your platform be free from that cost and taking the cost as the company. So these are the challenges we see. Thank you.
Okay. Again, as I said before, the challenges are tremendous. We are in a changing world. We are now moving away from the traditional educational systems of a factory-based education. Now we are in a more open society where education is everywhere. We learn 24/7, not only in schools. Learning should continue and be everywhere and for lifelong. This is the essence of training and retraining people. Companies stay viable and relevant once they change, and they have people who drive through and change. During COVID and right after COVID, we had examples in factories in France that used to do machines for the airplanes, parts, and then they started building masks and doing other things. So this is what is going to happen. We need to teach our children to be agile, to be flexible, to be forward thinkers, and to be ready to change, because change is the only constant factor in our lives. And this is what we need to teach our children to be.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so it seems like apparently there are several challenges when it comes to the implementation. One is the structural issues, like technical issues, budget problems, as well as the mind block of the teachers or the educators. And this reminds me of the time when I worked as a learning and development specialist in the company, because at the time, the company I worked also implement the iPad to the stores. I used to work in the global fashion brand, and each of the stores started to use the iPad as a learning tool for the employees. But there were huge challenges and problems there, like all of you said. For example, some conservative people didn't like to study online. They preferred to use more traditional tools like pencils or notebooks or paper-based materials. So some of them said it's not easy for them to get concentrated on when they use screen, for example, or sometimes they cannot use the internet because of the technical issues, because some of the stores have the really weak connection. Not anymore, I hope, but it was, I guess, 5 or 4 years ago. But yeah, at the time they had technical issues as well. Yeah, so, and also, yeah, as Ginger said, it costs a lot. So even though we made a huge investment at the beginning, most employees were really reluctant to use that kind of tools, which was big problems for the management team as well, and it was also one of the problems as well. So I'd like to ask, probably these problems we have already discussed would be something that some of the participants today would also face in the near future. So I'd like to ask you how you overcame? How did you overcome those challenges?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
The question is, how did you overcome the challenges when for the implementation of the technology tools?
A lot of training, making tutorials like very user friendly. In my case, I spent a lot of time developing my tutorial. I tested it on different generations. I used my dad to test it, who like hates technology. So I knew if I can get him to use it, then anyone can use it. I use, with gaming, you try to use people's core drives to make a game interesting, because a game can be boring, but what drives people to play is tapping into their core drives. Scarcity, wanting to be a part of something, rewards. So I would use stuff like that, which can be used very effectively with digital technology to get people to just do like the tutorial and suck them in. And I think that with technology, it's easier to suck people in because things are faster moving. You can make beautiful graphics. So that's how I did it.
Right. So for us, we have how-to videos, embedded in the platforms. We also spend time, especially when we have long-term relationships with institutions. They have tutors go, they have tutors come in. So we do train the trainer for some tutors, frequently, and then actual direct training to the tutors just to make sure that they're keeping up with the upgrade on the system or understanding if they're coming from somewhere they haven't used it before, or they have used it before but need to understand how these platforms work. That's why we do these trainings. And of course, we have a 24/7 help desks open to students, open to tutors that helps them, work through it. But I think your other question was about the internet issues, if I heard you right. Yeah, so some of the initiatives we have is working with telcos to ensure that we can have some plans that enables the student to pay zero, whenever they're on the platform. As far as they're on the platform, then they don't get to pay anything. All that we work back into our cost. So those are some of the ways we have creatively taken care of that.
Okay. Actually, we have been for 32 years now trying to overcome the problem of using technologies in the classroom. At first, we used a lot of games. Children used to come to our classes because there were computers there back in the 90s, and they got to play with games. Then I realized that, okay, this is a nice attraction for children. Then we had the internet. Not all of them had internet in their homes. They could have computers, but not internet. So we attract them by using the internet in the classes and trying to teach them to find the right information from the abundance of links and types of information, not only in text, but also trying to find information in videos and graphs. And by the start of the 2000s, even a little bit before, we start to say, okay, we should develop a systemic solution that teachers and students alike can have fun, can follow in a good systemic way. The lessons are going to be age appropriate, the projects could be cross-curricular, age-appropriate, but also school-wide project that the teachers can follow, because overcoming a problem of having the teacher teach in today's classrooms, the teachers can, of course, find a lot of information here and there and everywhere, but they still need to spend lots and lots of time to make learning relevant and children to stay in class and actually having value from this learning. So what we have done over the past 25 years, and we are still doing, it's never-ending story, developing good quality content that it's sequential, that it's systemic, that has a lot of assessment not only of hard skills, but also of soft skills. So not only the child's ability to understand, comprehend, and use, which is the lower level thinking skills, but the child's ability to share, the child's ability to analyze, to create new knowledge, to be creative, to be innovative. But we can be innovative, and we need to add value with our innovation. So those are the lessons that we try to supply the teacher community, either virtually or face-to-face, with good solutions that are valued for them, and they don't have to have 4 or 5 hours preparing for a lesson, but only use fewer hours to prepare and still be great teachers. This is how we did it. By developing FunEcole, I have to say it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the adequate information providing is the crucial thing to get more access to everyone. Maybe it's like the tutorial or the trainers or the teaching the teachers. So to be knowledgeable about the technology, to enhance the literacy of the educators or teachers themselves would be very crucial points to solve the problems, you mean?
Yes, it's not like enforcing teachers to do something or enforcing children. Nowadays, you cannot do that. Is inspire them to be imaginative, to find and solve their own problems. So making it all relevant, I think, is the clue. And when I say to teachers, when we teach teachers, I said to them, make learning relevant and fun, and leave the rest to the children to do, because they are the ones who should be in the driver's seats, not the teachers, not anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree. I found in my experience that the best was to let teachers just give it to the kids. And when teachers would see that the kids are motivated to learn through a given platform or system, they see that their job's a lot easier too. So I was always encouraging teachers to help me test, take a beta version, give me feedback. And when teachers see that actually some of these technologies can make their lives easier and facilitate the teaching process, it helps them adopt these technologies.
Yes, same here. Because teachers in Africa are beginning to use digital tools, they're seeing the personal development, So there's a lot of, they're being motivated, really, to use digital tools. And we know that the students are far ahead of teachers when it comes to digital tools.
Oh,
so
that is definitely.
Yes.
And they get bored of these technologies very
Exactly.
easily, so they want more and more.
Exactly. So I think it's a win-win situation, yes.
Right, thank you. So now I'd like to ask you, so now we have covered the challenges or the best practices of the technologies, and we will have more in the future. So I'd like to ask you, what is the future of the instructional technology? What do you see in the technology, instructional technology fields? Or what would you like to achieve or accomplish with the technology?
Well, the sky's the limit with technology. That's the future. So it depends on where we take it. I think, like I said before, we have to really see how we integrate it with traditional methods, because in the end of the day, we are human. So there's certain things like writing with a pencil helps us remember the information better. The study I was referring to by Princeton University found that students who would take notes with a pencil would say things more in their own words, whereas if they were facilitated with typing, they were just parroting what the professor was saying. So we have to identify what is it about the traditional methods that sometimes are better, and try to use that in technology. Like for example, if I'm creating a platform and I'm aware of that, making it such a way where students can't just parrot off what a professor is saying, forcing them to do the thinking, which those types of systems can be built with technology, but they can only be built if we're aware of the problems and the advantages and disadvantages. And I think that we're never going to be able to throw out traditional methods of learning too. So it's the proper integration.
I agree. We can't throw away. I mean, I still have my paper with me. So we're not going to throw away the traditional way of learning. However, within EduTech Global and within the industry, this is the feature I see. I see for face-to-face learning, probably smart decks, no more just the ordinary decks, a lot, virtual, people don't have to do remote learning and then have to go to school face-to-face to do their labs. It's going to be a lot of virtual environment. I see gamification coming a lot because I had to pull out my 3-year-old at that time from school because the Zoom wasn't working in their school. So I said, you know what, if you had a game, in your school, you would have learned more. I see subscription-based learning. One of the impact of using technology for distance learning is it reduces cost for the student. So study loans are, impacted positively. To improve that even better, subscription-based learning, is what I see in the future. And a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity in the edtech space. So that's how I see it.
Okay, I believe in harmony. I believe in the right blend in the classroom. And I believe that the teacher should always listen to what the children want, need, or desire, and use the right blend accordingly. It's not a recipe that fits all. We are learning, we are dealing with individual students, we are dealing with individual children, so we need to abide by their needs and dance to their tunes. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. Yeah. So even if the technology has been evolved even further, I think nothing can be automated 100% in the educational field. I guess it's a really convenient tools to make it easier or make it more fun to learn. But there should be something that soft skills will be necessary. I mean, it's easier, for example, to track the training record, a learning record, if we use the technology tools. But if somebody is not catching up what they are supposed to do, it's not always, we cannot see the fact with the data.
Yeah, something else I didn't speak about is I see an AI-driven future where, when I said I got my little child out of school, because for me, the question was, what does he need to learn? He's probably going to be counting 1 to 10 for how many years? So it was, what exactly does he need to learn? Now, I had to do that analysis myself. But if there's, there's an AI-driven platform that simulates or, based on my talents, based on different things, because this little boy could do a lot of things and just wasn't understanding what the teacher was saying online, because a lot of children will be making noise, they're all unmuted, and so an AI-driven platform that, identifies what I need to learn, based on what I want to do, that's very key, because some of us just go through the traditional learning. And that's why we have a challenge in online learning, assessment. My big question is always, what exactly are we assessing? Thanks.
Actually, for me and the children, it doesn't matter what they know or what we teach them to learn, but it matters what they do if they don't know. Do they surrender? Do they find answers? Do they pinpoint on other children or teachers that can help them? What is their mentality? This is what we need to develop mostly, not their knowledge. Google is the owner of knowledge, we all know that for years, but their attitudes, their habits of mind, and what they do when they want to collaborate and create and solve problems with others and all of that.
Yeah, that kind of ties into what I was saying about reframing failure. like what do children do when they feel like they failed in class or they need help, and that I think is actually digital solutions are able to really improve that today, because you have a teacher with like 30 students. With the digital solutions, the students can get feedback right away. Through a game, they can feel like, oh, maybe I went down the wrong path, I got the wrong answer, but you can do it in such a way where it's a learning experience, and they don't maybe feel bad about the failure, but they look at it as a learning experience and grow through it. So I think in this area of reframing failure, that digital solutions are excellent and really helping the classroom.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it's time to ask a question from the audience. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, panelists. It's a good, really it's thoughtful, the panels. And I'm working at the university, and also I have a daughter. And so sometimes I have a question to me also. That, for example, when I communicate with my daughter and also her friends, and even for my young researchers in the university, so sometimes they have a question in the nature and also the textbook, and so usually we'd like to communicate with them. So what is are you thinking about that? But sometimes, not sometimes. Nowadays it's very frequent. So they told me, okay, so I will ask to teacher Google, such like that. So sometimes I'd like to communicate with them more deeply, but they have already solutions, such kind of that. So you said the brand is the very important. However, so sometimes, so how to communicate with them for the future? So now question to me. So if you have some comments to the future communications by using such kinds of the digital infrastructure for as education to them. So if you have some comments or such like to communicate to the younger generation.
If I hear you correctly, so how do you communicate with your children in this age?
Yeah, because they have solution to the ask to the digital contents.
Okay, so they know more than us. So how do we stay on top, if that's what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, true.
Okay, which is why we spoke about tutors learning as well. It involves parents as well. There's a later session today on teacher-parent relationship and how it impacts students. Fortunately, I'm on that panel. So I have children of different generation. I have from 6 to 22. And it's different communicating with them. So I have the 6-year-old going on 10, because what he knows sometimes floors the 22-year-old who probably learned it in school. But this 6-year-old is learning it on the go and feels sometimes, he says, we're lame because we don't understand it. So what we do is stay ahead, learn, so that we can also communicate at that level. So we don't say, oh, this is not my generation, I don't need to be communicating at this level. You need to also stay at their pace, know what they're doing, learn with them, because that 6-year-old cannot finish his course end to end on a one day without me getting involved. So yes, they have more answers, but we can lead them. They know where they're going to. They just need someone to lead them, and we need to be informed to be able to lead them on that journey. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, tripod.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, now you're able to hear me probably. So I'm a professor in augmented and virtual reality for 20 years, and I'm now looking into use of virtual reality and AR techniques for education. And what I would like to know from you is, because I come from a purely research area into this field, and you are the ones using what we do at the end of the day, how open is the education sector and the classrooms to these techniques, and how familiar do you think the education sector is to benefits as well as challenges that can come with these technologies?
You mean the augmented reality technologies?
Augmented reality technologies and virtual reality technologies.
Okay, I think that everywhere in the world at the moment, children are very excited and students with augmented reality, and also teachers, if anything, is the first thing that they are using augmented reality, because it's a 3D learning, sort of speak, that gives context and content to the children's ability to learn. Imagine to have a 3D heart, to dismantle this heart and see what is inside and look at the heart beating. So it's these are very, very useful tools in technology, and actually is the first tools that we teach teachers to use, alongside with everything else, of course. So if you are developing augmented reality apps, we would like to know more about them, and so that we can use them in the classrooms.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just say that I'm kind of on both sides of the coin there, because I'm a software developer, and it was always a challenge for me to get schools. I was on the marketing side too, marketing my products, and getting schools to see, teachers and instructors to see the benefits of my products and to be able to break through the bureaucracy to get it adopted. But I think that Generation Z has grown up with technology, and they're eager to, they want more, and if we can just get better products into schools and teachers and instructors can see the benefits that they bring, then that's actually what breaks down the walls, because the kids are, like has been said here, are eager for this latest technology.
Yes, they are eager for more, and they are eager always for different things. They get bored easily, unfortunately.
So to answer the question of how ready is the world out there, I mean, we just went through online learning. People are getting used to it. People are putting it in as a mainstay in schools, so that when something like COVID happens again, people are ready. VR, AR environment is going to take its time, but not much, because it already has the right platform to ride on. The acceptance is going to happen by sharing the benefits. Exposing it more, doing a lot more demos, exposing it more to the academia. And that will help its penetration in the industry. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Right, so this concludes our panel discussion, and I hope you find it inspirational. And I'd like to, thank you so much for the wonderful panelists.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our fabulous panelists. What an interesting discussion that was. Thank you very much, ladies. And next this morning, we move on to a fireside chat, and this time it's all about educational games as a learning method and how does this work. And I'm going to invite up to the stage, first of all, to lead this fireside chat. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Hannah Samira.
Hello, so I guess I'm moderator. So I, like I said, work with software development. We gamify the learning process. We especially deal with historic subjects, but we're interested now in getting more into STEM, engineering, sciences. So that's my passion, is making learning fun, because I believe that learning shouldn't be the antithesis of fun. Somewhere in early education, I think we lose that. So with that said, I'd like to introduce my other panelists, Dr. Asli. And Dr. Arindam Banjari. Good morning, everyone. So we're all in different fields, but gamifying the learning process is something that's we're all passionate about and all interested in here. So I'll start with the first question. Teaching games, making teaching more efficient through games. How do you guys do that? Have you seen that done in your practices? And do you see any disadvantages of using games and technology to teach?
Actually, we know there's no doubt that the technological tools that we've been talking about earlier with the iPad, the pencil to iPad, and the previous days, the gaming contributes to more efficient teaching and learning. And it is a learning resource that is gaining success in education. However, we really have to be clear of what the role of the teacher is, because if we just adopt gaming and gamification in the classroom and we don't see or we don't clearly define the role of the teacher, then in the schools, the parents would think, okay, why am I paying so much money? What is my learner, my student, my child is learning? And also, the other side is sometimes teachers, they are threatened by all of these technologies, and they feel that it may replace them. So we have to find that happy medium, and I think you mentioned earlier that integration of the gamification, the technological tools are just going to enhance your job. They're going to make things easier. Concepts that you would have trouble explaining it can be used through gamification to make students reduce the fear of failure. They can try it over and over. They can practice it at home. So the game actually facilitates and enhances learning. So to me, that is the message that we have to get across to the educator, to the teacher, and also to parents.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, ma'am. For those who haven't been yesterday, a short introduction of what I do. I am a professor and assistant dean of a university here, which is an Australian university. And interestingly, I carry a PhD in education leadership in the area of happiness in the classroom. And I also carry a PhD in quantitative finance. So primarily, I teach finance in the classroom, and I've been in Dubai for almost a couple of decades. Now, on the topic of discussion today, I think we are overwhelmed by the concept of gamification in the classroom. But gamification is not something new. Gamification in education has been for decades, for centuries actually. The only change that has happened today is the digitization of gamification. Now, let's think of a game of chess. If you consider this game of a chess, it primarily helps you to strategize how you can work at a workplace and also how you can strategize in a war situation. But we never spoke much about a game of chess before, primarily because the infiltration of digitization never happened. Today, more number of people are playing chess on the digital platform than they are playing in a non-digitized platform. Game of Monopoly, game of cash flows, has been there even before the first video game was conceptualized. So gamification has always been there. There hasn't been an active participation of educational stakeholders to embed that as a part of curriculum learning, as a part of pedagogy inside the classroom. But it has always been there. Now, let's understand again, once again, coming back to the topic of discussion, how games has become so important to today's world. Today, we won't be having this discussion if the infiltration and the mushrooming growth of online education system wouldn't have happened during the COVID and the post-COVID period. Today we understood that yes, students can still be engaged and more engaged on an online platform vis-a-vis the traditional chalk and talk method of learning and teaching. And that's the reason why we are speaking today in this 3-day conference. Gamification was there. Gamification has been there for a long time. It will be there for a very long time. The only difference being we will be digitizing gamification more as compared to the traditional use of gamification. I will cite examples later on how from a very primary to tertiary and to higher education gamification is played. Just to cite a few examples, not going to the details right now. Today, 17 million active users are there in Minecraft education. If the kid comes and tells, I'm playing Minecraft, the father may not say anything to the kid, the mother would beat the kid up. I mean, if you are from Asian subcontinent, you have a practice of beating the kid. But the moment the school says, no, Minecraft education is something which is very interesting, it will help the kid to learn the subject better, the mom is fine. 17 million active users of Minecraft. Let's talk of higher education. Today, Stanford's IDEO Design School of Thinking has introduced a very traditional game-based platform of how complex problems can be broken down into simpler problem-solving solutions through the 5-stage design thinking process, which is nothing but an extension of a traditional game-based learning platform. I'll talk about that later on. So from very primary level to tertiary level to higher education, games are omnipresent. The only difference being how the stakeholders use the games and how the participants engage in the game, both inside and outside the classroom.
Yeah, I also want to make a distinction between using a game to teach, just any game, and a game that was specifically designed to harness the power of games. Because what is it about a game that's interesting? Some games are boring. You can't just make it digital and then it's fun to play. We like games, like you mentioned, games have been played, for centuries, since as long as humans have been around. And it's not digital that makes them interesting. So we can't slap game mechanics onto a subject and say, oh, now it's going to be more effective, now we'll be able to teach it. We have to ensure that we're tapping into human core drives, like wanting to be a part of something, rewards, autonomy, all these things that drive us as human beings, tapping into those core drives to make the learning process better.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree what you both mentioned. And I like the mentioning, Hannah, the rewards, because gaming actually provides short-term rewards. And they're great motivators if they're selected in a well-thought manner, okay? I think the thing that teachers, and I'm only speaking on behalf of teachers because I'm myself a teacher and I'm a teacher trainer, we have to be very careful on choosing gamification in our classroom and augmenting to our curriculum. But if it's done the right way, then yes, it is a great motivator. It would not be boring. It would be really providing rewards to the students, and it will enhance learning. But it has to be carefully selected, and it has to be not replacing the teacher. So it's a tool, just like iPad is a tool. All of the instructional technology tools that are coming up, thanks to the pandemic or before the pandemic. But we really have to understand that if I'm teaching, let's say, at our university, we have a petroleum engineering degree, and we do have drilling simulators that are actual oil field drill equipment, but they are simulators. And our students who are majoring in petroleum engineering and geosciences, they do that simulation, they practice there, they learn how to drill oil, but in a safe environment. They're not really in the oil field. They are right in this lab, but they do the simulation, and the equipment they are using, they are authentic. They're real, authentic simulators. So that type of practice is very good. So by the time our student gets a degree and goes to the oil field, works for ADNOC, they've used it. They've tried these equipments in a safe environment. So now the real world, they know how to use it. Or they will require less training to use the actual drilling equipment, because they've used it something exact the same in a simulation format. So that is, to me, that's the thing that we always have to keep in mind. It doesn't replace the teacher. Gaming doesn't replace the content of the curriculum, but it is an enhancer. It's something that is well thought. You look at it, you select for individualized students also. See your students. Those who lack teamwork, maybe they will learn how to work with each other. Those who need problem-solving practices, they can use gaming to improve their problem-solving processes. So that's my take on it.
That's really interesting, like simulating risk-taking in a low-risk environment. That's a really good example.
Let me give some specific examples of simulators used across the globe in educational institutions since this topic came. The leading creator of simulations in the world is Harvard Business School. Harvard Business School creates, sells, and makes money as much as they make in business cases in simulation. How many of you have seen one of the most wonderful Hollywood movies based on Captain Sully? Captain Sully. So primarily, a Bollywood movie was also made inspired from it called The Runway 34 recently. If any Indians are here, they would know. Primarily, a plane encounters an engine failure and goes through a very rough patch, and Captain Sully had to crash land the plane, a belly landing on the Hudson River. Not a single person was injured, and everyone was safe at the end of the day. But there was a commission that was, which was set up on Captain Sully for a different reason. But when asked how did he manage to land a plane so safely on the Hudson River, the answer was very simple. I had already simulated this before. Simulation used to be the bread and butter of pilots. Recently, my son, who is 15 years, had completed a simulation of A380, and he told me that the experience was wonderful. Today, simulation is not restricted to the aviation industry. INSEAD Business School created one of the epic simulations of business strategy called the Blue Ocean Strategy game, based on the book written by two wonderful professors who are both tenured professors at INSEAD. A Blue Ocean Strategy basically mimics the future what-if scenarios if the situation goes out of favor, if the situation is in favor, and if the situation remains status quo. So primarily, it mimics the different kind of what-if scenarios and what would be the outcome if such a scenario in the future hits the business world. So how can a business manager move from a red ocean to a blue ocean in trying to explore unexplored business opportunities in the future? Pure mimicking the situation. The Mount Everest simulation created by the Harvard Business School teaches you leadership in times of crisis, team building. And there are several simulations which are created, CapSim, MarkStrat, and several such simulations which in universities we keep on doing. We keep on engaging our students. But what is so important in terms of a simulation which a traditional teaching method cannot do? Primarily, simulation is active engagement of the student, where the student is not just a passive listener, but active participant in the decision-making process of the business. He is able or she is able to engage in active risk-taking, as my dear participant, discussant was speaking about, active risk-taking situations. And the stakes of a wrong outcome is not very high because you are in a classroom, you are not in a business situation where real money is involved. Today, simulation has become more popular in business schools than a traditional case-based method, which still remains prevalent. So simulation is one of the very important ingredients by which students can learn how to collaborate, how to take risk, how to understand different business scenarios, and more than above, how to understand that situations can always go out of hand and you can be prepared for the unprepared. And when you're prepared for the unprepared, you can survive extreme weather conditions like the COVID. So I think gamification today is, as I said, is very deep-rooted in the way by which we as higher education providers are looking. Not just the simple way of gamification through video games, but through engagement and very content-rich learning.
Thank you. That brings me to another point that I've been thinking about in my practice. You mentioned that people remember what they do more than what they read. And a panelist at the beginning, first day, mentioned something like that too. And we found that in our business that for the purpose of retaining the knowledge through gaming, we can do that much more effectively because we can pass, I like to call it layers. So I split the knowledge up into like different layers so the student maybe sees it through a documentary for a few seconds, then hears it from an advisor in the simulator, then interrogates a spy in the simulator, and the game mechanics are made in such a way where the knowledge is split conveniently into different layers and then passed on to the user in different ways and in multiple ways. Like in marketing, they say your mind has to be touched 7 times in different ways to remember something. So I think of it the same way as learning, that you're touching the student's mind, giving them maybe the same message in different ways. And we found that we were able to teach a great amount of knowledge in a shorter amount of time with our simulators. For example, our historic simulator is over 500,000 words. That's not counting all the dialogues. And if I were to give a teacher like all the information that's in the simulator and ask them, how long is this going to take you to teach? They'd probably say, oh, a semester, like I don't have time. But I give them the simulator and the kids play it for a few days in class. They like it, so they play it at home. And it really facilitates the learning process in a faster way, the gleaning of knowledge in a faster way.
Yeah, definitely. I do like that level of getting enough practice and opportunity. I read recently that what does technology, how should we use technology in the classroom? Actually, things that are harder to do, that, as you said, all of these words, if you ask the teacher, can you use this many words or this many hits or vocabulary, they would have said it would take me a semester or 2 semesters. But by just doing a gamification, the students can utilize it outside of the classroom, in class, and use it a lot more materials and content, cover it more. So anything that you find as an educator that it will require either more time of yourself, more of your time, or you don't have the stamina or the capability or whatever, then utilize technology. Things that are harder to do by humans, it's better to use technology to enhance it and make it more effective. But there are things that technology cannot replace. For example, the sense of belonging, developing trust, self-confidence in the students, understanding their emotions. I think earlier we talked about happiness and how to understand the student to feel that they belong in the class. All of that technology will not replace it, okay? We still need the teachers. We need educators who care and who are sensitive. And so that aspect of it, we should not be afraid that technology will replace us. But the things that, that can be done more effectively with technology, it's better. It's better to use technology, actually. So that's one of the things that I always try to get across to my faculty is don't be threatened by technology. For instance, just an example, and I know this doesn't have to be gamification, but flipped learning. Flipped learning, all of us could incorporate into our teaching, which means your students can get a video or do a game to understand the main concept of the subject or the topic you want to cover during this week. You give them ahead of time. They do normally what they normally do in class. You're talking, they do it through little short videos or reading or a game before class. When they come to class, then do the actual solving problems. So what we normally, traditionally, we give them as homework, okay? That's the things you want to do it in class so you could be there to help them. If they struggle with the calculus, if they struggle with the engineering model, you're there. You can actually interject, you could work with the teams and look who's struggling and help them. So it's not really it's just really flipping the class, taking the traditional and taking it out of the class where it's not teacher talk and bringing what normally they do alone at home or in the dorms, you bring them into the classroom. So the same thing, gamification, it's very helpful, and actually it will empower the teacher if they use it in a real way. And they also try it. They shouldn't just select a game and say, use this game, we bought it from Hannah and this is, software engineer designed it. I don't know anything about it, but go ahead and apply it and use it. No, that's not effective. Teachers, we should learn it, apply it, try it, go through it, even fail in front of our students. Show them that we don't know everything. So that's my way of thinking of like constructivism. Learn with your students and apply the technology and show them that you are human and you are actually, you might be, most likely you are from another generation. So this is so totally a new era, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes gaming can also bring the human element, into teaching more. And I'm thinking of an example, the game Fold It. I don't know if you guys have heard of Fold It from the University of Washington. It was a game, basically, I don't understand the folding of proteins, but it's a very complex scientific problem. There was a particular AIDS virus protein that the University of Washington was spent years trying to figure out how to replicate a 3D model of the enzyme. And a computer science student at the university created a game which would allow students to create the model through gaming. And the game started outperforming the algorithms. So it's an example of, we always hear about algorithms outperforming humans, and in the future, AI and robots are going to take over. But this is an example of actually where humans, through gaming, like I said, that taps into our core drives of achievement and competition and challenge, was actually able to outperform the algorithms. And it was just a few days, a student playing this game was able to solve the problem. Something like 15 days, and this was a question that the algorithms and professors through algorithms have been grappling with for years. So on the topic of higher education, I'm interested in hearing from both of you who are professors. What are the challenges of adopting gamification in higher education?
Thank you. Actually, this project was a very long-drawn project of the University of Washington, where actually professors and students and other stakeholders collaborated to figure out how to break a very complex problem in creating the very simpler solutions to it. Now, we heard from Professor Dr. Astley about human touch, this reminds me of one of my great inspirations, Bruce Lee. In his Enter the Dragon, he says, boards don't kick back. Yes, and Excels don't have a soul. They are only enablers. Technology is just an enabler. I think we are giving too much of importance to technology as somebody who would replace us one day. We are very threatened. Yes, we say robots will replace us. Please understand, whether they will replace or not will depend upon which robots we create. So if they replace us, we are to be blamed because we are creating somebody to replace us. That's beyond the point. I'll talk about a very simple statement here. Our topic of discussion, education game as a learning method. Imagine if this topic was educational game as a teaching method. Would our discussion change? One word, learning and teaching. We are speaking as a learning method. That means we are keeping the student at the center stage, not the teacher. And that's where the importance of gamification comes. I'll give you an example. We are all talking of technologically enabled game. Let me speak about a game which has become one of the most popular games across industries in understanding the 5 steps of design thinking process. I'll take a couple of minutes before I speak the challenge. Stanford's IDEO Design School of Thinking is one of the leading design thinking institutes in the world. And in Dubai, for those who do not know, we have a district called a design district, Dubai Design District called D3. What do we do, or what do Stanford do? They created a 5-stage model which includes the human and non-human elements of breaking complex problem into simpler forms or simpler solution. What does it involve? Empathize, a very human element, define, prototype, discuss, and test. So primarily, you have been given a very complex problem. For example, a complex problem of people not taking escalators, though they know it is better to take an escalator to keep yourself fit, but they won't, stairs. They won't take stairs, they would take escalators. It's a very complex problem, because how will you force people to actually climb the escalators? So why don't you bring something which is more interesting, where people think that let me enjoy walking up the stairs rather than thinking we are doing an exercise in walking up the stairs. So the mindset has to be changed. So bring some kind of gamification. Here there is no digital element here of gamification. So what the people did, where the experiment was created, very simple. They painted the entire floor the colors of the reeds of a piano, which is black and white, and they fixed preset tunes below those stairs. The moment you are stepping on a stair, a particular tune would sound, and you are becoming a creator of a music. So you actually enjoy stepping on the stairs, on the steps of the stairs, because you feel now you are a creator, you are a composer of a music, because you can listen to what you have created. A simple solution to a very complex problem of making people climb up the stairs. Now coming back to games, Stanford believed that let us not create a technologically advanced game in order to understand how people would try to break down a complex problem into simpler solution. So they brought this problem into a non-technology based game. It's called a marshmallow challenge. What's a marshmallow challenge? We have a group of people here. We divide the entire group into groups of 5, and we give each of them 20 spaghetti sticks, 1 marshmallow, a few yards of a string, and a sellotape or adhesive tape. You are given 45 minutes to create the tallest spaghetti tower, very simple, but the tower has to stand with the spaghetti, made of spaghetti, with the marshmallow on the top of it. Now you might be thinking it's so simple because the marshmallow is very light, but when you start creating and putting the marshmallow on the top, it will not stand if you have not created a proper framework. It's called the Marshmallow Challenge. It's practiced around the globe. It's an excellent game of team building, understanding each other, empathize, prototype, because it's going to break in the first, when you're making it for the first time. Prototype, test, discuss, define, everything, nothing technical here. But basically what it does, it brings the entire concept of design thinking in a form of a very traditional game. To me, I'm a very old school. to me, gamification is all-encompassing. All-encompassing. The issue here is how much of a balance between technology-enabled games and non-technology-enabled games we should be exposing our children to. That's a big question. And coming to the challenge, I think the biggest challenge, I'm a father of 2 kids. And one is 15 and one is 10. The 10-year-old has made it very clear, I'm not going to study at all unless you allow me to play the video games. And he comes up with his own way of defining how he learns better. But the mom is very difficult to explain. The question here is, how can we strike the right balance between how much technology we would like our children to get exposed to, because already they're exposed to technology front, and how much of games can be taught through the non-technology front. I think we are not giving a serious thought to it. And I'm talking from my personal experience, not on behalf of others, because there will be a time where we will start forgetting that there are other ways to also bring games inside the classroom. And those are very traditional ways of learning methods. That's my very personal take, a bit contrarian, as contrary to most people think that today it's all about the device. Games can also be played without the device, but that will involve our stakeholders' participation. A video game doesn't involve anybody's participation because the child or the student can do it on its own. But other forms of game, we need to be involved. I think that's where the challenge lies. Technology is here to stay, but to what extent we would like our kids to be exposed, the question is not answered.
I really like that point because, like I said at the beginning, we have to make a distinction between games and games that are designed specifically to teach, that are high quality, that really give value to our kids. Because, like you said, I mean, games have been around for centuries, and there's a lot of great games that are not necessarily digital. Only Generation Z is very familiar with these digital tools. So it's sort of speaking in their language, using the digital tools as a medium to bring games and create something that they're familiar with. But I agree. Like I personally am not big on screens. I also have kids. I try to minimize their screen time. But I also realize that at some point I have to join hands with the screens because that's the reality of the world that they're growing up in. So I'm interested, Dr. Asli, of what your take is on some of the challenges that you encounter in higher education.
Yes, definitely. I think both of you, what you mentioned, I do agree 100%. I would only add access, you know, to be able, many people from different socioeconomic to have access to the tools. And the second thing that I worry about is gaming, the tools being obsolete, you know, because there's always something better always coming up. So just keeping up with it, you know, that would be one thing. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to give a short moment for anyone who'd like to ask questions in the crowd. Yeah.
Hi, hello. Thank you very much. I think it's been a very exciting talk with regards to gamifications. I'm an educator, all right, as well as a researcher, and I've created games for universities. I've created a role-playing game that merges fantasy with reality to teach university students on soft skills, on 21st century skills. Being an advocate of gamification, I sometimes get questions from other educators that makes me think with regards to what kinds of skills are we as educators willing to sacrifice with regards to training, all right? Because I train healthcare professionals. I I train them using virtual reality and games, right? But then I don't think I'm willing to accept a surgery from a surgeon who has only used virtual reality most of the time for training, you know. And I teach health communication to students, to healthcare students, which we didn't need to teach, you know, for traditional, during the traditional way of learning. But now, when healthcare professional counsels, they are more familiar and they're more comfortable with telemedicine than with face-to-face communication with the patient, right? So, you know, I'd like to know your insights as experts. What kinds of skills are we willing to sacrifice in the Gen Z population as we move forward, you know, in terms of training? Thank you.
I would actually just say we don't need to sacrifice any. If we have to sacrifice, then that tool is not useful. Because why should we sacrifice? The tools, they have to be enhancing or adding value. If they're not adding value, then I think it's, we're missing the whole purpose of learning.
Let's be very specific to the question on skills. The Sustainable Millennium Development Goals by United Nations body UNESCO in 2021 has set 20 key skills for the future. If you look at these skills as compared to the previous list, which was published 5 years back, a lot of reshuffling in the skills have happened, especially during the COVID and the post-COVID. Some of the skills that we are looking for that the workplace will be looking for are critical thinking, emotional quotient or emotional intelligence. More than anything else, IQ had always been predominant. Now it's all about emotion. How you can manage different situations, not manage yourself, but manage others. And the third is decision-making skills. In each of these skills, it requires two participants to collaborate. So you are a trainer, and you are echoing my thoughts. I always believe that there is always an element of one-on-one which can never be replaced, no matter whatever you do. So I think these skills are not replaceable skills, they are transferable skills. So you are not sacrificing, as Professor has said, anything. You are transferring the skills to another, and he would or she would then transfer it to somebody else, because you will have a new set of participants to transfer your skills. So your skills would always remain an indispensable element, only the participants will change.
Yeah, thank you. I think the key here is enhancement. So it doesn't replace anything, but the simulators and these digital solutions allow you to basically practice more. Any other questions? We'll take one more.
My name is Humaira Naseem, and I'm a mindset coach, and I coach teenagers to identify their true potential. While talking about gamification, one thing that gamification does is that it creates addiction towards an educational game, and it's like kind of a dopamine dose for the child. And it can hook the child to a thing that he or she doesn't have that, inner calling for. So how does gamification can overcome this challenge of identifying the true passion or the potential of students?
So the question is like how to properly use games to get students addicted to the right things.
What their passions are, rather than addicted to games that just give them a dopamine dose?
Yeah, like I said, we have to be very conscious as the creators of how we're designing these games, because not every game has educational value. A lot of games are just addictive. And we think of addictive, it sounds very negative, but if we're using it for the right purposes, if we're creating content that's valuable, that really educates our kids, then the addictive elements of gaming can be very powerful. They can drive our students to learn more. So I think that's on the side of the creators. And as consumers, we should demand that of creators.
Definitely. I think the emotional intelligence that we were talking earlier about, equipping the students to learn how to manage their time, how to, the design of the gaming also should be meeting those type of, preventing the negative addiction. Yes, so it's all involved.
I'm not very sure whether this would be convincing. But I'm not sure, even as humans, we can identify passions of someone. To be very honest, if you ask any kid of 7 to 8 years old who have been allowed to be on the screen for a long time, what do you want to become when you grow up? A gamer. When I was doing my thesis on happiness in the classroom, I got this answer, a gamer. That definitely is not the passion. Definitely not the passion. It's the excitement of the game. So the oxytocins are flowing very fast. So the happy hormones are flowing. But that's not a lifelong something, is a desire of that kid. So I think here, to understand the passion of somebody through technology, I'm not sure what kind of research is going in the advanced countries on that, but we should not even try thinking on the lines that video games should be a mode to identify, or game should be a way by which we should be focusing to identify somebody's passion. That's my personal take. I think it should be a constant discussion between the parents and the teachers to understand what the student or the kid actually speaks when he is not in the game mode, what he wants to become. That will help one to understand through that constant counseling and interactive feedback mechanism to understand what's that hidden gem inside that kid. That's my take.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause going for our wonderful panel and all our speakers, and all our fireside chats and panel discussions this morning have been absolutely fantastic. And it is now that time where we hand out our awards, ladies and gents, so please do keep the clapping going. We have got our lunch break coming up, but before that, it is time to celebrate your successes, which is really, really important. So please welcome to the stage to present the awards this morning. Could you please put your hands together for Elsa Malak, a founder of Blue Monarch Group, which is a psychology-based marketing agency. Thank you very much, Elsa. And again, we are going to start with the Outstanding Leadership Award, which is an incredible achievement. Please make some noise for our first winner. It's Dr. Anu Jessan. Congratulations, Dr. Anu. Put your hands together one more time, everybody. Dr. Anu Jessan. And the next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ritu Vasis. Well done, Ritu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor and privilege to be here on an international platform and to receive an award amidst educators, researchers, scientists, and many more. First of all, I would like to thank my parents for nurturing, inculcating, and becoming a best version of myself in this full competitive world. I have been working in the field of education since last 19 years, and I dedicate this award to my parents, my husband, and children. I am highly thankful to the Jury of Education Tour Conference for considering me for this award. I am highly thankful for these 2 days which I have been engaged with such an educational fraternity, and I am really thankful to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ritu. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Laxman Pokral. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gents, as Laxman comes to the stage. Congratulations, Laxman.
Hello. It is really huge honor for me to receive this Outstanding Leadership Award at this moment. So let me remember the first day at my school as a formal teacher that didn't work for even 30 days. I was out of the school and staying outside the gate of that school. I had guts to become teacher, not only teacher, but also the best teacher in the country. After 7 years of struggle, I got the first award in my country, Best Teacher Award. And today, I got another first award in this prestigious international platform. Thank you, Education 2.0 and the jury members for believing me to get this award. I'm grateful to everyone who have supported me in my journey, my family, my friends, my students, all past, current, and future students, my teachers, everyone who supported me. Let me dedicate this award to my wife. She really supported me with her extraordinary efforts. My son, my daughter, my parents, my colleagues at Phoenix College of Management, and also at Prosection. Similarly, I must thank everyone. I'm the one receiving this award at this stage, but there are many more people outside of this stage who have really supported me. Thank you, everyone. There are lots of things to do more from today. Thank you.
And next, to take the Outstanding Leadership Award, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going for Dr. Rifat Abdallah. And one more time, please put your hands together, everybody. Dr. Rifat Abdallah. Fantastic achievements to take the Outstanding Leadership Award today. And our next winner goes to Isla de la Cruz Gomez. Please come up and collect your awards.
Thank you. So thank you very much, the city of Dubai, capital of the metaverse, also the organizers of this beautiful conference, Education 2.0, all of the attendees. Thank you very much. This recognition represents hard work, continuous work, more than a decade. This recognition represents courage, challenges, but also thousands of satisfaction in the field of learning and education. So thank you very much for that, and I really appreciate it. I'm very honored to receive it. And yes, to finish this short speech, I would like to say that I will continue innovating. I will continue to shape the path for more technology in the educational field, not only for the sake of technology, we have heard, but really to make better leaders, better learners, and a better humanity. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Well done. And Yuka Imanishi is our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award. Let's make some noise, everyone, for Yuka. Congratulations, well done to all our winners so far. Such a huge, huge achievement. And we should be celebrating everybody's success today, which we are doing as we continue on with our next winner. It's Margarita Jaeger. Put your hands together, everybody, please.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored to receive this leadership award today here in Dubai. The headline of this conference is Building a Community of Visionaries and Influential Leaders. I thank the committee for recognizing me as a part of this community. So, as a leader, we never walk alone. I want to take this opportunity to thank the entire Jaeger team for their outstanding commitment and for their amazing dedication, especially to my co-founder and sister Ingrid Jaeger, Brindusha Dumitrescu, Andrea Döling, Pierre Verger, and Wolfgang Rüther. So thank you. So we talked so much about AI the last days. I want to highlight one information. I'm from Germany, specifically from Heilbronn, a city you probably don't know. You don't know yet, because in Heilbronn, the most modern innovation park of AI is currently being built. So Heilbronn has other names too. It's called the Future City, the Knowledge City, and the Startup City. So I would be glad to see you in Heilbronn someday. And the most important thing at the end, I dedicate this award to my son, Julius. The best of my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margarita. And our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, please let's keep that applause going as we welcome to the stage Chansokieta Poom. Round of applause, everyone. Let's put our hands together as we celebrate our next winner. Another round of applause, please, everybody, for Chansoki Etapum. Congratulations. And now let's welcome up to receive the next award, Outstanding Leadership Award, goes to Samana Chatterjee.
Good morning, everyone. It's an August gathering here, and I'm so honored and privileged to receive this award and being selected for this award. So thank you to the jury and the entire Education 2.0 team who's connecting people across the globe in a fantastic manner. Thank you so much. But there's one thing that I want to leave you with. You know, this profession that we are in is a profession of service. It's actually not a profession, it's service. So I think we're in the best profession. And if there's anything that we need to leave with, is the fact that there is so much that we have to offer to the next generation who is waiting for us and to learn from us and to, glean more experience from us. So I definitely urge all of you to ensure that in your lifetime, before you say goodbye, you must ensure that there's one particular talent that you've imparted to someone. Thank you so much. Have a great morning.
Thank you so much, Samana. Wise words indeed. And moving on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen, which is the Outstanding Organisation Award. Can we please put our hands together once again for Westward University College?
Thank you. We are deeply honored to be receiving this award. Westward University College is a very young organization. We are into the 14th year, but we are proud to have over 10,000 students who have graduated, both postgraduate and undergraduate, or in fact all the way from foundation to the doctoral programs. We have made our presence in this part of the world, though we have students across 6 continents or 130 countries. But the amazing story has been that we could facilitate people who would love to learn, upgrade their qualifications while they keep traveling around the world, while they keep working. And this is a testimony to our success. And it is highly motivating to keep doing the good things that we are, to take this forward beyond a few more years or so many more years, to keep winning these awards and to keep being recognized across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations once again at Westward University College. And the next Outstanding Organisation Award goes to, ladies and gentlemen, Eton Business School. Round of applause as they come up to collect their awards. Congratulations.
Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you. The panelists talking about the game and gamifications, I was wondering how we could possibly simulate the game this evening and make it a winning one for my team. By the way, thank you. This award is for the team behind Eton Business School, who are very determined, passionate, in making the learning experience of working executives across the globe in their continuous learning aspirations. A big, big, big thank you for each and every member of my team at Eton Business School. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. We're going to move back now to our Outstanding Leadership Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Could we please keep the applause going for Mariko Yano?
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to receive this award today. I'd like to dedicate this award to my wonderful peer coaches and also my clients, and of course my family, to my mother who has been trusting me all the time, and also my mother-in-law who is my current boss, and she is always encouraging me and inspiring me. And last but not least, thank you so much my husband, and he has been taking care of my 8-month son during this 3-day conference. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely speech, Mariko. And our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, let us make some noise as they come up to the stage to collect the award, the Outstanding Leadership Award, Onyekaki Ginger Iki.
First, I'd like to thank God for giving me the grace to get to this point in my career, while bringing up a family. And then, of course, to my host, Education 2.0, both the judges and the host present. And then, of course, to my outstanding team. You can't have an outstanding leader without an outstanding team. So I'd just like to say thank you to every one of them, to my husband, to my children who have supported me up to now and are still in the business of supporting me. And then, of course, the next stage for me is to develop outstanding leaders. It's not just to develop leaders, but to develop outstanding leaders. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Another fantastic speech there, wise words again. We're going to continue with our award winners now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise for Noor A. Shaita. Well done, Noor. One more round of applause, please, everybody, for Noor A. Shaita. Congratulations. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Zena Simmons. Okay, Zena isn't here, but we'll make sure that Zena gets this award. The next winner, ladies and gents, if we could please keep the applause going now for Dr. Milad Sabali.
Thank you for this award. Thank you for the organizers of this conference. For the past 25 years, we've been struggling with different innovative solutions to integrate technology in education in the region and internationally. In the region, we were able to launch the first accredited virtual university in 2002 in Syria, and the first accredited blended learning academy in Jordan 2007, and the first social online learning platform in Dubai 2012 with Hamdan Smart University, and many other, tens of other projects at the higher education level and at the continuing education level and corporate training. However, with all this, we barely scratched the surface of change in the archaic educational systems that we have until a global pandemic, or it took a global pandemic for various people to realize that it's time to change. And change doesn't mean just cosmetic changes. It's time to rethink and restructure our entire educational system in order to prepare tomorrow's generation, which has the right competencies and skills and transferable skills that will move with the graduates from one job to another during their career life with the fast changing that are taking place in the marketplace. So they have to be market ready, they have to be future proof, lifelong and life-wide learners in order to cope with the future. So we still have a long journey ahead of us, tedious, however, with more courage, innovation, perseverance and flexibility, we can make it more enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milad. And last but not least, please put your hands together one more time. Outstanding award winner goes to Uttam Panda. Is Uttam here? We will make sure that Uttam gets his Outstanding Leadership Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for all our winners. Congratulations, amazing achievement. And massive thank you to Elsa as well, please. Round of applause, thank you for helping us give out the awards. And now, is anybody feeling hungry? Because it is lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen, so please do enjoy your meal. We will meet back here for the next session, which will begin at 1:30. So we'll see you back here. Sorry, 1:50, ladies and gentlemen, 1:50. So 10 to 2, we will be back here for the afternoon sessions. So enjoy your food, enjoy your refreshments. We'll be back later on for our final set of sessions. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are just going to hang on just a few more minutes until we get a few more people in the room, but we are going to begin very, very shortly. We have a couple more awards to give out before we start our next session. So we're just going to wait for a few more minutes till everyone comes in to join, and then we will begin. Hello, hello. Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to begin with our panel session, our panel discussion, very, very shortly, in about approximately 1 minute. We also have an award that we are going to hand out. We are going to welcome to the stage to hand out this award. If we could please put our hands together, everybody, for George Mataru, who's going to come up and give this award out, CEO Elite Capital & Co. Limited. Thank you very much, George. So please, everybody, could you put your hands together for our award winner, the Outstanding Leadership Award, Anjil Nawani.
The excitement now, I want to remember to mention the people I wanted to mention when I was coming in the morning. Thank you, first of all, Education 2.0 Conference, for recognizing my work as a leader. I've been recognized for my teaching and my research in the past. It's the first time I feel appreciated for leadership, and that's why the first people I want to thank are the team of eLearning Angels, my content creators, my AR/VR team, and cognitive and AI researchers. To get to this place in my journey, I want to thank my family, my parents, and above all, my sister, who's always believed in me and championed me. And this motivates me more to keep going, pushing forward, pushing boundaries. So thank you very much, and looking forward to working with peers and colleagues that we've met here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anjil. Another round of applause, everybody, please, for Anjil Nawani, Outstanding Leadership Award. And thank you very much, George, for handing out that award. Ladies and gents, if you would like to connect with George Mataru, he will be around just outside for a while if you want to connect with him. And now we're going to move on to our first panel discussion of the afternoon, ladies and gents. This topic is Global Challenges for Education, Economics, Environment and Emergency. So again, this is going to be another interesting discussion. And to moderate this panel, someone that I have had the pleasure of chatting to over the last few days, who I must say is wonderful, Zena Simmons. If we could invite Zena to the stage. Round of applause, everybody. So Zena is insurance broker, medical student, missionary and public health professional of ZLS Agency. So thank you, Zena. Zena is going to moderate this panel. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'd like to introduce the two other panelists that's going to be joining us today. The first is Anam. I'll introduce. Okay. The second I would like to introduce is Dr. Jo-san, Anu Jo-san. And just a little bit of a correction, Anam is actually the moderator for today. She's going to be asking questions because she was originally the one that was preparing them.
Thank you. So good afternoon to this wonderful audience in front of me. Welcome to today's panel discussion. It has been such an amazing 3 days, and thank you to the entire team of the Education 2.0 conference for arranging such a well-organized event. So today's topic of discussion is global challenges of education, economics, environment, and emergency. We've already introduced our panelists over here, Zina and Dr. Anu. Do I need an introduction again, if that's okay? That's fine. All right. It's a very valid discussion today in this day and age, as we are facing these critical challenges right now as we speak, whether it be wars, epidemics, natural disasters, climate change, and economic and social inequalities. These are proven barriers, not only in education, but across all disciplines and industries. So today we'll split this discussion into 4 key questions related to the challenges. Then we'll have Dr. Anu and Zina talk about the outcomes and solutions, and conclude the discussion with question and answers from the audience. So we understand, Dr. Anu and Zina, that the economy plays a huge role in education, as it does with other fields and businesses and industries. So what are the economic challenges to education? We can start with Dr. Anu, and then Zina can continue with the rest.
Hi, everyone. So in terms of economics, I think we are living in the worst time, because we don't know what to predict about the future. We are under recessionary pressures, inflation. So I'm an economist, so I will use these kind of jargons because that's how we teach, that's how we talk. So when we think about recession and inflation and see it in the perspective of education, how it affects the core stakeholders. Let's talk about students, for example, right? So we have prospective students who want to join in a university or a school, and think in terms of recessionary pressures. You know, there will be high tuition fees, for example, high, student loans. We are hearing this news about interest rates hikes, right? So student loans will be much costlier than before, and tuition fees are not going to come down, right? So for the students, it will be a costly affair. So that will be one of the economic challenge which we are going to face in the coming years. Inflation is not going to go down in any near future. Recession also started with many countries, starting with UK now, and all the other countries are going to face this inflationary, recessionary pressures, right? So it's a reality for the students. Now, another perspective for the existing students, let's talk about employability, right? During recession, we see a lot of unemployment and job loss, right? And the new students who just finished their graduate degree or a master's degree, they'll find it very difficult to get a job, because the demand for laborers, it's more based on experience. And our students, do not have much experience. They are just passed out from the university. And if it's a recessionary time, it's going to be really difficult to find jobs. So for the existing students, for the new students, both of them face the same really difficult times ahead. Now let's talk about the university. University is going to face high tax rates, high operating expenses. They might need to cut down staff, okay? So it's going to be economically challenging for the university as well. So if you see it in many angles, we live in a time with great uncertainty. So these I see as the economic challenges ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for making those points. I agree with everything that you mentioned. I think also too, I always talk about policy making and the effects that it has on education when I talk about, getting down to the issues that exist with education. So if we're taking an educational system standpoint, the government is very responsible for providing the resources that are necessary for education systems, right? So distribution is very important, the way that resources are distributed within countries and then between different countries. And then also it's always important to address the chunk of the world, right? So in a lot of people in other countries like third world systems, they don't even have resources at all to even go to school. Whereas like in first world countries like Dr. Anand was talking about, or Dr. Joshan mentioned, they are well resourced, but there are still challenges within those school systems, right? So I noticed even in the United States, whenever there are budget cuts, education is almost like the first thing that is cut, right? Extracurriculars are very important. We always talk about experiential learning. So we want to make sure that students are not just learning in classrooms, but they're also building technical skills, building social skills and professional skills, and getting involved in extracurriculars are necessary for that. So we need to make sure that funding is distributed evenly to fund those types of activities. I mentioned the other day that I do a lot of mission work in impoverished nations, and you know, sometimes it's as simple, the issues that exist there are literally just because they don't have schools at all, right? And then there are barriers to getting to schools or receiving those educational resources. They don't have access to them. So those are the main economic challenges that I wanted to discuss.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your insight. So, Dr. Anu, when we talk about all these high operating expenses, right? So, so which means the students have to pay a higher fees in that case. So, are we really giving students a holistic experience with such high fees, do you think, at the moment?
See, when there is a recessionary pressure, tuition fee is not going to be changed. You know, like it will be the same, but it will be a big burden for the student.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like they need to discontinue, or their parents are not able to support because they lost their job, right? Then it becomes a burden, right? Otherwise, during the recessionary times, it's not going to be that the fees is going to go up. It becomes burden. You know, the students will be more burdened if their support is going to be cut out. They need to discontinue their education, become a burden.
Let's move on to the next questions. So when we talk about the environment, it not only refers to the climate crisis and global warming, but the environment which we grow and in which we grow and learn, which are the communities and we live in, and the schools we go to, the universities we go to. So what, according to you, Zina, I'll start with you. What, according to you, are the environmental challenges to the education industry?
So yeah, that's a very good question. There are a lot of environmental challenges when it comes to education in terms of climate, right? But also just regular environment. Some of the climate challenges that exist can happen in tropical places. It can happen in places that are very cold. And sometimes they kind of become barriers in ways that people wouldn't even think. I can give like a personal example. Being from New Jersey originally, there was one year we had so many snowstorms that we had to push back our graduation, and it was pushed back so much because we had so many snow days that we couldn't apply to certain colleges. So there were some people that didn't get to go to the school of their dreams, or you know, there were some universities that may have, some people would have been eligible to get full ride scholarships that couldn't go there, right? So those climate challenges exist. Sometimes also if a hurricane hits, or you know, a snowstorm hits, some schools don't have educational systems put in place to make sure that they're making up for that lost time and supplementing the education that's lost, especially for students that are very young. I know someone mentioned the other day that the first 7 years of a child's life is their optimal time to absorb information. You absorb the most when you're young. You're like a sponge. So if you're missing time because of, you know, natural disasters or having to sit out of school, then students are obviously like not getting the critical years of development that, you know, they're meant to have during that time. Another thing when we talk about environment outside of like climate change and whatever else is just as simple as, you know, providing suitable environments for students to learn in. So you need to have a healthy environment in order for you to reach your full potential and to thrive as a student, especially at a young age, because, you know, you are developing. And those are the critical years of your life. So when we talk about environment, the two main areas, right, for children is the home and at school. So it's the parents' responsibility to provide suitable environments for their children so that they're emotionally happy, mentally healthy. And then schools also need to make sure to provide suitable environments for students to thrive in. And part of that is just offering the right resources for students, and then also just promoting inclusion and providing students with enough support that they need to succeed.
Thank you. Dr. Anu? To continue with what you were mentioning about climate change and global warming, how much we are inculcating to respect the nature and about sustainability in our curriculum for an education, right? When we take, when I take classes, even though I take classes for the college students, I mentioned that, and I live in Doha, and most of my students are religious, so I just touch point on one thing. I tell them, if you believe that God has created you, okay, God has created the animals, the plants, then they are your siblings. You need to take care of that, right? We can tell that, but in how much we include this in the curriculum, our youngsters taught to respect the nature. That's a challenge. They never know about it. Unless and until it's included in the curriculum, it's not going to be a focus. If you want to address the climate change and the global warming issues, we can talk a lot about it, but it's not getting solved anywhere. So that's one of the challenges which we have. Another challenge which I feel in terms of environment is a socio-cultural challenge. We're not living in a society like before. There is a big generation gap. We are living in a time of selfie culture. Everyone thinks about themselves. They don't think about others, right? But there are so many marginalized students in our university and in our school. I will call them as socially invisible. They are not visible. We as teachers, our job is to take classes, we finish our classes and we leave. Do we know these problems that they are facing? We don't know. How are we including that? And the other aspect which I want to mention about the diverse culture we have, diverse type of people we have, how tolerant we are to others, how much it is included in our education. It's a challenge. It's a big challenge. If we do not teach our students about this, or we don't openly talk about it, it will never become an issue for tolerance. Nobody will tolerate. They are born and brought up in such an environment where they do not have tolerance, or they are like a group of people, they do not like group of people, the open-mindedness will not be there. So I think socioeconomic challenges, environment and nature challenges, but sociocultural challenges are deep-rooted. We need to make a big change. It's a challenge for us.
All right, so when we talk about obviously the well-being and the sustainability and getting the environment part of the curriculum, so how can we do that? How can it be integrated within school curriculums and within universities as well?
Yeah, this was one of the mention I made in the first panel as well. Creative thinking, critical thinking, design-based education. These are the new terms which we need to incorporate in our education. Now, for example, when we bring in design-based education with these critical steps it has, it includes iteration of feedbacks. It includes teamwork. It includes, the voice. Whatever you want to mention, whatever change we want to bring, it includes there. It's not like a traditional classroom where the teacher talks and the student listen. It's not like that. We are giving an open forum for our students to talk to us. They are finding out solution. They are thinking beyond the box. So design-based education is one good way to incorporate this challenge. And these are all transferable skills. How can you tolerate somebody at office, for example? You learn it by experience. But sometimes, put our students into group, they find it really difficult. And we always tell them, you are going to face office where you cannot tell to the other person that I cannot work with you. You have to work. So it's not something which cannot be solved, but they don't know about it. So we need to talk about this. We need to have an open environment where the students can talk and we can give them feedback and give them chance to improve. And for that, inculcating critical thinking, creative thinking, design-based education into the system. Now, these are all applicable to any streams of education. It's not specific to innovation or design. It can be applied even to economics, for example, or for data science. So having these in the stream as a lifestyle, or like a lifestyle, like embedded, that's what we wanted.
I just wanted to touch up on some, I don't know where it fits, but we look at online degrees and the massive open online courses as well. People kind of opt for these degrees because obviously the environmental challenges are there, the financial struggles are there. So they're not still considered as real degrees in many parts of the world. So are we going to see a global acceptance of these in the near future?
So that's a good question. I think that it depends. The way people view online degrees are basically opinionated, right? So we can't expect that in a few years everyone is going to see online degrees as something that's fully acceptable and just as valuable as an in-person degree. I think that there was a major shift after the pandemic. A lot of schools, well, most schools had to revert to online learning and remote learning. In my opinion, I would not say that online degrees are not as important, but it depends on the type of learner that you are. I think they're just as valuable because you had to study the material, you learned the material, but sometimes, I believe Zoom is just for convenience, but that's how I learn. I like to actually sit in the classroom. I like to gain experiential learning experiences. Some people are better remote learners. They like to study in isolation. They like to block out all distractions whatsoever. So it depends on the type of learner you are. And when we talk about improving school systems and educational systems, I think it is important to give students that flexibility to learn the way that they best learn, and not judge or put stigmas on the types of degrees that people attain or obtain.
Dr. Anu, since you're a university professor yourself, what's your take?
I hate online teaching. I resent it completely because it's very ineffective. If you can blend it, it's much more effective, because if it's purely online learning and teaching, it demotivates the teacher and the students. And but it is easy to switch. Now it has become very easy for us to switch to a digital platform if there is a COVID or a war or some uncertainty. It's very easy now, because we are used to it now. So today or tomorrow, if there is a crisis, an emergency, we can easily switch. Thanks to pandemic for that. But the effectiveness part is still a question, because we have created a group of students who are completely out of touch, be it the core principles, the respect, we see, I have my son here, and I know how he has learned all throughout this pandemic and the difference it has brought into his lifestyle. Now I'm forced to give the gadgets to him because that's how he has learned. So in my perspective, online learning is good if it's blended, not if it's purely online. And if you think about MOOCs and other online platforms, it's going to increase because we are used to it. So all that I want is innovativeness in it, like how you're going to measure the effectiveness, how effective it is, what can bring the effectiveness. Maybe it can be an interaction between the teacher and the student with the videos on, or some games or something like that, where the student engage a lot. It's not that all the videos are off and the teacher talks. That's worse than the traditional classroom. So it's not going to stop here, it's going to continue, but we need to take all the efforts to bring in more student engagement into it. Yeah.
Great points you shared there, Zina and Dr. Anu. So let's move on to the third key question. So what are the worldwide challenges for education in terms of emergency?
Yes, so there's a lot of challenges when it comes to emergency. When we're discussing global education, I think we saw that firsthand during the COVID pandemic. A lot of the world was not prepared for a pandemic to hit when it did. And it put back a lot of countries, not just economically, but educationally as well. A lot of students lost time, critical years that they needed to learn core curriculum, because there wasn't really many systems put in place to supplement the type of education that was lost because of the systems that had to get shut down, schools that didn't have the resources to teach students remotely. And every country is different. We're referring to global education, right? So this is the broadest, one of the broadest topics that we can discuss. There's first world countries, second world countries, third world countries, and then there are schools that mimic third world countries and first world countries, you know? So if I'm going to discuss one system, maybe the United States, right? 1 in 10 students in the United States did not have technology that they needed to remotely learn during the pandemic. So some kids just were not going to school, which is obviously a very sad thing. And then there's also like the health crisis that was hit as well. If people are not healthy, they can't learn. And during the pandemic, people were getting sick constantly. They were losing time, especially as children. If they are sitting out of school, even if they're staying home, if one person caught COVID, nobody could go to school, nobody was going to work, everyone in the house got sick. And for some people, it took a long time to recover. They were having complications after that, and they lost a lot of time from school. There was a pandemic, emergency response pandemic system that was put in place, and then it was lifted when a new administration went into office, and I'm obviously referring to the United States. So unfortunately, a pandemic did hit during that time, and the country wasn't prepared. And for a first world country, that's really bad, right? Because a system that should have been able to withstand something like that wasn't able to, and it put the country behind drastically. So, and people are still suffering from it, educational systems are still suffering from it, and educationally, a lot of, educationally, it still has a very negative impact, even up until this day, so.
Need to talk about the emergency. It need not be global warming or climate change. It can be war. Whatever we are seeing right now, it's all emerged out of the war between Russia and Ukraine. So once the pandemic has finished, then we are faced with the next challenge. We don't know what's going to happen next year. Recession was once in 10 years, as per the business cycle. Now it is recession every 3 years. So the challenges are increasing day by day. Uncertainty is, there every day. But how much we are prepared for that, it's always a question, because every time we face a new challenge. Okay, so I believe that agility to switch between all these situations is what we need to create. Because otherwise we will have students who are affected mentally, physically, they're affected, and we're not able, or we don't know how to cope with that. We don't know how to give them feedback. So I feel that in case of these emergencies, we need to be well prepared, like how the teams are, like different emergency teams are, and agility is the key word here.
I think you've answered the next question, is like, has COVID really prepared us to be ready for future worldwide disruptions?
I say too much preparedness, actually. Like we switched on to online learning faster. Now it doesn't take much time to go back to online classes or the online setup. We are much prepared. Infrastructures are done. We have seen the rise of Zoom and Google Meet and Skype. Before that, 2019, most of the people, they didn't know how to use this. right? But now everyone, even a small kid, can easily switch into online learning. So I say COVID-19 has made us very prepared for any types of online learning.
Sina, would you like to add something?
Yeah. I think when it comes to crisis and emergencies, you can never be fully prepared. But I think the fact that COVID hit so drastically and caught people off guard, I do think that it will be made a priority in the future to make sure that we are prepared for future pandemics, or if circumstances arise that require online learning, I do think it prepared us for that at least. And in a lot of cases, it did allow us to implement a system that is more convenient in some ways, not just for schooling, but for work as well. So I do notice there's a hybrid now, people doing things in person, but they do things online now as well. And it saves time. You don't have to transport all the time. You save money on gas if you can do things remotely. And then it also brings different groups of people together. You don't always have to be in the same room to have a meeting or work on a project. And it's something that people didn't always see as an option before the pandemic.
Okay, great points. So I think we'll move on to the solutions. We've already had a great discussions about the challenges and the struggles. So what do you think are the solutions to the economic, environmental, and emergency issues individually and combined? Dr. Anu?
I think more flexibility in the system, that's most wanted, and more resourceful. The student, so begin to say that from the university perspective, the teachers and the system should be more resourceful, because we are having students with more problems than ever before. They're having mental, physical issues, and when it comes to the university campus, they might not share this with anyone. So we have more marginalized students who do not talk about their experience. They are socially invisible. So we need to open up. We need to enhance our system where we make our students talk to us comfortably. That's the most important point, because challenges are not going to finish. It's not going to end. Every day it will be a new challenge. So we need to have a very flexible environment, open environment, very inclusive environment. It's not just traditional classroom where the teacher talks and students listen. It is not going to work. If we want our students to engage, if we want our students to participate and collaborate, that's how they are going to grow. We have seen all these panels talking about how technology is very important in today's world, right? So if we are not embracing technology, if we as staff, we as faculty, if we are not embracing technology, and if we are only commending that the students are using it way too much, it is not going to solve any problem. We need to teach them how to use it. We need to be firm. We need to make systems in which we are open and they use technology when it's needed. We need to teach that, like how they need to ethically use it. It should be there all throughout the curriculum. Traditional classrooms should shift to this kind of a culture. We embrace technology. We are very open to students. We hear them. We give them solutions based on their shoes, not from our shoes. We are old. We are very old, because this 2-3 years had made us 50 years back old, because technology has pushed these 3 years just fast, like next 10 years. So there is a big generation gap between the faculty and the students. So now the real change needed is us. If we are going to talk from our perspective, like how we studied in school and how we studied in college, it's not going to work out. So we need to embrace technology. We need to be more open up. We need to encourage our students to talk. More open campus, okay? And that will help us to face all these economic challenges, economic, social, cultural challenges, because nothing is going to stop. We only need to be prepared. And this is the preparedness we need. And the diversity part is increasing day by day. We are seeing new culture, new type of people, different types of problems. If we do not have an open mind, if we are not able to be tolerant to others, that is another problem. So the traditional culture, traditional system should be changed to be more inclusive, this diversity which we are having. That's it.
I think discussing solutions is always important when we're discussing issues for things. So we can identify problems, talk about solutions, but it really means nothing if we don't put those solutions into action, right? So I am a public health professional. I always create public health models. Creating a structure and having the resources to actually carry out those like the systems that we put together is very important. So resources, structure, that is what these solutions are basically based off of. And creating models and actually carrying them out. You can't always talk, you actually have to do.
All right, great. Okay, so we've talked about this flexible campus, Dr. Anu, as you were saying. Just a last question from my side is this concept really in place right now anywhere in the world? If yes, what has been the impact?
There is a quote which says that if you love a person, you allow that person to live in the way they want. Let others live. This is as simple as that concept. The concept of open or flexible environment means you allow another person to live in the way they want. Respect, no compromise. You being able to tolerate and respecting them as a human being, not based on their culture, not based on their language, not based on their skin, just based as a human being is what is needed. And this is something which I was talking about, open environment, open culture. So if you want somebody to grow, if you want somebody to contribute, if you want somebody to do well, just allow them to be in the way they want. Don't interfere, don't make any comments, don't scrutinize, okay? Just allow them to develop. Because time is a factor. Everybody will get molded, okay, during that course. So when I talk about open culture, open system, this is what I meant.
Can I add to that? Sure. So open cultures are very important, I agree. I think that a lot of schools are understaffed, and that's a really big issue. So we can, talk about how we want people to be open and go to their administration and go to their teachers and express their issues and concerns, but it doesn't really mean anything if nothing is going to take place or like action is not taking place. And sometimes people don't want to address certain issues because they don't know how, and then other times they just don't have time. I think a lot of schools, one of the biggest issues is that they just don't have a lot of time to really, really carry out their jobs in the best way possible because, resources are scarce in a lot of different places. And I think once it becomes a culture that things don't actually get handled, then people are reluctant to be open in like university settings or school settings. So we have to address the root of the issues as well before we can create those solutions.
Thank you, Zina. Thank you, Dr. Anu. So we have the floor open to question and answer to the questions from the audience. Yes?
Okay, so thank you very much for the insight. So I'm wondering, now that we're talking about more technology being used and blended type of learning, do you see the participation of female, either women or girls, to continue to increase, or would it be more like a challenge to see more female participation?
In technology?
To have more opportunities, actually.
It depends on the country, I think. I think globally in general, there has been a shift in female leadership. I know in the US, in the medical field, there's so many women going to medical school. There's even more female doctors that are being produced recently than there have been in previous years. And then countries like Argentina, from years back, like there have been women in leadership. I know they have had a female president, and I think leadership, right, and the leaders in the government, they do represent a lot of what the population looks like. So, and people follow the leader. So if they see female leaders on TV, they see them in their schools, they see them in high spaces, they tend to follow suit. So I have seen an increase. And then there are certain fields where there are not a lot of women. There are fields that are very male dominated, like in business, tech, I think still has predominantly males. I know the other day you were the only woman on your panel. Congratulations. So, but yeah, I do think there is an increase in female professionals.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes?
Do you think, good afternoon, do you think that education for the differently abled, economically, does it always have to depend on charity, or can it be made sustainable? So let's say if you have an institution working with the differently abled, persons with disabilities, persons with disabilities, then would you, do you think that such an institution would have to perpetually depend on charity or corporate social responsibility, or can it be made sustainable economically?
For a university, for that matter, like if you see it in terms of CSR, the corporate social responsibility, it's a social responsibility. And if you are teaching these type of students or encouraging these students to get education, it's something good for them as well. You know, you can see it as a corporate social responsible activity and also something sustainable. But, you know, for normal universities as well, there are students differently abled. Now we are seeing more of it, you know, like not like before, like universities are not rejecting these type of students now. We are seeing, you know, students with ADHD or, you know, even blind students are there in business schools now. So it's not purely an act of social responsibility. Now universities embracing it as part of inclusivity. And I think that's going to increase in the future as well, because we have a lot of technology now. So for example, if a student who cannot write, he can dictate, you know, for example, and the computer will type. So because of the technology, our students are more empowered, you know, who have problems. And it's going to be something very natural for all these type of university to have a recruitment of these kind of students. So it's not purely a social, charitable thing. It can be something routine as well in the future.
And then it's also becoming the law for these accommodations to be met in a lot of places. It depends on the country. Like I said, we're talking about global education, and every country has a different system. But I do know that there have been laws put in place in the United States where schools have an obligation to accommodate students with disabilities. And it's really up to the individual as well if they want to go into a field where they do need accommodations, because it might be difficult. So you have to consider that as well.
Hi, thank you for the insights. And as you have seen, the pandemic has impacted many countries in terms of economics and the school education itself. And there are countries where there is a huge impact and loss of education and access to the education. Many students still do not have access to the quality education. How do you see that these challenges are the access to education and the quality education in terms of there is a need for 69 million teachers all around the world? How do you see overcoming these challenges for education in terms of access to education as well as the quality of education and the need for skilled teachers in the school?
Thank you for your question. So it really boils down to education being made a priority. in a lot of nations and systems. Like we said, if we're going to talk about solutions, we have to find the root of the issues and actually put those solutions into practice. I think it's going to take a very long time to build those systems and truly address these challenges because it requires so many resources. Even some of the best schools still do have challenges, but definitely over time, if it is made a priority, I do think we can get to a place where educational systems are stronger and there are not as many challenges. Until we do live in a society or a world where there aren't as many socioeconomic gaps, there will be educational challenges as well because resources are not distributed equally. So in order to fill those gaps, it's kind of a cycle. Education has to be strengthened so that people can build skills and then contribute to their societies. And it's kind of difficult because there is so many variation within countries and between different countries. Some of the nations that do have the strongest educational systems are socialist countries. Everybody does contribute, but then the resources are redistributed very evenly. But if you live in a society where there is a lot of socioeconomic variation, it's kind of hard to distribute resources evenly when they're not coming in evenly as well. So it's going to take time to really get to that place where those challenges are not as rampant.
Just one question and then we'll come to you. We'll come to you later. Yeah.
Not really a question, but a response to the brother who has a school. One thing that is very sustainable in schools is if you have a business model, if you create a product or a curriculum, or invest in endowments or strip malls to kind of lead into the capital coming from that to sustain your school. And that's something that we've done across the US with several private schools, is that they have either a curriculum that they sell and that they get royalties for, and then that sustains the school on the back end so that you're not constantly having fundraisers or a charity drive to sustain the school. So just wanted to add to that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. One last question, yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. It was really amazing here, all of you. From the perspective of you being teachers at a global platform, educators, how do you view the educational capability and strength of students from India? I would like you to reflect on that, because that helps me create an environment, a system where we can figure out what best needs to be handed over to them back there.
Is it for India specifically?
It's specifically for India at this point of time. If you have any reflection of teaching Indian students or talking to your fellow staff members. So do you have any reflection when you see the Indian student in your campus? Do you find that they are strong enough with the kind of educational background that they have, the kind of system they've come out of? Do you think they're strong enough to be able to sort of imbibe their semels into the global education world?
Yeah, I have taught many Indian students in an international setup, actually.
Exactly.
Our students from India are very good in numbers, very good when it comes to commerce, economics, statistics, but they are too shy to talk.
Yeah.
When it comes to presentation, when it comes to pitching an idea, they're not confident about themselves, but it takes at least 1 or 2 years, and it makes a big difference for them. So these students who are very good in numbers, after 2 years, they'll start doing great presentations. They change their perspective completely different. So I've seen that. So I would say that Indian students, even though they come as shy, when they get an international platform and, interacting with international students, they change a lot. They like teamwork. They're very prompt about it, and they put a lot of hard work. but all that they need is to come out from that shyness.
Right.
The communication part is something which we are not teaching in the Indian curriculum. I think that is a big gap. We are not allowing our students to talk, express their ideas. They learn a lot they learn actually. The curriculum is so heavy and they are very knowledgeable, but at the same time, expression part is very limited.
So do you think if we put down the sort of heaviness in the curriculum a little less, will that be adequate enough for them to be sitting in the global classrooms? Because if we create that little, sort of place in the glass, so we can probably fill that water of communication in there.
Yeah, the communication part is something which needs to be taken care of.
And if we sort of put the syllabus down by about 10% or 20%.
Our students have learned about the classics, Shakespeare classics and all. They know about it, they know poems, but they are not, easily communicating with others. That's something I see it as a big gap actually. It can be because we are more shy in nature, and we are more family oriented and more collective, and we are more comfortable with our own society, and we don't talk much. And and in India is a country with many languages, so we are used to our own language and we don't talk much of English. So I think you need to give a good platform for our Indian students to talk.
Sort of communicate,
yes,
and
to
be more
present,
open.
Yes,
Yeah,
to present,
yeah.
to talk, to communicate, and give them more confidence. Like confidence is something very important. Public speaking, many of these schools are doing it now. They're embracing this change, and students are, using it as an opportunity, and they're getting more global, getting into the global arena, and that should be what we need to focus on.
Thank you so much. Would you like to probably share if you have any experiences?
Well, I think it also just depends on where, what country or what community. Community is very important. Where I'm from, there is a very large Indian population, and they're not very shy.
Yeah, because I think the culture there is very open, and they've been brought up into that culture, so they've imbibed those values and, sort of expression.
Say, according to Hofstede's culture, students who are in India, Asia, Middle East, they are more shy, they are more into a collective nature. But the US is more of a direct environment where you have more self-regulated behavior. We depend on our family more than, and society more than our own.
Yeah.
So that makes a big difference, where you are,
Perfect.
And that's why diversity is important. Like when institutions make an effort to attract certain types of students so that there are communities in schools where people can be themselves. It's great to integrate and get to know people from different cultures, but it's always nice that if there are people from a similar background as you, because they have a lot of commonalities. So if we're talking about Indian students, if they go to a school where there are other Indian students, they can support each other and bring their culture wherever they go.
Perfect. One last question. You being an Indian, how much do you think, so if we talk in terms of the syllabus curriculum development, so when we have things like history, so, according to me, it could be just about 2 pages for them to understand a particular thing, whereas that is a lot of elaboration. And then I feel that a lot of students, like in maths, they don't want to do a trigo in a 9th or a 10th grade, and they're made to do that. So do you think that if we make specialization a little earlier, instead of probably a 9th or a 10th, a little earlier, do you think that will make more sense, giving them a little idea, and if they want to pursue? So this is very so specifically in terms of the Indian education system. So do you think that they'll be able to match the global standards if we reduce the syllabus in terms of the magnanimity and the I would say the depth of it? Will that be okay with that?
Yes, the curriculum is so heavy. They learn their native language, how to read, write, and then the literature. Then they learn Hindi. Then we have a huge history as well.
Exactly.
But the importance we give on life skills, for example, how to do financial things, they don't know.
Absolutely.
Communication, they have no clue.
I think even at times things like emergency management, probably I don't know about other countries as much of, but then I feel that back there, at times a +2 grade student will not be able to do what we are expected, So, yeah.
I feel the Indians are Indians are the most learned in terms of their history. They learn a lot of history from class 1 till they graduate.
Right.
History is like a biggest part there. We don't need to learn this much of history.
Yeah. So, so because I asked these things so that we can put forth these suggestions in front of the policymakers. Yeah. It was wonderful. Thank you so much for your inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
More than the curriculum and specific nationality, it is more on the pedagogy, how we implement that curriculum. So more or less the curriculum in most of the subject, whether it's an international curriculum, whether it's American curriculum or UK curriculum and coming from any European curriculum, the content-wise, it's almost the similar. The difference is how we implement, how we teach, and how we assess the student. If we are putting more focus on knowledge and knowledge testing, that is where we need to change how we impart the education. As if we teach the same content based on a competency side, on a competency model, or we involve a lot of communication, presentation in delivering that curriculum, or even the testing of that curriculum, if we ask our student to speak, to give a presentation, that will build a lot of communication skills. So it's not the nationality or it's the curriculum, it's more the content, the culture, and how the teachers, the school, the context, how the pedagogy of teacher itself. So if teachers are still teaching in a way where they are teaching as a knowledge giver rather than facilitating the knowledge or becoming a mentor or a guide to the student, that impacts. So that needs to be changed rather than reducing the content or increasing the content. More than that, we need to enhance our teacher education system, how we teach teachers and how we evaluate teachers, and we look at the teachers, how they are teaching in their classroom. What is the pedagogy adapted by these teachers, and how the schools are supporting incorporating various technologies to deliver those curriculum. So I think that would enhance the communication skills and bringing them outside the shyness and all other aspects with
I agree with you. Even the Chinese students, they are also very good in math and all these numeric skills, but they are very shy. So if we are not talking about Indians, and if we take Asians in total, all of them are like the same. So as you said, the pedagogy, experiential learning, design-based education, all of this should be part of the curriculum.
Yeah. And then making sure that as we're developing the curriculum, we're making sure that they can apply the material. The point of learning, it's great to have knowledge and to learn a bunch of facts, but you have to actually apply the material because they has to translate into skills. We want to create like valuable societal individuals or citizens. So applying the material is very important. And I think there's a lot of emphasis put on test taking all the time. Test taking, a lot of the time, is just a way to weed people out, but it requires so much effort. Instead of actually learning to build skills, students, it's testing memory, and there's also test-taking skills that you have to build as a young student, but it's not very applicable to what you're going to do in your career.
Need to impart the employability skills needed for 21st century, like as they said, the speaking, communication skills, the most important skill needed by the industry itself and to be successful in professional life. So all those things has to be imbibed within the curriculum, how you deliver that curriculum.
Absolutely. Communication skills are so important. If you are sitting in a cubicle for hours and hours and hours, granted you will learn so much material, but if you're awkward, it's not very good. If you have a job where you're working with people and you don't know how to talk to those people, you don't know how to make those people feel comfortable, it can be a waste. So, just creating like a holistic curriculum is important. We want to, I mentioned the other day, absorb as much material as you can as a student, especially starting at a young age because you're like a sponge, but it has to be balanced at the same time.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we've gone a little bit over time. Sorry about that. But thank you so much, Dr. Anu, Zina, Thank you for the wonderful questions, and thank you for our lovely audience for listening to us today. The floor is back to you now.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for our fantastic panelists. Thank you, ladies. That was absolutely wonderful. We're going to move swiftly on now to our next panel discussion, and we are running slightly behind time, so we are going to stick to the times now, if that's okay, ladies and gents, so that we can fit everything in this afternoon. And this next panel discussion is teacher-parent interactions and its impact on students' performance. And I'd like to invite to the stage our moderator. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Onyekachi Ginger Iki. Did I pronounce that correctly? No, I do apologize.
Hi, everyone. So it's Onyekachi Ginger Eke, but you're forgiven. Okay. So the beauty about being on the third day is that we've had the luxury of listening to different, panelists, with topics that impact what we're talking about. So we're bringing it home by talking about teacher-parent relationships. There are things we want you to have in mind as we go over there to talk. We've heard learning is a lifelong journey. We also know that learning starts from when the child is in the womb, when they hear your voice. So this lets us know that learning is from birth to death, right? And we just heard the team talk about how different cultures impact how we look at teachers. Some cultures revere teachers, and so it sort of impacts relationship between teachers and parents, because even parents look at teachers as like the gods and goddesses. So as we go into how we're moving from traditional learning, traditional tools, to online learning, and who plays the particular role, I'd like to invite the panelists on this beautiful team, Dr. Iram, and I pray I pronounce that well. Iram, Dr. Iram. Welcome on stage, please. Ayush Arora. That seems like I pronounced it well. So Dr. Iram is the head of curriculum, Emirates National Schools. Ayush Arora is the chief manager of GSL Edu Excellence. And then, we have all met her before this session. She was just the one speaking. So Mukta Verma, CEO Education Expert, Chief Consultant of Core Edu. Welcome on stage, please. Hello, everyone. Hello, panel team members. So we have a beautiful topic that impacts everyone here, because at some point in our life, we've either been the child, the teacher, or the parent. So I'll start off with our first question. Is there a case for parent-teacher relationship? Why is it important? And what effect does it have on the child? As we speak about its importance, what effect does it have on the child? What effect does it have on the child's performance? Dr. Iram.
Good afternoon, everyone. So that's a loaded question, right? Is there a case for parent-student interaction and teacher interaction? Absolutely. I think that it's a partnership, that students without their parents' engagement will lack a lot if it's just the teachers. And oftentimes you'll notice in schools that the students that need the most parent engagement have the least parent engagement. I mean, that naughty child in our classroom, they're never absent and their parent is never there. So we definitely want to make sure that we're engaging parents in a way that is not only building awareness about what we're doing as teachers and educators with them in the classroom, but that we're also trying to educate the parent.
Hello. Yeah, hi. I've been on the three sides of the education system, being as a parent of a child and then teacher myself, And the third angle of the education system is on the regulator side. So working with KHDA for last 15 years, regulating education system, managing technical vocational education and training, as well as quality assurance, as also the teacher licensing in Dubai. So I have seen the importance of teacher-parent relationship. It depends upon what kind and type of relationship is established. The relationship between parent and teacher is very important for the education system, as well as for the learning outcomes of students. It also builds on, we have always seen where, and even the research has proven it, where there is a good interaction or good partnership between teacher and parents, the education, the learning outcomes, the behavior, the progress of child is much better and advanced. Their behavior, they are good in behavior in the classroom. They are successful in their academics. They are motivated and engaged in their learning.
Good afternoon. In my opinion, I'll definitely, agree to both of you. From my perspective, operating in a school, operating my consultancy, even on our end, we do the same thing. We firmly believe that the interaction between the parents, teacher, and the students need to be on the common ground. We need to understand each person's perspective. We need to understand what are their experiences. If they are quoting a certain thing, what is the reason behind that? If a teacher is quoting a particular thing to a parent, they need to respect their experience. Same goes for the teacher also, that they need to respect the parent's experience. Only and only then can we bring the best out of the children. The difference can be observed, as you rightly quoted, that the naughty ones are actually always present. So there's a difference. Maybe the parent is not accepting what the views of the teacher are, or I'll say even the teacher is a little hesitant on expressing her complete views, that she is just like, okay, at least the student is excelling in academics. Let's not cover up the co-curricular, maybe not cover up the classroom behavior, which we try to incorporate in our system. We at our school always ask the teachers to keep a record of every student's classroom behavior, to keep a record of how he or she is talking to the other fellow class members, and then interact with the parents to have the commonalities and work on the child that way.
Excellent. So, we've made a case for it. There is a case for teacher-parent relationship, and it has an impact on the child, positive, as we've said. But, I'm sure as we're thinking teacher-parent, all our mind is on K-12. To what extent do we continue this teacher-parent? Does it go up to higher education? What's your opinion?
So, that parent-teacher interactions, the way they happen, are so critical. And, we all know that at the elementary level, parents are very engaged with their children's learning. They're in the classroom, they're helping, they're classroom mothers, they're part of the PTO, they're volunteering. So at the elementary level, you see it at that level. But when it comes into like middle school, high school, and that interference between the academics and the parent, so the respect is definitely given, that the parent knows their child the most. But when it comes into the territory of the teacher territory or the administrator's territory is where I would say that's when we need to kind of, as administrators, I have 13,000 students in my school right now. And as administrators, we need to, set some boundaries and say that, this is where your child is learning that social domestic curriculum. Let them learn this now. The stakes are low. Let them fall now, or let them get into this consequence or this trouble at this point so that they can learn that this is the societal norms that they're going to be walking into in real life. So I definitely am a big advocate for middle school and high school to be as independent as possible. Of course, keeping the parents informed, volunteering and help is always welcome. But when it comes to academics, let the schools handle that.
So what about higher education? Do you think there's some level of teacher-parent interaction there?
I mean, I have triplets, and my triplets are in college. I wouldn't dare go into their college classroom and say, Mr. Professor, why did you give my child XYZ grade? Or why did you say this to my son? I don't think that there's a place for it, and in fact, and I might get some controversy, I don't even ask my kids for their report cards at that level. There's no reason for that. They know what they're doing, and they're responsible for it.
Interesting. I'll let Mokhtar go.
As Dr. Iram said, there are a lot of interaction between teachers and parents at the elementary level, and I think that is the stage where it is needed more, because at that time we are building the foundation of the child, where there are different models of interaction between the parent and the teacher based on the student-focused or the parent-focused model, where we look at it, teacher and the parents are partner into the education system of the child. So where there are a lot of interaction is needed, because when you look at when the child starts school at the first stage or the kindergarten stage, there are a lot of kind of relationship or attachments they have with their caregivers or the nannies or the parents. So when they come to school, they are very anxious. At that point of time, there are a lot of interaction is needed, because the parent was the first teacher of their child. So they taught different kind of education system, culture they are coming with to the schools, and there are anxiety in the students when they are coming to the school, because they are leaving family, home, where they were 24 hours they were around with their parents, they were protecting, caregiving, and attention giving to them, and suddenly they are into the environment where they are on their own. So at that time, a lot of interaction is needed, where they can work together for the development of the child. So parents can tell the teachers how, and teachers can guide the parents how to manage the students or how to support the student with the learning at home. Because after the school, the child will go home where probably support is needed. In certain cases, more support is needed. When certain disability or learning needs are identified, at that stage there are a lot of interaction is needed between the teacher and parent. As the student grow to high school or to the higher education system, I think until the high school point of time to make the decision what child is going to take, till that point of time, some interaction is needed between the teacher and the parent, and along with student being the partner to that, to make the goals for the next stage of the life, what subject to be chosen, which career to be chosen, and what they should know that, yes, I am taking on to this career, what are the outcomes of that career. So there are a lot of career guidance in terms of career guidance, a lot of interaction is needed here. Now there are 3 partners to it, not only teacher and the parent, there are teacher, parent, and the student to make the goals, to make what the next goals of the next stage of the education system. But once in the college level or the university level, when they have decided which curriculum to go, I think at that point of time we need to give independence to the student to make decision about their curriculum or their career choices, which way they want to learn. Okay. At that stage, I think it's interaction, more interaction is between the teacher and the student at that stage. But I would still recommend parents to be informed how the child is doing. If there are any issues where parents could be a support system to guide the child, I think parents should be involved.
Thank you, Mokhtar. I think what I was trying to get at is, to what extent, it may not be with the same, fever as it was in your primary, in your K-12. But at that level, you have some universities send you their results. There's a university in UAE here that calls you in for open day. And I laugh when I see it. And I tell her, I'm going to go for your open day. I'm going to see your books, But, it keeps you on top of what they're doing. And, just so that they don't get into trouble. You also want to know what they're doing. And I'll tell you a secret. At that age, they still want you to be involved. Even though we feel we're encroaching, but they still want you to be involved. So I'll hand it over to Ayush.
Adding on to what you, rightly quoted, having the experience of both school and a consultancy in which we interact with, students from all the way from nursery to students who are doing their postgrad and maybe undergrad and even doctorates. So in my opinion, it should always be a mixture of things, like, the interaction to start from day one when they are coming to the nursery class, going all the way to till the age of 15, it should be the max. Maybe the percentage can only go from 100% to a 90%, not nothing less than that. But all the way from the age group of 15 and when they grow, the percentage should reduce, comparatively. Because when a child is in grade 12, he or she should be given, the choice of their lives. They should be allowed to choose their career. They should be allowed to choose their course. In our case, they should also be allowed to choose their country in which they want to fly. So that interaction should reduce, but at least 20%, 15%, whatsoever is the ratio, the child feels breathable space, and even the parent feel that, okay, my point is being respected. That should always be maintained. I'll say not even that percentage should not go off even throughout the rest of the life. That should always be there.
So Ayush, what I hear you saying is that, and Ginger, what I heard you saying is, as parents, I mean, obviously, our parents to our students are always involved in terms of counseling, coaching, guiding throughout their lives. But when we talk about interference per se, do you feel that in the college level, parents should have that, like she said, have report cards sent home?
To my opinion, there's a very thin line between, sharing your opinion, sharing your experience, and interference.
Right.
Right? There's a very thin line between that. A parent should always understand that. A counselor should always understand that. A counselor, that's the reason it's a counselor.
Right.
Right? It's not, we are not imposing our views. We are giving our experience that these things might be good for you.
And a counselor can't be their mother or father.
Obviously.
Right? So.
And I think it is more coming from the various cultural background as well.
Right.
As we see the Asian background where parents are more involved with the child, decision making, education, even beyond the education system, they are involved in their lives. And in the Western culture, the parents are involved up to the elementary or the middle school level, and where as the child moves to the senior school and the level beyond that, the parents are less involved. So they leave it to the child to make decision, whatever decision they want to make, which way they want to go. So again, it's a cultural differences are there, and each family works as a unit, as a differently. So I think those differences coming up from there, how much a parent should be involved or how much it should not be involved, it lot depends upon the culture, the background you are coming from. So.
Excellent. So we've established that, yes, it can continue, from when the child starts school to when they leave school. Because remember, it's lifelong learning. The question at every point in time is, what is the child learning? Is the child learning the academia, or is the child learning life? Some children look at their parents as their role model. So some want to be engineers like their parents or doctors. And sometimes, we heard the mental health team talk about when they, welcome the new students and how some of them start talking about some of the issues they have. Those things are not academia. You could have parents that could continue to mentor you, to help you fit into school. And also, the results are sent to parents. So when your child is having a problem, that because the involvement at higher education from the teacher is not like, so you actually need that person that would care. Because when we get into university, what you're told is, nobody cares if you come to class. We all heard that. So you still need that parent to provide that, stable relationship. Now, maybe if we talk about the next thing, the relationship styles. What relationship styles? How do we foster this relationship in all different levels of education? What methods have people used? What methods do we recommend? I'll start with you, Aish.
What mentor do we recommend? I don't know, maybe parental is the best.
So some schools have parent-teachers association meetings. Some schools get parents to go on a trip. Some schools send results like we've talked about. So maybe I'll start with Dr. Iram, and then I'll come back to you. Or Mukhtar, whoever wants to go first. Okay.
I think there is a diversity in the types of relationship styles employed at various schools or various communities. It depends. Mainly there are three models. One is basically the professional-driven model where the teacher takes the lead role, where teacher decides educational goals about the students and sends the information home, where there is a less interaction or the involvement of the parent into the education system. So where teacher is sending, even if there is an issue, they will call the parent. So in this kind of a relationship or in this model, there is less trust between the parent and the teacher. So teacher would call the parent when there is an issue. They will never call a parent when there is a good thing or a good progress about the student until there is a report card sent home or there is a parent-teacher meeting. But then there is another is a family-allied kind of a model where parents are involved, they are called to the school and they interact with each other. This is more to empower the parents, where they're giving a lot of education to the parent, how to manage the child and how to, there is a much more interaction than the previous model. Then the third model is basically where the teacher and the parent are partner in the education system or in the education of the child, where both sit together and create the goal plan for the child education system, pathway, what and how, where parents bring the knowledge about the child from home and what teacher may or may not know about the student, and teacher takes that knowledge and gives her own knowledge about the education system and the pedagogy, how to teach and which area where there is more stress is needed, kind of a thing involved, where the support is needed, where parent can provide the support in the education of the child to meet the learning outcome. So I think the third model is the best model to employ, but again there are different contexts and different level of the education system. The model will change from one style to the another style. It also depends upon the teacher's relationship model by their own family members, or even the parents' relationship model with their family members, whether it is a relationship with is associated, where there is a trust in their own relationship, so there will be a better relationship building. If there is a fear kind of a relation, they had the association with their relationship building with their family members or when they were young and when they have gone through. So it all depends upon different type and different styles of the relationship a teacher had or a parent had, and what kind of a partnership model you employ at your school.
I don't know that there is any one model. If I can be so bold to say that, just like as teachers, we ask our teachers to get to know each and every student, that key that unlocks their creativity, how they learn. I think we need to take that time and extend it to understanding our parents. There's so many reasons why our parents don't come to school. Sometimes they feel like they're not educated enough to have an intelligent conversation, so I'd rather not go. Or sometimes they feel that, you know, what's the point? The teacher's not going to listen to me. My kid must be at fault. Or many other reasons that exist as to why our parents aren't as engaged. And so there have been times where you actually make home visits to parents. I've visited their homes in situations where I could tell that there's something wrong with their child. As a superintendent of schools in the States, you would make those visits to say what's going on, what's wrong, and actually deliver that feedback in a way that's in the comfort of their own home. And sometimes that goes so far. But as far as the traditional methods of parent-teacher conferences, volunteer moments and times, field trips, and of course that's there. But to really personalize that experience, to say, I know your child, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make them successful. Can you tell me more about what that would mean and what that would take? So asking them from that point of view and make it authentic, really sincere and authentic. I think that would be the model that any school should take. But sometimes we're so busied with mandates, accountability measures, curriculum coverage, pedagogy, marks, grading, all sorts of things that we kind of forget the human side of education, that we not only teach the tiny people, but we also teach the big people, right?
You know, going with the traditional method, there is something wrong with the PTMs, I will say. It's not long that I've cleared my schooling, but there's something wrong with the PTMs. The student always has the fear that I'm taking my parents and I'm gonna get a scolding behind. So though the modern days Zoom calls, the Google Meets have added on to this thing, having a one-to-one interaction have given the parents to express their opinions, have given them the space to talk freely. You know, having a PTM, I'll say, why not have a field trip? Why not have a high tea? Why not break the barriers in which, as you rightly mentioned, that the parents at time have a certain hesitant. Like, if I'll show up, maybe I'm not carrying a Gucci, maybe I'm not carrying a Prada, which the other parents are. So let's bring them on the ground in which at least they are familiar with the parents of other students. So how about, like, as I said, let's do it in a manner. Let's have a high tea and a Google Meet for the PTMs.
Excellent. So, in fact, I think you started on the next question because we wanted to also check out what's the role of technology, in fostering this relationship. I mean, he's talked about Zoom. This is now for the feedback session. What else? What else do we see technology doing? I mean, when some are doing blended learning.
I can tell you the role of technology when Corona happened, right? So we all went online overnight. And then all of a sudden, we would be able to see our parents walk through the backgrounds of our children as they're taking classes. Or some things that, the parents were seeing in terms of our teaching styles, right? So I believe that technology has really opened some eyes for parents and for our students to say, oh, there's a lot going on in that classroom, or let me get involved in that way. So technology to learn, I mean, we heard the gamifying with technology, without technology. We heard the technology panel that came on board. It's here to stay. As everyone has already said, it's not going anywhere. It's how we leverage it. But I do think that this conference and this platform is so advanced that we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about metaverse, we're talking about incorporating all of these things. But now think at the ground, not only are our teachers fearful of it, but our parents are also fearful of it. They don't know what to expect, and they've never been trained or given that information as to how, or what the investment would look like for the schools, how would it be implemented in the classrooms. Is technology going to be the next teacher or babysitter or substitute for my child? And so in the absence or a void of that awareness, we would rather just avoid it, right? So we need to slowly move into awareness sessions as to what this could look like and let that practice take place organically. But we're talking at a very high level, but at the implementation level, I feel like there needs to be a lot of work for us to kind of lay that bedrock down for them.
Okay.
I think as we all have seen, as Dr. Iram also mentioned, that during the COVID pandemic time, the technology was suddenly there. And it's pushed so many things forward which we were still thinking onto it. And as a parent or as a teachers or even as a students, we were not prepared for. Everybody had to gear up for that moment of time at the time of the pandemic to continue the education system. There are plus and minuses of each kind of a system. Looking at the plus side, positive side of the technology in parent-teacher interaction, it has helped to and made interaction much easier for the parents who are technology oriented or who have made it easier for them to interact with teacher and for teacher to interact with their parents, just pick up the phone or have a Google call or a call on Teams or Zoom. And it made brought the distance closer. Many times parents are working on 1 or 2 jobs to make their financial ends meet, so they didn't have the proper time. But in this way, technology brought and created a mean to interact between parent and teacher. But on the other hand, it brought a lot of anxiety into the parents who were not, like older parents then, who were not very technologically oriented. So it created more fear in them, how we would use it, what we will do it, and like it makes more vulnerability brought into the parents. So it's both kind of the sets. So I think on one side, the younger parents, they enjoyed it and it has a positive impact. Where they were the older parents, it created bit of anxiety and the fear in them. So we need to prepare it to use the positive side of the technology in the benefit of the parent-teacher engagement, what we are talking about today.
I mean, the good doctor had mentioned earlier that 1 out of 10, you had mentioned in the States, did not have technology, right? I come from Texas, and in Texas, similar things happened. We had to issue technology to students and parents. And when we issued technology, the parents didn't know how to use it, right? And this is in the States. Now imagine if we were in developing countries. So we're talking in a way that, yes, technology is there, it's important, it's there to stay, but how do we do it while taking our parents along board and helping them understand that this is a tool for us to help us, not something that we should shy away from or fear.
Excellent, and I agree with you. I mean, teachers are excellent people. Sometimes I see the curriculum and I look at the child and he's just speaking, and I wonder, how do I impact knowledge? So yes, during as a parent, I'm speaking as a parent now, so during the online learning, it helped me choose the right teacher. So I got the feedback quickly because I listened in the background. And it was a case of, Zach is not doing well. And then I listen in the background, and I'm not seeing you teach him anything. And then I switch teachers, and I see them having a ball, and I see him, increasing his pace at learning day after day. So that quick feedback, it's there for the parents. And then those results that are sent to parents helps you know what your child is doing. Communication book can be online, so that works. So as we go into the next stage, so what obstacles do we see? Do you see any obstacles in fostering this relationship? Maybe relationship issues between the teacher, the parent, the way parents revere some teachers in some countries. And you've spoken about some parents don't want to go to school because they feel they're not educated enough or they're not dressed well to go to school. What other kind of obstacles do we see?
For fostering parent interactions?
Yes.
I think one of the obstacles that I see is I can teach anyone how to teach, but I can't teach them how to care.
Right.
So if our educators don't have the time to spend or the willingness to care, then I think that's a huge obstacle. And that comes a lot from our teacher training programs that we have. And we give them all of the theory in those teacher training programs, but we hardly give them the practical application approach of what it really means to go that extra mile. We say extra mile in education, but it's not the extra mile, that's our job. That's our job, and we forget that. Sometimes we think that we're just imparters of knowledge, and then that's it. We grade papers, we give them a grade, and we're done. And we're not done. And anybody in this room who is an educator at this point knows that they've probably spent countless hours grading papers, talking to parents, mentoring students. But we forget that third piece of the stool, or the third leg of the stool, which is our parents.
I think the challenges in terms of fostering parent-teacher engagement, there are different kind of diversity in the types of the parents and the types of the and the standards or the context of the teacher as well. At one end, teachers are loaded with a lot of administrative work, as Dr. Iram said, looking after various, finishing the curriculum, grading, administrating, marking, all those data analysis and everything, which is taking time away from the teaching, which we can use technology to do that rather than using technology for other aspects. We are not using technology where we need to use it. So all that administrative work, if we put it on technology, use of technology, we bring it into the school, so it will free a lot of time for teachers, where teachers can build on the human side of the education system, where they can interact more with parents. On the other side, parents are sometimes very fearful, as Dr. Iram said previously, like they feel, oh, how I will communicate, or how will I use technology to talk to the teacher, or if what teacher would say to me. Most of the time, because of the either it's their teacher's own style of managing things or their own relationship style, many times teachers do not have time to even call the parents and tell them. Usually they call when there is a problem. They wouldn't call when there is to praise the child or to plan things, how they are doing it. They would call, okay, oh, this thing has happened in the class, you need to look at this, or we want to meet with you, and they wouldn't give you any background why they want to meet with you. So at that point of time, then there are a lot of disconnect happens between parent and the teacher, and trust level goes down and down and down. So that is what, these are the different kind of barriers. So socioeconomic barriers, where the social background or the economic background of the parent, it impacts the relationship building. The third is as language skills probably. There are a lot of, if you look at the school within the UAE, there are so many nationality. Parents are coming from a diverse background. Maybe all of the parents are not English-speaking parents. And when the teacher would send any note or any communication to the parent in English, many of times these parents wouldn't understand what teacher has sent it. So we need to look at it. So there are so many challenges and barriers in building these relationships, so which we need to overcome for the benefit of the child and their learning outcomes.
How about we put it, the only and only barrier is taking the first step, right? Taking the first step in every manner possible. A lot of people in this room would not be even aware that Zoom, Google Meets, and such platforms existed back before COVID. They did. They were only being used by the corporates. We as educationists, we as administrators, we as teachers are in a place when we can create influence. But that influence can only be created once we take that first step for ourselves. We get educated first. We now, go to Google, we go to such meets, and we get educated that what are the new things coming up. Only and only then can we tell the students. What if a school in Texas was already doing the PTMs, was already doing the classes in 2018 via Zoom? Maybe 10% of it, maybe 20% of it. I can give it in written that that school would be the one least affected by COVID if they would have been using that technology.
I'll tell you a story. In 2018, there was a gentleman that approached me as I was in school. And he said, Dr. Adam, let's start an online school. And I looked at him and I said, that's a brilliant idea. But getting our teachers up to the technology, getting them upskilled, getting the content online, I came up with like a dozen things for him to think about, and essentially putting a stop to the project or the innovation that he had come up with.
So what happened after that, right?
So then
COVID.
God sent the COVID,
right,
and said, you're wrong.
So now God was like,
let me tell you.
We gave you an option, you did not take it, now it's a forceful.
He said, let me tell you how this is going to work.
At the end of the day, we all are children.
Right. And as a result, by the way, that online school is now happening. So
Excellent.
It's there.
Excellent. So I'm sure we've used this few minutes, to make a case for teacher-parent relationship. Any last words? 30 seconds before we take it to the crowd. Dr. Aram, 30 seconds to use your personal experience to leave a last word.
My last 30 seconds will only consist of the fact that I wish that our educators and our administrators, especially our administrators in this room, give the time and the opportunity to be creative, as that last presentation that was super creative, to really go out of the box and be able to build those relationships with not only their students but their parents, and know them on a very intimate level to help them, sincerely, with authentic relationships.
Mokta?
Adding on to what Dr. Iram said, I think we need to bring innovation to the education system, to employ various methods. The education system, the current education system was developed years back for the industrial age. Now it has changed. Each child is learning differently. There are different needs for each child. So we need to bring parents into the partnership to make a child learn the way they want to learn. Secondly, we need to enhance our teacher education systems, where we need to not only give knowledge. Most of the education systems, teacher education system, where teachers who are training the teachers are from the old mindset. Right. They are teaching them more onto the knowledge end of the learning, basically, how this happens, these theories and all that, but the education system doesn't teach them how to implement that in the classroom. So we need to bring teacher education system which is based on the competency side, which is based on the actual skill competence, how to implement all that what we learn in the classroom while teaching. So we need to learn on job itself. So the education system teacher education system should build around the competence, skill level. We need to bring professional standards for teachers, where teachers could demonstrate how they are managing and how they are doing things. So it should be more on the learning on the job rather than just sitting in silo in the classroom.
I would just like to quote one thing. Back in India, it goes like, अच्छे parents and अच्छे teachers बच्चों के लिए अच्छा ही सोचते हैं. And we need to believe in that. The conversion, good teachers and good parents always think good for their child. And we firmly need to believe in that.
Excellent. So for me, I think it's a journey that the parent and the teacher should be on. It should not just be when things happen from the beginning of the semester, the term. There should be a plan. There should be a discussion up front when the child resumes school to talk about the child from the home front. And then feedback, setting goals and then having timely feedback to see how is this child progressing, especially judging from where they're coming from, and it becomes a deliberate act. Thank you for listening to us. It's now audience time. Any questions, please? Please go ahead.
All right, thank you for that wonderful discussion. So I come from the research. I mean, I'm from AR, augmented reality and virtual reality professor, but we've been working a lot on STEM and increasing understanding the barriers that the young girls face when they're choosing the STEM subjects, and that has been a lot of revealing things over there. And one of the influences or obstacles are sometimes the parents. Teachers are also part of it many times when they are not trained well, or when they are not, when they don't have themselves a good STEM development attitude. But there was a study in Wisconsin, I think, and the mic is gone. And what they did is they did a small study where there was an intervention where they wanted to change the stereotypical beliefs of parents towards STEM and its relationship with female gender, because it's usually considered a male-dominated field and a male field. And that implicit belief many a times cross over to the girls as well. And even though they do well, they do not select STEM. And this intervention basically tried to impart utility value of STEM. So how STEM subjects would enable children to, their own children, the parents' children, to get their goals that they want to reach in their life. And that helped a lot, especially there was an increase in subject choice of girls because of that. And also the boys who were not doing very well in STEM, their performance increased. Now that was a small study. What I am curious about, because you are all in, working in these settings, is how realistic is it to use these teacher-parent interactions to change the stereotypical belief when it comes to STEM and girls?
You see, a school or institution, any working body has different verticals to it. As parent, we always see a school as, an association between a teacher and a student. There are counselors, there are administration, there are different parts to it. There, as you rightly quoted, there are different studies going on around. So the role of mentors, the role of counselors also come into the picture. Counselor is not one who only a student should go for any kind of a problem. Counselor is the one who explores the other parameters, the other fields of education also for the student. They help the student choose the right path for them. So a teacher might be very occupied in teaching, in day-to-day curriculum, in completing the academic course. So there is a role of the counselors which come in. So yes, there is a shift and it's towards the positive end, but that comes when the parent has to understand, as I said, that there's another vertical, counselors, for helping the students, not only as doctors.
Right.
I mean, I can tell you how many times I've sat with parents personally with their daughters and some sons that wanted to go in, the girl wanted to go into STEM, but their parents said, no, nothing doing. It's just, it's not, I don't want her to be in that, in that environment. I don't want her to go far in so many studies. And usually it's a cultural thing. You'll see it in our Asian families a lot. And at that point, when you have those conversations with those parents, you do the best that you can to convince them, prove the data, bring the research, show them the accomplishments and achievements, the possibilities, what can happen, what cannot happen. But at the end of the day, all you can do is advocate with the child. And at the end of the day, it's their parents' decision. Is it a mindset shift? Definitely. When does it start happening? It doesn't happen when you're in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. It happens when you're in 1st and 2nd grade. You start bringing that awareness to your parents at that age. I remember in a school at the elementary, we started to have career fairs and career opportunities and let the kids decide what career they wanted to choose. And we would promote STEM fields in the elementary level and then bring their parents to see all of this. And so slowly over the years, we saw that our numbers started to increase as to how many females versus males went into STEM careers. So it really happens at a young age where you plant that seed at a very young level where the stakes aren't high for the parents because the parents are feeling like they're out of control right now.
Right.
You're trying to pull something that's in my control. It's my decision and I know what's best for my daughter. They don't know what's best right now. And so what ends up happening is that you relinquish that control when you educate them from a very, very young age as to what all the possibilities there could be in STEM. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be a doctor or an engineer or this. There's so many careers in STEM, but they need to know what all exists in order for them to choose it.
Right.
I want to switch that up, to talk about when, You know, in school, you basically do academia. And if you're not doing well in some subjects, you almost feel like, oh, as a student, I can't do this because I'm not doing well in the subject. Meanwhile, you're not performing well could just be that you don't like the way your teacher is, taking that course. You display your attitude more at home. So, and the things you get engaged in and the things that drive you, your passion. So I have a personal experience. So I'm in STEM now, but I didn't study STEM, because then we had this self-stereotyping that, STEM wasn't, was difficult, IT just wasn't it. But today I'm in tech. So I have a daughter who is in STEM, and her teacher felt she shouldn't be in STEM, but she wanted to be in STEM and demonstrated, the passion for it. And it took her owning up that the teacher that is taking physics, she just doesn't like the way he delivers it. And switching up teachers changed it up. She's in STEM now, she's doing excellently. She loves the fact that even though it's male-dominated, she's in it and doing well. So that's the importance of the relationship. So parents, teachers bring what they know about the child in the face of what's happening with their results, to just make sure that they finish that journey of being in STEM.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, that what you talked about is something that we discovered in Germany as well, and we did 777, girls were studied in Germany in school from 9th grade onwards, and we took a lot of their feedback, and the critical events were the events where we just asked them, why did you decide to do this? And these critical events, as you mentioned, the most negative ones actually came from teacher, and it included curriculum design, the way teacher presented their own STEM self-efficacy, and the stereotypical behavior that teachers brought. So I do believe that teachers, first of all, has to be, I would say that you should really check the STEM attitude of teachers before hiring them. But I was just also trying to see if teachers can influence a parent in some way, or at least change the mindset at some point. But you made a very good point as well to do it at a very early stage, and I completely agree. Thank you.
I would have been a different type of doctor had I had a good math teacher. I'm telling you.
I can understand that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
I think there's one more question at the back. We've exceeded our time.
Thank you very much. It was really nice to listen to you guys. Dr. Idam, I was reading your introduction, and you are hardcore related to curriculum. And obviously, the rest of the panel members are also very learned. Now, my question is, there is a lot of discussion about parents' perspective and the students' perspective and the teacher's perspective. And there is normally always a clash between the perspective of the parent and the teacher. Because teachers are normally more into the practices, more closer to the current research and all that stuff. I just don't want to extend that discussion. My question is only one thing. Like the teacher's evaluation framework, like Charlotte Danielson model and the Marzano's model and all that stuff, the list of do's and don'ts for the teachers, do we have any such list for parents? First question. The second question is, do you have any framework, or you're familiar with any framework that can bridge the gap between understanding and the perspective of the teachers and the parents? If there is any framework available for that, and if not, can you just throw a few bullet points? So I note it down, and I would love to implement that back in my schools with my administration. That can help out bridging those gaps. Because if we continue with that discussion that parents don't understand and the teachers don't understand, there is no end to that. Right. But if we start writing down that this works and this is well tested and tried, that works. I thank you.
Something that's helped me in the past, so there isn't a framework that exists about parents' do's and don'ts, because we're always under the mindset that the customer is always right type of thing, and parents are our customers. And so they're always right in that regard, which isn't true always. But one of the things that I found to be very helpful at the very beginning of the year, especially when we're having like coffee with the leadership or coffee with the principal sessions, is to lay those expectations out every single time and let them know when it's not parent-teacher conference time, let them know that here's what we're going to do for you and here's what we need from you. And you list those 3 things out. And the top 3 things that I always had in my presentations is number 1, help us help your child, right? Number 2 is let's make sure that we keep composure. Because if we become uncivilized, then we're shutting the conversation down at that point, and we will have it again once you're able to be in a better emotional state, right? And then number 3, I always tell them that we are willing to modify, help, adapt, accommodate within reason. However, there are certain practices we have in place for particular reasons, and then you tell them the rationale of why, right? Why can't we change the grade? Why can't we give the test 5 times even if your child failed the 4th time, right? Why are we not able to extend the homework policy? Once you start explaining the whys behind things, you'll oftentimes see that most of your parents will come on board. But there's always that 1 or 2 that, will give you a run for your money, always.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have exceeded our time by a lot. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our panelists. We have had a fantastic day so far, ladies and gents, haven't we? It's been absolutely brilliant. All the panel discussions have been inspiring, informative, and I have a feeling that is what our next fire chat is going to be like as well, our fireside chat. Please could we welcome, this time we're looking forward to next year, of course, 2023, only a few weeks away. And this next session is going to be looking at how ICT can inspire a new generation of learners and educators. So please welcome to the stage Joanna Witwica. Round of applause, everybody, please. Education Specialist, Humanitarian and Associate Director of Webster University, Geneva, to lead this. And we also have Chansakita Poom to come up to the stage as well. And Dr. Barala Safi. Please put your hands together, everybody, for our next fireside chat this afternoon.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, and almost good evening to everybody. So we also have Dr. Milad. He will join us. So I have the opportunity to be moderator in this panel discussion, which is about ICT skills. And I'm very sure that everyone present here knows about ICT. ICT means information communication technology, because this is a set of skills which is very, very important for everybody. It is not only for educators and students, but I believe it's important for everybody, even a doctor. Today, if you go to a doctor or a hospital, the doctor won't give you the prescription or physical prescriptions on a paper. He will, written by himself, but he will give you a computerized prescription and using a software. Even for a doctor, it's mandatory that he or she should know and have this ICT skills. Even if you go to a supermarket and if you want to buy something, even the ICT skills are important for retailers. And it's important for everybody almost, in every sector, not only for students and educators, because it increases, when you use ICT, the accuracy increases, the performance increases. And even how many of us know that when there was no internet, no mobile phones, we used to exchange letters. And sometimes it's taking lots of time. Like you write a letter to your brothers and it takes 3, 4, 5 months, even a year, then it reaches to the destination. But with ICT skills, now we can communicate because we use every day, like mobile phones, cameras, everything. So we will be discussing about ICT and highlighting the importance and scope and ICT in classrooms and in developing and underdeveloping countries with my fellow panelists, and I will do the moderator. Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I will take this opportunity to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. So I will start with Dr. Milad. So could you introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. Milad Sewali. I'm the Managing Director of Global Learning, a specialized group in educational technology and blended and smart learning for the past 20 years across the region. And we've been working at the beginning at corporate training and lifelong learning. Then we moved to higher education, then school and basic education. And now, after COVID, we're trying to invent or implement new innovative models, especially for upskilling and reskilling the workforce in the marketplace.
Yeah, thank you so much. And our next panelist, could you introduce, please? You can use that mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. And so my name is Joanna Witwicka, and I'm Associate Director at Webster University, Geneva. I'm also a humanitarian collaborating with NGOs in Africa, in Ivory Coast, JATIC and Pourel, that aims to help unprivileged women to learn how to read and how to write by using digital technologies. And also alumni from Oxford University, where I conducted the research on hybrid learning and implementation of ICT technologies in developing countries, and also I did comparative studies with well-developed countries, so I'm happy to be part of the discussion and share some insights on this topic with you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sujita. I am from Cambodia. I am currently working as a CEO, and I also a founder of an education startup with a mission to bring digital technologies in education and help schools in Cambodia to go through digital transformations through providing professional developments to teachers and developing curriculums and training on pedagogies. And also we also develop our own edtechs that help to contextualize the use of ICT in education that fit within the local context of Cambodia. I also had background working in higher education, and I come from originally from the background in engineering, and I was looking for solving a systematic problem, and here I am in education, and I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me here to be in this panel. I consider myself to be a little bit of a strange duck. That is because my take on information and communication technology has very much to do with working with clients, using the technology for change of habits, enhance and inspire learning. And I consider myself to be a specialist in what I call inner technology. And I'm very interested to see how this is going to blend in with your expertise.
Thank you so much. So in the last 2 days, we discussed a lot about technologies, informations, IT, digital learning, and online learning. I think today we'll try to highlight more personal experiences compared to the questions theoretically asked. So I would like to ask first, could you share a little bit of your personal experience in the field of ICT? I'll start with Dr. Milad first.
Okay, at least at the personal level, I have gone through various stages. At some point, I was the Dean of Information Technology at the American University in Dubai from 1998 to 2002, where we started implementing blended learning for the first time in the region, and flipped classroom, and we got some international content from technology companies and blended it with the curriculum so that the students, by the time they get their bachelor degree, they also get a Microsoft certificate and a Oracle DBA and Red Hat Linux and so on. And that was the first experience in the region where technology was a basic part of the learner. Later on, I became the provost of the Syrian Virtual University, which was the first accredited full-fledged virtual university in 2002 in a country like Syria with very limited or weak infrastructure. So we had to establish virtual learning centers across the country, and later on abroad, more than 15 countries now have such centers where students use them as authorized testing centers. And at later stage, when we started implementing ICT at university programs, we realized that sometimes the ecosystem is not all available. You need devices and infrastructure inside inside the university or the classroom, as well as many times the students in some countries don't have access from home. In addition, many people thought that online education is about going on Zoom or Teams lately during COVID, whereas a core component is the digital interactive content, which helps students to become self-learners and collaborative learners asynchronously outside the classroom. And this will free the teachers from delivering the content, because the content and knowledge is there, and this helps the teachers to move towards competency-based learning by using the interaction in class or in virtual classrooms for real thinking skills and core competencies exchange with students, rather than just transferring knowledge in one way. This knowledge transfer can be done through various multimedia enhanced content and especially using learning management systems and others. Also, when we started delivering assessments, there was a need for an assessment management system which is based on data, and where we can utilize this data and do a lot of data analytics in order to understand more the students' behavior and performance and development and so on. So all these components have been available and missing depending on the context. But if we are to look at ICT in education, it's not only about devices or smart boards or tablets or computers alone. It's the learning process. So academia is first, technology is second. Technology is there to enable academia or a better learning experience. And therefore, the skills, the ICT skills, are extremely important to be hand in hand learned by the teachers with pedagogical and academic skills. Because until now, as I said earlier in the morning, whatever we've done, locally, regionally, and internationally, we just scratched the surface of change in the educational system. And after COVID, it is time to rethink drastically the restructuring of our educational system in order to free the teachers from repeating or doing repetitive jobs all over again inside the classroom, and utilize this limited time in the classroom for real interaction, for enhancing or nurturing higher order thinking skills using technology, and leaving the part that is repetitive for technology to do. So instead of focusing on lower skills for the students, if we are to move to the higher order thinking skills or the higher skills on the Bloom's taxonomy, we need technology, we need modern smart learning, we need students to become self-learners, researchers, thinkers, and not only to remember and memorize and come to the exams and get a good grade and move from one stage of education to another.
Outstanding achievement and very good examples. I'm very sure that everybody has certain experience during their student life or during their career while using technologies. I'm very sure that our other panelists will also share their own experience in this field. So could you share one of your experience with us, please?
Thank you. So for the last 7 years, I worked for the universities in Switzerland, where I had opportunity to observe the implementation of digital technologies prior the pandemic. And then, of course, during the pandemic, I also had this opportunity to see how they struggle, what are the challenges, and so on. So during this time, I noticed that there is a need for more debate on this topic, mostly the challenges of the teachers' preparation for using the digital technologies, and for also, regarding the differences in socioeconomic differently developed countries. So this is what inspired me to choose this as my topic for my research afterwards, that I did in collaboration, as mentioned, with Oxford and also with the International Bureau of Education, UNESCO, that supported me throughout the studies. And so my research consisted on, doing comparative studies of Switzerland and of Côte d'Ivoire, so radically different to case studies. So I basically distributed the online survey to over 100 university teachers, trying to investigate about their perceptions on the needs and challenges or regarding like implementation of ICT, hybrid learning in the high schools during the pandemic. So I will be happy to share more insights regarding this topic later.
Thank you so much. And Suchita, do you have any experience you want to share with the audience?
Yep. So I think when we talk about ICT experience, I think everyone in this room probably has experienced it. And I think the common thing that we all would experience with ICT would be probably when we have our first smartphone or the first time we send the first email. So personally, we all have had some interaction with ICT or have used it, have known of it. But how my career in my professional development come into the ICT, it actually starting when I complete my work year assignment in Canada, and I came to Cambodia and joined the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, that they work on this project called Development Innovations. And one key area that they work specifically is called ICT4D, and that's when I started to know ICT as a term, as itself. And ICT4D stands for Information Communication Technology for Development. So what people did during the time, what we did in the project is to use existing technologies like social media, emails, and workspace like Google Drive, or actually existing technology to solve development problem and create social impacts. And it's kind of like an area where I find that it's a lot of problems, opportunity to solve a lot of problem, and creativity could happen. And then later on, I come to more active roles when I started my career in higher education as the head of Department of Management Information Systems, which basically, when we talk about management information system, you talk about the digital transformation. And digital transformation, it has to do with how the technology is being transferred and diffused to the user. So we are the one that making connection between the creator, the engineer, the computer scientist, and the user. And this is the area where a lot of ICT and technology that has been built and developed could be innovated and creating more creative solutions that could cater to the needs of the user in their own context, professionally and culturally. And I find this area fascinating. And then I also come to realize the gap between the student, that when they move from the K-12 to university, their fundamental knowledge in how to use ICT effectively and protect themselves safely while they are browsing on the internet have a big gap. So that's also led me to do what I do now, which is working on the area of closing that gap, to focus to go into as early as primary education where ICT education should be already talked about and taught as if you are learning like literature or mathematics in school. Yeah, so that's my
Thank you so much. And do we have any story from you also?
Well, as I said, I'm a little bit of a strange duck here, right? So just to be clear, I recently have founded the Soul Matters Academy. And primarily we work with private clients. So that could be also teachers that are in some way or form got stuck in what they are doing, and then they come to us, and then we facilitate to get clear what actually the blocks are, and so on and so forth. Now, where technology comes in, and where I see absolutely the value of technology in all this, is, for instance, the courses we offer that could be for one individual, but it could also be group courses that is placed in a learning management system. And what we have tried to do and still trying to do is to bring in inspiration in these kind of courses. One thing that I want to mention as an example, two examples. On this learning management system, the student, or the client in my case, can see on the bar the progress. But it can also be that when they have completed a certain section, that they get a certain kind of an accomplishment or a kind of thing that makes them feel like, wow, I did it, right? Now, I came up recently with something that I call ISG, and that stands for instant self-gratification. And that comes from earlier in the conference. I was here on a panel on the new kind of leader. And I pointed out that you can indicate this term in two ways and replace leader by teacher, right? You can say, are you a leader? Well, kind of. And that is not the teacher I'm talking about. I'm talking about the leader, teacher, who is kind. And kindness, not so much in the sense of being kind to the students, because of course every teacher, I presume, is coming from kindness to approach and to support the pupils and the teachers. But how often are teachers treating themselves likewise, treating themselves with kindness, having kind thoughts about their own self and their own actions? So this ISG technology built into the learning management system gives at certain times a pop-up on the screen in which people are invited, or the client in my case, to put their hands on the shoulder and say something like, well done, and then their name, well done. This is my example.
Oh, thank you. Like we see that ICT will be different when considering developing and underdeveloping countries or developed countries. Personally, I have seen like some of the universities in developing countries, they introduce student login system, where student can log in and see their attendance, they can submit their assignment, they can see everything. And I have seen many of foreign students or international students from South Asia and from some African countries also, they had a really difficult time to operate this system. So I want to ask Dr. Milad that how do you see this implementation of ICT skills in developing countries compared to developed countries? What should be done in order to scale students to use these technologies effectively and better?
Okay, let's define what categories of ICT skills are needed and ICT ecosystem, so that then we can define which is available in modern countries, which is available in developing countries. First, as I said before, there is an ecosystem that are the devices through which the access takes place. Those might not be available. In some countries, there is no electricity. Some other countries, there is no internet connection. Some other countries, students don't own a computer. However, assuming that all these are available, teachers and students require ICT skills that are related not only to the consumption of the tools that are available, but also for production of knowledge and of content and of skills and of experiences. And this needs to be tracked. This is where learning management systems come into place, assessment management system comes into place. But most importantly of the entire system is the content. Many times we hear about different types of content and how to deal with this content, whether it's an internationally developed content that can be reused, or OER, open educational resources, or any online websites or YouTubes or open resources. But all these, if they are not used in a tracked learning environment, the learning becomes a little bit loose. So students not only need to know how to use a platform, how to log in, how to go to their profile or to their courses, or how to submit an assignment, which becomes normal. Any student from any country in the world, you train him for 2-3 weeks, they will know how to do this. The more difficult part, in my opinion, is that teachers, who in many countries still use only the consuming part of technology, and some of them consider that if they know Word and Excel, and PowerPoint, this is enough. It's not enough anymore. And they need to be trained on, one, how to utilize such production ICT tools, two, how to utilize learning environment tools, including learning management system and its extended versions, or assessment management systems, or collaborative tools. And three, how to participate in developing their own content and putting their ideas and experiences and skills into either producing question banks for assessments, or producing some kind of online material and so on, or curating material from the internet and designing the learning experience. So the key point is the learning experience, which our teachers in many developing countries are still far from this, because this needs to combine both instructional ICT with instructional design and learning design in order to design an impactful learning journey for the student, which really achieve the objectives of learning, and at the same time is enjoyable and fun and not overwhelming.
Yeah, that's very true. I agree. And Jonah, what do you think about this perspective in developed countries?
Right, so I fully agree that when we talk and discuss about the implementation, promotion of ICT skills development, we should distinguish them between developing countries and well-developed countries. It is because simply these countries, they face different challenges, and only by understanding their distinctive challenges, we are able to find the most suitable solutions. So basically, some of the main differences that we should take into account, first of all, it's of course, well, the political situation. For example, well, I can give you an example of Switzerland. As we all know, where Switzerland is known to be one of the most politically stable countries that has not experienced any international conflicts since over, well, few generations. And then on the other hand, we can take an example of developing countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, which experienced just recently the second Ivorian civil war that completely damaged their educational system. So then, well, another difference to take into account would be the demographic pressure. We already heard about it and during this conference, so that in developing countries there is a big challenge. One of the major challenges in education is this demographic pressure. So in many African countries, the average, there's an average of in Ivory Coast is around 42%, in general it's around 50% of the population is above 18 years old. So in Western Europe, and this is, we talk about here like 70–80% of population is above 18 years old. So it will make a big difference. And Another one I would mention, not to also take all the important points that you can after continue, perhaps also the access to education that is completely different level of the internet penetration in developing countries that will of course also play a crucial role afterwards in implementation of ICT skills development.
Yes, thank you so much. And Suchita, what do you think? Because I think we have 13 minutes. Let me ask more questions. If I ask one question from you all, hardly will answer 2 or 3 questions because we have 13 minutes. What are the future ICT skills which will be required for teachers and educators and students?
Oh, thank you. Actually, if we have already, I think we come to an idea of a global, something called global citizenship. I think I hear a lot about this term in this conference that we talk about Dubai as a global city, and the world is moving toward to more of a global world, and it's one. So what are the skills that all the students, regardless of their country or education system, they should get? So it's to be a global citizen. And that the global citizenship, if we look into the competency in the student in global citizen to have, that has to include like problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, data literacy, digital literacy, communications and collaborations, and media and content creator using the internet. So these are the skills that everyone needs to have to thrive in the new world that is that's coming up for us. So students today, like you said, if we look into the schools in Switzerland, I don't know if I'm there, but I would expect that at least the student would have opportunity to use a computer or a tablet in the classroom, right? But in some part of the world that don't exist, they don't have the internet. Some people are finishing high school and they haven't touched a computer before. So, and also tie back to what we discussed about inclusiveness. Are we looking into the global scale? So this is probably a fruit of thought of what we could take out back from this conference, because I know a lot of idea has been shared here. But I think we would encourage to zoom out and see what are we defining as the global world for the future. Are all the children getting the same access to education, the same qualities, and also the same objective out of education? And I agree with Dr. Miller that at the end of the day, when we use a tool or technology, it has to have an objective. It's not just because it's flashy and it's new. So those tools are there to improve the learning experience. So the objective is to improve the learning experience for the students, so they now have more opportunity to do more fun thing, more collaborative thing, more teamwork, because content is already taken care of by the technology, and they could have access to it at any point. So they don't have to come to the classroom to play or to get those anymore, but they can look at those at home, and they can come to school and just meet friends and create more social interaction and collaborate. And that's when we talk about the experience that the new learning experience that ICT could bring to the students. And I think all students should have access to that. One more point.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have very less time. Very nice. Yeah, that's very true. I think in the future, irrespective of your job or irrespective of any field you are, so you should know and you should have some certain set of ICT skills, and that's very important. Even I have seen in some countries where people or teachers or professors that they never, like had a computer in their life, but in COVID-19 they have learned few technologies, they have learned, like few set of ICT. Now they are also, IT educated. So I would like to ask, what are the advantages? Could you highlight on advantages of ICT set of skills for teachers and students?
Am I allowed to deviate a bit from your question?
Yeah, please.
I said already in the beginning that my expertise is about inner information. And I would like to clarify what I mean with this.
No problem.
Information, in my view, is also gathered through other means, through body language. When I, as a teacher, relate to the students, when I relate to you as an audience like this, it is a different message than when I sit like this, right? It's a different way of conveying information. There's an aspect of telepathy that a few seconds before you think about a certain person, and a few seconds later the telephone rings. So that means, is an example to me, that information also can cross-pollinize through other means than ICT. There's also something like intuition. And I would like to add something to this panel that is more of a concern and a question. It doesn't need to be answered, but I would really like to put it in here. And that is, how much in the ICT, and I'm totally, I see the total value of all that you're bringing, but the concern and question is this: how many in the ICT you are envisioning and developing, how much space is there for enhancing the capacity for a student as well as a teacher of their inner knowing? How much space is there for something like what I see and hear so much, that the heightened sensitivity, how to deal with that? Because ICT usually come across, and I feel it myself, is very much left brain, right? And so I'm talking about how much space is there for the right brain, and also a very important point is how much is it encouraging, inspiring the students and teachers in this aspect of intuition? And that is what I want to contribute.
Yeah, thank you so much. And would you like to add something, Dr. Miller?
Well, this is a very interesting question that we need to clarify, that ICT is not replacing the teacher, or is not replacing the mind or the spirit or the emotional intelligence of the teacher, on the contrary, or of the student. On the contrary, it becomes a transparent tool for him to understand his inner power and intelligence and feelings and express it to others without. When I call you on my mobile, I don't think how the voice is being transformed into zeros and ones and sent to you and so on. I just imagine that you are in front of me. And this is how ICT should become in learning. So ICT is not an objective in itself. It's a way to enhance the learning experience and to enhance the human-to-human interaction and innovation and invention and communication and collaboration and nurturing of such competencies that were mentioned, one on the thinking side. And when we talk about critical and creative thinking, this covers both right and left, because some of the areas are related to analytics and reasoning and problem solving, and the others are related to creativity, evaluation, interpretation, and those require different types of arts and imagination and feelings and emotions and so on. But also there is also the individual personality part, which also she mentioned, such as leadership, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, digital or global citizenship or local citizenship, and the social emotional part, which is communication, collaboration, empathy, and so on. So this is a combination of competencies that we would like to nurture in our students using technology. And the role of technology in that sense would be for them to learn deeply at their own pace in different ways that they like. Different students have different likes, different learning styles, different technologies that they prefer. Some of them prefer videos, others prefer to read, and so on. Also, this would, the use of technology will free the teacher from labor work. I call it labor work, of coming into the especially in developing countries where they still use the chalk, and half of the time is waiting for the students to copy and then to erase and use it again. Whereas with basic technology, you can just eliminate this half time waste by just using an interactive board. But also if you have the right content, like short videos, where a 2 minutes video might save you 15 minutes of explanation, and this would be available for the students at their own time to think about and relate to their own prior knowledge and to their own internal beliefs and inner power. So in my experience with my students and the young generation, they become deeper and they understand themselves more when they spend more time alone thinking about what they watch through technology. The challenge becomes that we don't know what they watch, neither the parents nor the learning organizations or the teachers. This is where I always tell this story. In 2002, when we first started the first virtual university in the region, parents used to come to me and say, I met my wife on the bench in the university, and now you want my kids to study from home? And then 10 years later, when social media became very popular, they become sitting in their living room with their kids, but each one is on his or her mobile. And then those same parents or some similar ones came back to us and say, listen, since our kids are spending hours on fun, why don't you create something constructive for them? So let's use the technology for their learning, not only for their entertainment. So in that sense, yes, we need to consider that we are dealing with human beings. We need to consider that those students are not just creatures that we evaluate by grades. Even evaluation should be a 360 degrees evaluation of this human being on the mind and soul sides, how he's growing or she's growing and how he or she is developing. Technology becomes a transparent tool to facilitate this development and enrich it and widen it. Imagine someone living in the village in any rural area in any country, and his only source of or sources of information or her only sources of information were just a book or a set of limited books in the library in a small school, or his teacher's information, vis-a-vis someone who can access anything in the world anytime. So this access needs to be accompanied by teaching this student on critical thinking, on creative thinking, on how to choose the right content at the right time and not get scattered and lost with tons of exponentially growing content on the internet. So this requires some self-discipline, some time management, some originality of thinking to decide what is wrong, what is right in areas he's facing the first time. The conventional education was if-then rules. If you see this, do that. If you see this, do that. And if he sees something new, he doesn't know what to do. Now it's a different story. With all this explosion of knowledge around them, you need to work on their higher thinking skills and on their inner beliefs so that they grow in a balanced way, but use technology for this growth to enrich it and make it more fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. I believe that to sum up, because time is over, to sum up that ICT skill or ICT set of skill is something that everybody has experienced during their career or during their journey. And also that ICT skill is something which is very important for teachers and educators because it saves times, it saves resources and energy, and it makes things faster, easier, and better. So I think now if there is any question from audience, so please. Yeah, I believe that everybody's tired because it's the third day. So I think there is no question. I believe if there is no question, so everybody understood.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Thank
put
you
your
so
hands
much.
together for our fantastic panel. Thank you so much, panelists. That was absolutely brilliant. Nobody needed to ask any questions because all the questions were already answered from that discussion. So it is time now, ladies and gents, for our final panel discussion of the day, our final panel discussion of the conference. And this is going to be discussing learning for a sustainable future and how the SDGs are shaping education. So please join me in welcoming our moderator for this panel, Dr. Asli Hussain, Director at Centre for Teaching and Learning, Khalifa University.
We're going to be quick, short, and sweet. This last panel is actually, the topic is Learning for a Sustainable Future, how the SDGs are shaping education. So I'm happy to be the moderator, and I would like to basically introduce the topic. As you know, education is a catalyst for change and sustainable development, and we have panelists in this group that are coming from a variety of different areas of education, and I'm happy to welcome them. I'd like to welcome Yuka. She's a founder, CEO, and director of Curio Japan and One Young World. I would like to invite Dr. Iman. She's a program director and associate professor at Birmingham University. I'd like to invite Dr. Filoni, CEO, FA Innovations from UK. And I would like to invite Dr. Mario, who's the Director, Research, Innovation, and Change Management. We're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves.
All right, thank you, Asli. My name is Yuka Imanishi. I'm from Tokyo, Japan, and I'm very happy to be here with all these great panelists today on the stage. And I'm the founder and CEO of the company called Curio Japan. And my company's mission is to globalize Japan. So my company provides training programs to corporations in Japan about diversity, about intercultural communication, and about globalization in general. And also, I'm a director at global platform for young leaders called One Young World. I don't know if you have heard of that platform, but in media, it's called Young Davos, because we invite young leaders from all over the world, from 18 years old and 32 years old. And we have an annual summit in different countries. And this year, we had a summit in Manchester, and more than 2,000 young leaders from 200 countries and regions gathered. And the topic was all about SDGs. And my organization, One Young World Japan, provides SDGs related to programs to high school students. So I would like to discuss that program in this panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Iman Tibourbi. I'm a program director of finance in University of Birmingham. University of Birmingham is one of the top 100 universities in the world. I work in the business school, which has a triple crown accreditation, AACSB, EQUIS, and the AMBA for the Association of MBA. So it has all three international accreditation that can possibly be granted to business school. So we rank among the top 1% business school in the world. SDGs are at the heart of what we do at University of Birmingham. It's part of the strategy of the university in terms of teaching and research. So I'll be happy to tell you more about how we practice SDG at University of Birmingham today, and SDG in higher education in general.
Thank you, Ayman.
My name is Dr. Professor Floni Menon. What I do is basically very interesting because I'm in the field of education, but corporate education. So all the football players, they come to us for learning MBA or doctorate. So we are into many clubs, Chelsea Football Club, Manchester United. So it's very invitation, by invitation only. Plus, we create a specialized education for women over 50 who have left education for a long period of time and in the middle of the life's turmoil has forgotten somewhere their own individuality. So we try to create their individuality through sustainable education. And apart from that, we run our education consultancy as well with FA Innovation UK. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Mario Chiasson. As our colleagues has mentioned, I'm the Director of Research, Innovation, and Change Management at a French public schools in New Brunswick, Canada. I'm also an associate professor at Université de Moncton. So aligned with the theme of this thematic, our district have a special program which is called Intrapreneur, Centre Apprendre en Français, which is basically like, integrating and infusing the 7 SDGs as part of this. So we're here to share our little bit stories about how this philosophies is anchored with our values as a district, supported by research.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to start asking questions to our panelists. Well, I'll start with Yuka. The first question, how is the movement of SDGs changing the education for high schoolers?
Thank you. As I mentioned, my organization provides programs about SDGs to high school students in Japan. And well, teaching about SDGs cannot be like lecture type, especially to high school students. There are no right answers for SDGs, but especially Japanese high school students are not used to studying or thinking about something that doesn't have right answers, correct answers. But in terms of SDGs, we have to think of out of box. We have to have many different perspectives and approaches. So my organization's approach about SDGs education to high schoolers is not about lecture type, but we engage social entrepreneurs all over the world. And we try to make them interact with each other and work on the same project together for several months. And high school students are supposed to give presentations or like pitch to social entrepreneurs from all over the world, and then they discuss what can be done together in the future. So through those interactions, high schoolers get the hands-on information, more like realistic approaches to issues we face in the world. So that's the approach. I mean, interaction with the actual social entrepreneurs is changing how they study about SDGs compared to the conventional studies in the classroom.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And now we'll move to higher education. Dr. Iman, as a professor and a professional in higher education, how do you see the role of higher education in developing professionals who will work towards a sustainable future?
Thank you for your question. I will go back to the basics, which is how did the United Nations, when they defined the SDG, how did they define education for SDG? So education for sustainable development, or ESD as it was defined by the UNESCO, has a specific definition, which is creating and incorporating subject relevant in the curriculum to deliver these sustainable goals. So how do universities embrace that? So what is the role of higher education in all of that? If I think attending all these sessions in the last 3 days, and we're the last session of these 3 days, I think there is a clear understanding that students are no longer recipient of learners, and they have to be participants in this learning process. And when we think about education in higher education specifically, students already achieved a certain level of maturity, and they will go and face the world and will have to deal with the legacy that we left them with, to be very frank, which is not necessarily they have a certain level of prosperity, but they also have a very heavy legacy to deal with. So they need to go and solve problems related to climate change, to sustainable business, to health, to poverty, which we teach them in business school, corporate social responsibility. So in university, what we're doing is a big job, which is, this is where you will graduate your next policy makers. This is where you graduate scientists, physicians, architects who need to think about sustainable cities, sustainable environment. So all of them are formed at the university level. They are prepared at other stages. Nowadays, in primary schools, I see a lot of primary schools say, my kids are in primary and they already know the SDGs. And they are introduced to that. In secondary, it's reinforced. But at the university, this is where you show you have to gain the final skills to become a problem solver and part of the solution. You will graduate and be part of the solution. So this is where the role of higher education comes, where you need to start thinking at that higher level to find solution. So university need to build that into the curriculum. One may think as a finance professor, how do I deliver sustainability or the SDG in the curriculum? When you think about finance, I know lots of you, what springs to mind is greed. Because businesses eventually face a lot of disruption these days regarding climate change. Because of climate change, it has an economic impact on them. It has an impact on their stock price, for example. So we teach students how to make money by investing in stock, but we can also teach them how to do it ethically. We can teach them, for example, about scandals, greenwashing. If I can name, for example, Volkswagen, they were caught in 2017 in a scandal of greenwashing, selling vehicles, claiming that they are sustainable vehicles and clean vehicles, where they definitely cheated the devices that would capture the gas emission, and they were simply vehicles with high gas emission. And Volkswagen was caught with that cheating, for example. So it has a reputational risk on the company. It has an impact on the stock prices, on the valuation of the company, and it's a legacy that the company will carry for many, many years. So in business, we teach them a lot about responsible business, because beyond making money, you have to think about the environment and the legacy you leave. You have to think about equal wages, which are part of the better wages, and less poverty, which are part of the SDG. So it has to be a holistic approach where students, when they study finance, at the end of the day, we need to ingrain the value of ethics in them. And if you think about SDG, it's all about ethics, acting ethically. If we summarize and the role of education, whether it's higher education or other level of education, if you think about the 17 SDG, 16 of them can be achieved through the SDG number 4, which is education. If we do a good job in education, teaching students more than technical skills, solving problems, knowing theories, they will be able to think critically and think ethically and find solution and create wealth, which are also part of the SDGs, create wealth while preserving the environment and working on sustainable businesses at the end of the day. So all the SDGs can be achieved if we do a good job in SDG number 4, which is quality education.
Thank you, Dr. Iman. Now we're going to move on to career changers, and Dr. Floney is going to share her answer to this question. How can we achieve SDGs through lifelong learning?
Thank you, Dr. Asli. So this is a very interesting question, because we all are living in a different world, and we are going to evolve in a completely different world. We are going to evolve in 4 different worlds: the green, blue, yellow, and red. I'm really not sure how many of you have heard about these 4 new worlds of education. Now, Harvard and PwC has intensely researched on this 4 world, where the blue world is going to be very much corporate, and the yellow world is going to be entrepreneurship, and the green world is going to be sustainable, and the red world is all about innovation. Now, the question is, the world is going very exponential, and our education system is very linear. Where is the gap? There's a huge gap between the exponential world, where we are, and the linear world in the education system. So basically, lifelong learning is an aspect that can actually become the building block of actually bridging this gap. But the question is also, we are creating a solution and then also creating a problem for the solution. So when I mean a problem for the solution, this was from Birmingham University in London. I was trying to create assessment module. And when I was creating an assessment module, I integrated the lifelong learning system. Usually what professors say is, they always say that whatever I have taught you, that's what I want to see in the assignment. Now, what my approach was, I want you to integrate what you have learned as a part of lifelong learning and integrate that into your assignments. Come with your own critical models. Don't repeat the models that you're constantly learning, because by doing that, we are creating more followers rather than trendsetters. But this was rejected. The proposal was completely rejected, and they had a standard layout everyone had to do. So although we are trying to say that we want lifelong learning to be integrated, we want to be in the exponential world, somehow we are ourselves creating a stumbling block for achieving our sustainable development goal number 4. And that's something that I wanted to say, Dr. Asli. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Dr. Mario, we're going to go to the community. What type of system transformation is needed to amplify the SDGs?
Yeah, thank you there. My dear colleagues there have mentioned a lot, so I'll be brief, but a quick summary there was very powerful for my colleagues. So the sense of community, of course, like you know, we're living in a period that has very turbulence in many ways, geopolitics, ethics, and et cetera, et cetera. So we need to have some kind of a different mindset and different structure and different culture to say what is learning as part of the learning journey of a citizen. So the role of the schools, as we all know, right? So we want to make sure that we want to create or produce and develop a citizen can contribute to the innovative society. And every day, the school system is to develop a student who wants to be innovative and be part of a better world tomorrow. So foundly, that's probably like the foundation of what is a school as part of the community. So that being said, we can't be alone. So the school system cannot be alone. So we need to create, establish a partnership with our community members. So in a nonsense, if community members is providing a resource to be part of the learning and the teaching and the leading journey of our future leaders to make a better world, we need to create now a dynamic collaborative culture. And this dynamic collaborative culture within the communities, right, is basically having a different mindset that the community is our school. And our school is the innovative learning center to respond to the regional solution that needed by the community. So to prepare our future students, we need to provide authentic learning journeys that's going to respond to the local economy, but also develop the real skills that our future citizen needs to be. So we need to come up with, create a context where that our community is agile and as much organic, and we heard the word organic in our previous, and it's exactly the case. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we took you through a journey starting from Japan to UAE, then to UK, and then to Canada, and actually really globally. Now we're going to go back to another series of questions, and then we'll have time for you to ask us questions. Yuka, I'm coming back to you. What is needed to further accelerate the SDGs education, especially among high schoolers?
Thank you. I want to focus on the high schoolers because that's what I do. I teach high school students in Japan. And as I said, making them interact with people who are actively trying to do something to make a difference in the world, like social entrepreneurs. That's one thing. That's what I have been doing. And that's working. It's a great opportunity for PBL, project-based learning, to solve social issues. You need a lot of knowledge about different things. It involves like history, math, or society. So it's a great opportunity for them to learn about so many different things through working with social entrepreneurs. And also, there are so many high schoolers in Japan who are trying to make a difference in the world. But because they're all still teenagers, they don't have a lot of opportunities to shine. they don't have a platform to present their ideas to the world. So I wanted to give them an opportunity to pitch their ideas to the world. So that's why my organization started this initiative called Student Pitch. And we invite all teenagers under 18 to apply to be on the stage in Tokyo, which will be broadcasted online live. And we did the first student pitch this summer, and about 50 applicants from all over Japan, and 10 of them were selected to do the pitch on stage. But their ideas are amazing. And once they were selected, we assigned some social entrepreneurs as mentors to accelerate their programs and initiatives. And in the short few months, their ideas and their activities were so refined and sophisticated, and they had the motivation, they had the encouragement. So they were just amazing. And I want to keep providing those opportunities for high schoolers so that they can show their abilities to the world, and they can feel that they can make a difference in the world at the young age.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so interesting. Dr. Iman, what do you believe is the best process to implement of the 2030 SDG agenda into the curriculum through education, teaching, and learning?
Thank you, Asli, for your question. Actually, I will take a step back just to explain that the SDG were developed in 2015 with a target to try to achieve them in 2030. So the goal in terms of education is for all learning by 2030 to be fully aware of the SDG across the globe and across all levels of education. When I think about where we stand in terms of implementation of SDG in the curriculum, there are universities that are really made lots of progress in this matter, incorporating this into the curriculum, creating programs, etc. And there are other universities and schools that where the conversation did not even start. There's no conversation around SDGs in the curriculum whatsoever. So there is a big gap around the world among all those countries, over 160 countries that signed the Paris Agreement, where they stand in terms of incorporating the SDG into their curriculum. So what's the best way to proceed with this? Because of how much disparity there has been in this matter, and because a lot of countries also fell behind because of the COVID-19, not everybody is set for success in achieving the SDG by 2030. So for this reason, I think the best way to start is to start with national policies. If there are no national policies to ensure that all institutions start a conversation and start working on incorporating SDG, maybe the progress will be very, very slow. If it's left at the discretion of academic institutions who have their own constraints and other goals, maybe the conversation will be, or the progress will be extremely slow in many parts of the world. So I think the conversation it should start with the policy, and with that, universities should have their own strategies on how to implement that into the curriculum. So once the universities start implementing their own strategy, it has to be channeled through schools, through departments, and then to specific courses. So if we think about how we implemented it in University of Birmingham, University of Birmingham has an office for sustainability. So they have officer and an entire department dedicated to sustainability. As a university, we are accountable for sustainability as well, and I leave that conversation to the end, but we started by creating first new programs around sustainability across all schools, whether it's engineering or health or science or business. Then we looked into specific programs that are existing. So we created new programs that have a component of sustainability. Then we looked at existing program, what can be changed about them and how we can incorporate sustainability into the program. So if I think about business, for example, we created a module, a class called Accounting for Gas Emission or Climate. So we created a new module because we can clearly see that businesses do not, there's a lot of talk among businesses about how to incorporate sustainability within their business, but no clear action. They really don't know where to start with that. So we created an accounting class around that, and then we thought through our modules, our classes, where can we incorporate sustainability? Many of us are already doing things within the curriculum in management, in business, around sustainability, but we don't necessarily identify them to the SDG. So we started identifying what are we already doing. We are already doing things that we don't necessarily name as SDG. So now we start recognizing that. Let's say in my classes, I teach ethics in finance. And in ethics in finance, I teach corporate governance, which is how you organize your board and of directors and governance within the company. Within that, I teach them about gender equality. That's SDG number 5. So I used to teach it without realizing that I'm tackling an SDG, but then it comes the realization that you're already doing it. So we modified learning outcomes, existing learning outcomes to incorporate more SDGs. We also channeled it to students. Students are the power force in any university, in any institution. So we channeled that through student association, and students are also, so there is an association in the UK, which is the Association of Students for Sustainability. It's called SOS UK. So students are also a force behind this change, because also their feedback leads us to think what can we do better in terms of our curriculum to tackle sustainability issues. We report at the end of each teaching cycle, what did we do to tackle some of the sustainability issue, and what do we plan on doing for during the next offering. So these are different mechanisms that can help frame how we incorporate sustainability goals within the curriculum. Universities also have to be accountable for sustainability, so they have to demonstrate that they walk the talk. So we don't just put a framework for a student to work with and to teach in our programs, but the university also makes itself accountable. So we have goals of net zero gas emission by 2040. We have goals of building sustainable campuses. So we built a campus in Dubai, actually, which is the campus where I work here in Dubai. University of Birmingham is based in the UK, but it went global, and we have now a campus in Dubai, and the campus is built around sustainability. So there are lots of things that can work for us in the curriculum. When we think, just a simple example, SDG number 3, which is about health and well-being, it can easily be incorporated in any sports management program, psychology programs, all kind of healthcare, medicine type of studies. So there are a lot of SDG that can easily be implemented here, and that's the process universities and higher education institutions need to ingrain in the curriculum and among the students.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Iman. Now we're going to move to Dr. Afloni. Can you tell us why is AI, integrated learning, vital in the race to meet the SDGs?
Thank you. That's a very thought-through question, Asli, Dr. Asli. So basically, we all keep talking about artificial intelligence, technology. The question is, what are we doing about it? Nobody is doing anything about it, although maybe even if we want to do something about it, there's corporate governance that has certain rules and regulations that nobody is able to climb the ladder through. Now, I'll give you some example. As professors, we have so many modules to take in a certain period of time, and we are thrown with 20, 25 students in each class. Now, each semester has about 2 exams. And every time they give us these assessments, they want us to mark within 2 weeks. Now, we have to be conscious that it's not just one set of students or not one module. We are teaching 5 modules at the same time. What happens at the end of the day? We are human beings. Psychologically, can any one of you here tell me that you'll be perfect to mark everyone with 100% concentration and 100% without being biased? I'm sure 90% of you are going to say, No, that's the reality. Even if you said yes, I won't believe it. Okay? So integrating artificial intelligence would actually make sure, as a software example is Grade Score, it can reduce our marking time by 70%. Because what it does, it extracts all the important weakness, strength of a particular candidate, and it will ensure that it gives us a nutshell. And then it becomes very easy for us professors to just write the most important aspect and sign off. Likewise, Think Maths. I'm not sure how many of you have gone through this Think Maths. Now, Thinkster Maths, what it does is, everybody has a way of reasoning and coming with a way of solving a problem. The artificial intelligence actually tries to understand what is your logical system and then tries to make you understand and solve the problem based on your understanding. Because my understanding and perspective of solving a problem would be exactly different from yours. So why don't we integrate all this system? How many of us know? And especially the pandemic, when the pandemic arrived in 2020, we were able to see how we have not or underused artificial intelligence. 70% of the professors lost their job because either they were very traditional or they didn't believe in artificial intelligence. Now the problem is, not believing in artificial intelligence was not their problem. It was the problem of the corporate governance, because there was no awareness and there was no initiation of upskilling each one of these people to understand. So people, either they become a digital primitive or they actually adopt to this and move on. So with my first question and the second question, in a nutshell, I would just like to say that using artificial intelligence, we are preparing ourselves for a very much sustainable future. Eliminating it, and by thinking that it's going to be a problem for us and we are going to, the artificial intelligence is taking our job, that's completely a wrong way of thinking, because they are here to help us and we have higher things to do. And that's why both lifelong learning and integrating artificial intelligence is one of the best ways to achieve our sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Mario, we consider ourselves that we are in a period called Industry 4.0. Is the current system leadership well equipped to nurture such a system transformation?
Yes, it's well equipped. There's one of the 5 elements that we need to address. My colleague just mentioned about there's a gap between the formal education system 0-20 versus the challenge of innovative societies. And the innovative societies are evolving so much rapidly than the current education, formal education. So that's becoming, the tension between our realities. And that can be explained in 5 elements. The first element is the evolution of ICT, we was just talking about. The second one there is the evolution of autonomy, not autonomy, but automation. The third one is the evolution of economy, which is one of the 3 pillars. There is entrepreneurial mindset as part of their learning culture, but also we've got arts, and we also have physics. The fourth element is the evolution of environments, and this environment could be local, but could well be physical, can be also virtual, and can also be hybrid. And the fifth one, for our understanding, is the most important one, is the evolution of leadership. So at every evolution of the industry, we had an evolution of leadership. And we do believe that actually we're living in a period of leadership 2.0. So education from a leadership mindset is at 2.0, and the industry is 4.0. That's one of the explanations. So we need to figure out, what is the role of a leader in the industry 4.0, and what is the role of a leader in the education 2.0, so we can understand that. And what we're realizing is that industry 2.0 is directive leadership. Industry 4.0 is connection leadership. And the more you're connected to the local, to the international, you totally redefine and redesign the role of the student, the teacher, and the principal. So in a dynamic pedagogy, the student creates, the student validates, and the student reflects. The teacher guides, the teacher assists the learning and coordinate the pedagogy. And the school principal is actually managing this new dynamic collaborative culture at the school by mobilizing community members to respond to the skills needed, but at the same time, personalize the teaching while the teachers can personalize the learning. So I'll give you an example. So the teacher's role is to create context with a mission, with expectation. So it starts with expectation. What's the learning outcome and what's the local and global competencies that the student will be developed, part of the learning journey. So what's the mission and what's the context? So the context needs to be responding to the local need so they can make a better world. So an example that we have a school that have issues with vaporing, like, you know, this, how can we solve that from programming that it can be do some prevention, and how we can have programs that can do intervention while we can educate our students, educating our parents, education also our community.
Thank you very much. Now we do have 5 minutes to take your questions. Any questions for us?
I think everyone is tired, as I said. And it's the last everyone wants to just run home, including us, maybe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep our applause going, please, for our final panel discussion of the day and of the conference. Thank you so much, panelists. That was excellent. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have time for a few more awards to finish off the session. Have you enjoyed the 3 days, ladies and gents? It's been really, really brilliant, hasn't it? We've learnt a lot. We've had a lot of information. We've met a lot of people, a lot of networking. But now we're going to award, again, Outstanding Leadership Awards that I've got to present. And first of all, I'd like to introduce you to Aman Kazi, who is CEO and founder of the Verified Market Research, to come up to the stage to present the awards. A round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you, Aman. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our first Outstanding Leadership Award winner this afternoon. Put your hands together, please, everybody, for Iram Sheikh Jelani. Congratulations, Iram.
Thank you, everyone. I especially would like to thank Education 2.0 for putting this together. I think after the 3 days, I'd like to recognize the photography crew, the audiovisual crew, and our MC. So thank you so much for that. This award is dedicated to my children and my parents who have traveled halfway around the world to be here today, and especially to my son-in-law who's in America, Mr. Arslan Ahmed, and my future daughter-in-law, Abia Zakai. So thank you so much for all your support, and thank you for not disowning me along the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iram. Round of applause, everyone. And the second Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Zena Simmons.
Thank you everybody for being here. I want to thank Education 2.0 for this wonderful opportunity to bring so many wonderful leaders together and discuss very important issues regarding global education. I also want to thank my family, my friends, all the people who have supported me, my professors, co-workers, classmates. I am so grateful to have had the experiences that I have in my education and my career, and I really do look forward to continuing to do the type of work that I do. Thank you again.
Thank you, Zena. Moving on to our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, if we can please keep our applause going and make some noise for Professor Dr. Flomi Menon.
I must say Education 2.0 has done it really well. So congratulations for doing it so well. And also, I know it's last minute and nobody wants to hear anymore. So I'll keep it short, and thank you to my friends and family and all of you for listening. Thank you very much.
And please keep the applause going for our next winner, the Outstanding Leadership Award. Fantastic achievement. Suman Majunda. Okay, Suman is not here. We will make sure he gets his award though. And next up we have Uttam Panda. Don't think Uttam is here either. Do we have Parker Lynch? I think everyone's tired at this point, aren't they? But don't worry, we will make sure that these awards get to their rightful owner. But congratulations so far to all of our winners. Now we do have a few people that couldn't be here this afternoon. Please put your hands together. We are going to see a couple of videos on screen. So we're going to have a couple of videos on the screen for you to have a look at, ladies and gentlemen. Could we please put our hands together for Aman Kazi for giving out the awards? Thank you, Aman. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for, even though they're not here, we're going to congratulate them. Iram Abbasi, George Cook, Kazumi Wickenkamp, Thomas Paris, Russell Kingi-Wittu, and Sushant Vasishta.
Hello everyone, this is Iram Abbasi and I am an assistant professor at DHS Supha University and also director for the Center for Entrepreneurship at the same place. I'm glad that I have been awarded the Outstanding Leadership Award at Conference 2.0. I would like to appreciate all the organizers for putting up this amazing conference. I'm sure you all must be enjoying this amazing environment, lots of knowledge sharing going on. Unfortunately, due to some official commitments, I was not able to join and personally receive the award, but I'm planning to join the next conference that would be lined up by the organizers and looking forward to meet you all at that place. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
And all the attendees watching this video. My name is Kazumi Wickenkamp, and thank you so much for your recognition for the leadership I implemented to build a Japanese cuisine academy that I started in 2018, and then for continuously teaching Japanese cuisine to the international chefs and then cooks. When I started in 2018, I had zero experience in cooking industry because I was in healthcare for many years. So I had to look for help to start building this. But then I really wanted to do this because I saw that the Japanese cuisine is getting very, very popular, and that this popularity just kept going. But then there are not many programs or schools that are providing high quality Japanese cuisine education to international chefs and then cooks. So I looked for the help from the chefs and the other people, and then without all these supports and the helps, I could not get anything done by myself. So I really grateful for all the helps that I could get, and a special thanks goes to Chef Mr. Takashi, who is a backbone of everything we do from our academy. Thank you.
Permit me to say good day to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, panelists, honorable speakers, the organizers of this great event, Education 2.0, and to all viewers all over the world. I would like to begin by saying what an incredible honor it is to be one of the recipients of the Distinguished Leadership Award. I'd also like to thank and congratulate my fellow recipients of this Distinguished Leadership Award. I am extremely honored for this award and must also admit that I am uncomfortable being singled out for this award because all of my accomplishments have been the result of teamwork. While I often play a leadership role, I believe that mine is only one voice and all accolades should go to the entire team. I am incredibly thankful for the committee for choosing me, talking about the selection committee. However, there are many people who have made this award possible, and I'd like to say thank you to all of you out there. When I reflect back into the various roles and situations I've been through, and the people I've had the pleasure to work with through my life, those who I have taught and learned from, I always realize that 4 common trends stand out, with the first one being the attitude. We all have been very successful people because we've always had passionate attitudes toward one another. We recognize that true leaders is not only one that is always open and frank with others and get the best by developing other leaders, but most importantly, one that is genuinely a true and passionate leader takes us to number 2, meaning caring for other people. So number 2 is empathy. We are always empathetic people when we care, and we care for everyone in the team. We look and watch over each other's back. And number 3 is trust. We at least stay together, we trust each other, and we're truthful to everything that we do. And lastly is our attitude. We always try to keep a positive attitude to ensure that we keep our focus towards the main objective. And I would like to recommend this to all learners and future leaders in the world: to be passionate, have positive attitude, be truthful, and care for one another. Thank you very much for this award. Thank you, Education 2.0, and thank you all for all the selection committee and all my fellow team members, everyone that have worked with me so far. Thank you, and God bless you all. Have a great day.
At the outset, I'd like to begin by thanking everyone in the selection committee for honoring me with this award. Unfortunately, I could not attend the conference this year due to some personal reasons. But despite that, it is a huge honor for me and a moment of pride to be honored alongside such distinguished people in the education sector. I'd like to firstly take this opportunity to thank my parents, who've always been my support system throughout my journey. I would also like to thank everyone at Team Finlatix and the founder and CEO, Mr. Nisant Mohta, alongside the co-founder, Mr. Nirav Doshi, for their constant support and guidance, and for also providing me with a platform where I can reach out to students with the common aim of making finance more fun, friendly, and accessible for all. Thank you.
Please put your hands together, everybody, for all of our winners over the last 3 days. And please keep the applause going. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative, of course our partners, our exhibitors, and our incredible delegates, and you as well. Thank you so much for being a wonderful, wonderful crowd. It's been great spending the last 3 days with you. Really hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks to our team, our technical team, our crew, all the organisers, all the staff here at the Intercontinental Hotel who've been absolutely fantastic. And we'd like to invite you all up onto the stage, please, ladies and gentlemen, for one final photograph all together. Thank you so much. Really hope you've enjoyed yourselves and you've learned a lot and you've met a lot of new people. Have a fantastic rest of the evening. And we look forward to seeing you again next year, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a big round of applause for everybody. And let's come up on stage to do a group photograph. It'd be good if we had the song Celebration by Kool and the Gang. Is that possible, guys? I don't think we do. But anyway, feel free to dance, feel free to sing. Ladies and gents, when you come up, thank you once again and enjoy the rest of your evening, and well done to all of our winners. Thank you.
So we want to have everyone on the stage. Everyone.